I am a wealthy master in India. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Suspension of Work. Ron has returned to Uttar Pradesh. This time he traveled light, with only Anand and a few other bodyguards. This is his hometown, his base camp, and the place where his family and friends are located. It is even safer than Mumbai. His second uncle Aditya came to the airport to pick him up. Instead of returning to the village, he went directly to the construction site in the southern suburbs of Varanasi. This was originally a wasteland that was planted illegally. After Ron bought it, Aditya and his team drove away the nearby farmers without hesitation. The green crops were destroyed, and bulldozers and rollers took turns to go into battle, replacing them with brown, flat, and solid mud. Then hundreds of dark and thin workers gathered here, carrying bamboo baskets to transport the rubble from the ground. Smart vendors set up tea stalls on the roadside. In the hot summer, the tea business is always good. But the busy scene did not last long, and the construction site seemed to have been paused. The yellow construction vehicles stopped roaring, and the workers hid under the trees in a sparse manner to cool off. Some were squatting there chewing betel nuts, some were chatting by the tea stall, and some were simply lying in the mud to sleep. There were plastic chairs prepared for guests in the tea shop, but the workers were not allowed to sit on them. Those were prepared for the big guys on the construction site. They could only curl up in the corner, hunched over and squatting on the ground, just like the servants seen everywhere in India. The car came and honked its horn. The pigs and stray dogs wandering around the tea shop were in a panic and ran around. The wind brought by the car rushed into the tea shop with dust, sand, and dried pig manure. The driver in the front seat, wearing a khaki uniform, slammed the brakes. He seemed a little proud of the chaos he had caused. After glaring at the workers outside as if to demonstrate, he trotted out of the car and opened the door for his masters, Aditya and Ron. The workers around were extremely envious of the driver's khaki uniform. For them, being a servant of a rich family is the pinnacle of several generations, a real success. A fat man came out of the tea house, holding a notebook. His hair had fallen out, revealing his bumpy scalp. This guy's nickname is Wild Boar. He not only manages all the workers here, but also supervises the entire construction site. If you want to make a living in this area, you have to bow deeply in front of him, touch the soil in front of his slippers, and swallow your anger and agree to his daily rent. Every time he drives past a woman, he will stop the car, roll down the window, and grin. When he smiles, his mouth opens wide, revealing two long teeth under his nostrils, and the tips of the teeth are a little curved, looking like wild boar fangs. The workers are afraid of wild boars. As long as he shows his fangs, everyone will be scared. They never knew that wild boars could smile so harmlessly, that kind of flattering and ugly smile. It's also baring teeth, but not vicious, but flattering. If the wild boar really had a tail, it would be shaking it to the sky now. Sir, he almost rolled and crawled to pounce on him. Wild boar, did Chade say when the work can resume? Aditya stood there, sternly addressing him. Sir, very soon. As long as the cement is in place, the workers will start working immediately, day and night. What about the steel bars? Steel bars will also be very fast. What about electricity? Electricity will also be very fast. Very fast. The wild boar smiled flatteringly throughout the whole process, as if he was wearing a mask. That's what you promised a week ago, and you're still saying such nonsense today. Aditya was very angry. Sir, don't worry, let's go to the tea shop to have a cup of tea first, and this young master, the wild boar led the way diligently in front. He drove away the nearby workers and wiped the plastic stool next to the table again and again. The construction period has been delayed for too long. I will call Chad today. If he doesn't want to do this business, he can give it to someone else. Aditya cursed. Hey, we are the strongest construction company in Uttar Pradesh, you know that. The wild boar seemed to be frightened, but those who knew him knew that there was a lot of show here. A portrait of Gandhi was hung on the wall of the tea shop. The boss kicked away the day laborer who was smashing coal blocks beside him and warmly invited everyone to sit down. There was a black iron pot next to the table. A guy was holding a big spoon and slowly stirring the simmering sugar water. Ron, you see, there is a shortage of everything on the construction site. Aditya was a little distressed. When the dam was repaired, there was also a shortage of building materials, but he was not in a hurry. When it was his turn, he was anxious. Because this was his own project, every day of delay was a loss. Are there any shortages of cement? Ron frowned. Cement is not something precious, it is the most basic building material, but the construction party can't even guarantee this. Young master, Wildboar smiled bitterly. It was only then that he realized that Ron was the real employer. We have been doing our best to purchase. But Uttar Pradesh has always been short of cement. Now we can only transfer it from nearby Bihar and central India. Uttar Pradesh still lacks cement plants? Where did your company get cement from before? Ron asked in surprise. Well, Uttar Pradesh lacks everything. There are no large cement plants, only small workshops. As for the company, Wildboar stuttered a little. Inspire is a construction company that was just established this year, only a few months old, Aditya next to him added. A few months, Ron was stunned. The first thought in his mind was not his branch factory, but how such a makeshift team got the government's dam project. Chadha made a lot of efforts in the election of the chief minister. Aditya gave him a look of Gurdeep Chadha, a liquor merchant in Uttar Pradesh. He was born in Moradabad, an industrial city in Uttar Pradesh, and his family was poor since he was a child. His father and uncles made a living by wholesale cheap liquor, and Chadha followed them since he was a teenager. At the age of 20, he started his own business, relying on thugs and bribes to expand his business. 4 years ago, when Yadav was running for election, he sent money in packets in the name of his father. The two sides became friends, and this year Yadav was re-elected as the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, and Chadha's status also rose. He was not satisfied with limiting his business scope to the wine industry, and began to enter the real estate industry. The Inspire construction company was Chadha's attempt. Relying on nepotism, he easily got the government's bidding project. Just like the dam project that Aditya was responsible for before, Inspire had no qualifications, but what did it matter? No one cared. If I remember correctly, there is a limestone mine in Uttar Pradesh, right? Ron asked. Young master, you have a good memory. Mirzapur, southwest of Varana, has the largest limestone mine in Uttar Pradesh, and there is a cement workshop there. The Wildboar's words were full of flattery. Where does your cement come from? Yes, we can buy out all the stocks of the cement workshop there at one time. The Wildboar was very proud. Does Inspire have many projects now? Of course, Mr. Chadha and Mr. Yadav are good friends, and we don't lack business. Ron's eyes lit up, and he tapped the table habitually. What about steel bars? Are they also in short supply? He asked. No, steel bars are easy to buy, but our goods are stuck on the road. Young master, you know that the roads in Uttar Pradesh are very bad. Ron was deeply touched by this. The road they just drove on was like being bombarded by artillery shells. What about electricity? Wildboar grinned. All of India is short of electricity, and Uttar Pradesh is the most short of it. It seems that we still have too few power plants. We can only wait for Delhi to allocate funds. The minister really can't pay. Wildboar laughed heartlessly. The public finances of Uttar Pradesh have been completely swallowed up by termites, such as companies like Inspire. Power station. Ron frowned and thought. Uttar Pradesh also has coal mines, but there is no money to build power plants. Yadav should solve this problem. I can't watch TV at home most of the time, Aditya complained. He looked down on the low caste Yadav, but he couldn't openly mock him, so he could only complain a few words. Second uncle, you said there are coal mines in Uttar Pradesh. Ron's voice became higher. It's in Sonbhadra, 2 hours drive from here. The mining resources in Uttar Pradesh are concentrated in the southeast. To the southwest of Varanasi is Mirzapur, and to the south of Mirzapur is Sonbhadra. Coincidentally, they are all near Varanasi, and Aditya has been there more than once. Look, the big lumps of coal here come from Sonbhadra, Aditya pointed, and in the corner of the tea shop, a thin figure was grabbing a black coal and hitting it hard. He wanted to knock the big coal into small pieces so that he could stuff them under the stove for boiling sugar water. How much is the coal here? Ron asked the owner of the tea shop. 10 rupees can be used for a long time. It's not worth much. The owner had a flattering smile on his face like a wild boar. Ron, no one is mining the coal mines in Sonbhadra. These are all sold privately by locals. Aditya waved his hand, not caring. Why? Ron was a little curious. Because as long as you mine, the coal you mine can only be used in surrounding industrial projects, such as steel plants and power plants. This requires a large investment and is very risky. In the end, the government gave away mining licenses for free, but no one wanted them. Don't all companies lack coal? There must be companies in Uttar Pradesh that need it, right? No. Aditya shook his head again. Coal India can provide high-quality coal at a low price, and the supply is sufficient, Ron understood. In the final analysis, everyone has no supply and demand pressure at all. Coal India is a state-owned enterprise with a huge scale and channels throughout the states. This is far more cost-effective than mining coal by yourself. Not to mention the high cost, the coal cannot be transported out and can only be consumed within the state. Who is full to go mining? Well, Ron is the one who is full. Second uncle, we should go to see the chief minister. Ron's eyes sparkled. What do you want to do? Aditya had a bad feeling. Let's just shut down the branch factory of Sir Electric and do other business. Aditya and Wild Boar both opened their mouths wide. Chapter 177 Mineral Business. Without cement, steel bars, and stable electricity, there is no point in building a factory. Even if we continue to spend money to build the factory, it is still unclear whether it can be started smoothly later. The power outage time of the factory may be longer than the power time, and this business will undoubtedly lose money. Young master, the construction period has just started, and there are hundreds of people waiting. Why are you stopping the work? The wild boar next to him was anxious. Inspur Company did not invest nothing to take this business. Needless to say, the kickbacks to Aditya, they also placed a large number of orders for building materials in the early stage, and summoning so many workers was also an expense. As a result, Ron said in one word, stop the work. Well, if Inspur Company is going to lose money, then he, the wild boar, will not have an easy time. Wild boar, although my factory is closed, our business is not over yet, Ron said with a smile. Young master, what do you mean? The wild boar's eyes lit up. We will talk to Mr. Chadha in person about this business. In short, there will be an explanation here at the construction site. The wild boar looked at Aditya. He was not sure of Ron's thoughts, so he could only ask for help from his former partner. Ron is a big businessman in Mumbai. Chadha will definitely be interested. Aditya waved his hand. The wild boar shut up awkwardly. He knew he was not qualified to ask more inside information. The tea shop owner personally brought a few bowls of sugar water. The yellow and amber syrup was very tempting. The wild boar bared his fangs and slurped loudly. Ron looked into the bowl. There were many suspicious black spots at the bottom of the sugar water, exactly the same as the coal slag on the ground. He waved his hand, and Anand took out a bottle of water from his bag and opened it. Ron tilted his head back and took a sip, then handed it back. Another servant took out a clean towel. Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead and threw it to him. The summer in Uttar Pradesh is also very hot. Sitting in the tea shop, you can see the air on the construction site distorted by the steam. He didn't dare to drink the sugar water here. The scene of pigs running and dogs barking when driving here left a deep impression on Ron. Since the decision to stop construction has been made, there is nothing to see here. Ron and Aditya walked out of the tea shop, and the wild boar followed behind, nodding and bowing. The workers nearby had long been hiding far away. They were all farmers in this area and knew that these big men should not be offended. Uttar Pradesh has too many people and too few jobs. Even the job of a waiter in a tea shop is very competitive. Look at the workers over there. It is more appropriate to say that they are human-shaped spiders rather than people. They are haggard and emaciated, with untidy beards. They slowly wipe the table with a rag, and occasionally crawl under the table to slowly wipe the floor. Most of them are in their 30s or 40s, and some are even in their 50s, but they are still called boys. Even the workers can make fun of them at will. The human-shaped spiders have no dignity. Now these workers also put on the same expression as the human-shaped spiders, fearful, cowardly and flattering. They look at the big men eagerly, hoping that one of them will wave his hand and shout to start work. In this way, even if they are whipped a few times, they will rush over, throw themselves at the big man's legs, and then kiss his toes. Long live the start of work. Only when they start working can they get paid, and only with pay can they feed the big family behind them. They were destined to be disappointed. The adults left in the car, and the wild boar bared its fangs again, those ferocious fangs. He asked the workers to stop all the work in their hands and wait for the next notice. The workers became more depressed. They knew that the so-called next notice was to pack up and get out. Ron, do you want to do mining business? Aditya asked after getting in the car. Yes, Uttar Pradesh is not suitable for industrial investment now. Ron finally woke up now. His previous thoughts were too naive. He mistakenly thought that Varanasi, as a big city, would not be too far behind even if it did not have the conditions of Mumbai. For example, basic water supply and electricity supply. His factory actually did not have strict requirements for these two. After all, Sir Electric is an assembly plant. In addition to the injection molding machine, there seems to be no large-scale electrical equipment. It is not a steel plant or an oil refinery, and does not require high power and uninterrupted power supply. Who knew Varanasi would go so far that even the construction site couldn't meet the electricity needs? Minerals are a bit troublesome. People in our family have never done this kind of business. Ron, are you going to reconsider it? Second uncle, India will undergo great changes in the next 20 years. We Brahmins can no longer hold on to the old ideas. Ron knew that the people in his family were not particularly keen on business. Because that was what the Vaishyas did, and in ancient India, Vaishyas were synonymous with profiteers. The noble and flawless Brahmins disdained to deal with them, and even the more extreme Brahmins were unwilling to deal with the land. The Sir family became landlords because they had no choice after the decline. The real private land of the Brahmins is the civil service, the education system, and the legal profession. Very few of them are engaged in business. Although Ratan has a more profitable hemp business, he has never thought of resigning from the position of the telecommunications company. It represents a different meaning. The real way of life of the Brahmins should be the Dubby counselor they met last time. Not only does he have a jaw-dropping mansion, but he also handles big deals. Both of them deal with land, but Dubby is in charge of land transactions, while Sir can only dig for food on the land. The difference is obvious. Of course, as a Brahmin, the pride of the Sir family has not been lost. If you want to do mining business, you can only go to that Yadav, Aditya said with disgust. Then go. Ron's voice was very light and firm. Alice, I don't know what you think. You must be a businessman. No one in the Sir family has ever had such an idea. Second uncle, it's a new society. You can't make money by farming. There's not much profit to be made by squeezing those farmers dry. Which mine do you like, lime mine or coal mine? The coal mine business is not good. I also know a marble mine. Urban people in South India like it. Of course I want all of them. Ram shook his hand with one hand. What? Aditya turned his head. Are you kidding? Of course we want all the mines, but we'll start with cement. Not bad. Aditya breathed a sigh of relief. If Ram really planned to set up such a big stall, he would stop it no matter what. It is precisely because Uttar Pradesh's industrial base is not good that the building materials business will be popular in the future. Ron is very confident. Cement is a material that is in great demand and indispensable in infrastructure. It is not only needed for various government projects, but also for ordinary people to build houses. After the economy is liberalized, India's development will definitely accelerate. Countless infrastructure projects will be launched, and real estate will also become a boom. All of these require cement, and they are needed for a long time. The best thing is that the investment in cement plants is not as large as that in steel plants, and limestone mines are the focus. Mirzapur is very close to Varanasi, and Ron can't wait to drive there now. In Uttar Pradesh, he completely abandoned the business thinking when he was in Mumbai. South India is more developed, and the consumer appliance market has great potential. Sir Electric Appliances did not make a wrong move. North India is different. People here seem to live in the 19th century. Not to mention appliances, most villages don't even have electricity. At this time, Mumbai's approach doesn't work, and Ron needs to adapt to local conditions. The energy and infrastructure industries are very suitable, and his hometown is also here, so he can use a lot of connections. Tisk, let alone, this kind of industry with strong state-owned attributes is really hard for ordinary people to enter. Aditya promised to take Ron to Lucknow to visit the Chief Minister Yadav. This kind of deal is difficult to get without his nod. Speaking of the Yadav caste, it is also a major feature of North India. Yadav means cowherder in ancient Indian language. It has a low status in the traditional caste, which is only slightly better than the untouchable Dalit. North India, especially Uttar Pradesh, is also known as the Holy Cow area. The group engaged in grazing here is extremely large. Most of them are Yadav caste, with a number of more than 20 million, accounting for 15.5% of the population of Uttar Pradesh. The situation in Bihar in the northeast is roughly similar. In North India, the voice of the Yadav group is very strong, and participating in politics is almost inevitable. Mulayam Yadav, who was first elected Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh 4 years ago, started to engage in politics very early. In the early 1990s, he simply founded the Socialist Party of India. In those years, the Indian government introduced new official castes, including advanced castes, other backward castes, scheduled castes, and tribal people. According to the policy, the more backward the caste, the more civil service positions it can be allocated. Who are the backward castes? Of course, the Shudras and the untouchables. The caste system of thousands of years has been in turmoil under the strong intervention of the government. Although the untouchables are still discriminated against, they can already appear in the government public sector openly and even become a big shot. Yadav seized the opportunity and led the Socialist Party to win the state election again this year. So in Uttar Pradesh, where the caste system is extremely stubborn, will the Brahmin spit or slap Yadav when they see him, who is comparable to the untouchables? No, the Brahmins will obediently walk up, bend down, and touch the toes of Yadav. In the face of interests, the caste system is not worth mentioning. Aditya obviously can't be so calm. If it weren't for Ron, he would probably stay in Varanasi as his own municipal commissioner. Anyway, the chief minister has no right to remove him from his position as a commissioner, so he can live a carefree life. But Ron is ambitious and will not allow his second uncle to be a Brahmin who just sits there and does nothing. How can you just sit there and do nothing at this great opportunity? After all, Yadav has been in charge of Uttar Pradesh for too short a time. He has no experience and no team. This is a good time to make a move. Those infrastructure projects, minerals, and energy, have not been divided up yet. Chatter is already one step ahead, and Sir should catch up no matter what. Ron had only been in his hometown for 2 days, and he urged Aditya to get on the road in a hurry. Of course, it's not just the two of them. To meet a high-ranking official like the chief minister, there must be an intermediary as a broker. Chapter 178. Thank you for helping me. Mulayam Yadav has been through 2 elections. The first one was in the late 1980s. At that time, India's economy was closed, and all industries were inseparable from licenses. Industries such as energy and mining were state-owned. It was difficult for ordinary businessmen to get involved, and most of them took advantage of loopholes to tinker with some daily necessities business. This made it difficult for Yadav to raise enough election funds because businessmen had no money. But there was an exception, and that was the liquor business that Gurdeep Chatta was engaged in. In fact, many castes in India are forbidden to drink alcohol, and most people look down on the business of brewing alcohol. In addition, Indian men are prone to make trouble after drinking, especially women who suffer from it, so many politicians advocate prohibition. The Indian government has made controls. It not only stipulates the price and location of buying alcohol, but also sets extremely high import tariffs on alcohol. Later, even the basic raw material syrup for brewing rum and whiskey was controlled, and its price and trading volume were determined by regulatory agencies. Finally, the tax on wineries is very heavy, and local governments have hundreds of cumbersome regulations for the alcohol industry. It is said that to open a winery, government departments need to approve 200,000 various licenses. Astronomical figures. If you follow the procedures strictly, you may not be able to set up a winery in 10 years. To this day, such a licensing system has not been abolished. Yes, the licensing system for most industries was abolished in 1991, but some key industries have been retained. For example, the wine industry, petrochemicals, steel, mining. These industries with state-owned attributes still require licenses. In order to restrict the development of the wine industry, politicians and the government have tried their best. But Indians love to drink, especially whiskey, and Indian men can't refuse whiskey. The huge demand market forces wine merchants to find ways to get through the government level. Chatta and Yadav can be said to hit it off. One needs a government license and the other needs money from businessmen. After Yadav got the money, he started all kinds of operations with only one purpose, that is, bribery. Who to bribe? Of course, the voters in Uttar Pradesh. India's electoral system stipulates that a political party can directly nominate the chief minister after getting a majority of votes in the state. In order to make the Socialist Party win, Yadav, of course, tried every means to get votes. Some areas directly gave cash, and some held fake weddings and entertained villagers with good wine and food. Others sent hemp, fertilizers, and seeds. The most violent method was to force villagers to vote without any choice. In short, there are many ways, and all of them are inseparable from money. Yadav, who was once the chief minister, knew that if he wanted to continue to be in charge of Uttar Pradesh in the future, he would have to make a lot of money while in office. Otherwise, where would the funds for the next election come from? Where would the capital for the next comeback come from after failure? In the past few years, due to lack of experience, Yadav actually didn't make much money. Moreover, the economy was not active at that time, and businessmen didn't have much money. Now it's different. Only 2 years after the license system was abolished, Yadav heard the sound of money flowing. Today, someone from the Dubey family in eastern Uttar Pradesh visited, and Yadav knew that this caste controlled land resources. Land is wealth, especially as time goes by. This wealth is still appreciating. So Yadav took time out to meet them. The state chief minister has a special official residence in New Delhi, but Yadav still likes to stay in the office in Uttar Pradesh, where he can experience the taste of power at any time. Ron and Aditya followed Dubey and went straight into the minister's office. Unexpectedly, the office did not look luxurious. A poster of Yadav's campaign hung on the wall. There was a bicycle-shaped clock on the walnut-colored desk, which was the symbol of the Socialist Party in Uttar Pradesh. Mulayam Yadav had a square face and dark skin. Not only did he not look majestic, but he also looked easygoing. Dubey put his hands together in greeting, and Ron and Aditya followed suit. Yadav spoke directly, but his voice was neither hurried nor slow, sounding like a kind old man. After greeting him, Dubey explained his purpose, then nodded to Ron and the others and left the office. The next occasion did not require too many people, the fewer the better. Ron was also very direct. He put the travel bag in his hand on Yadav's desk. Yadav opened it carefully, and his eyes were no longer as calm as before. "Sir, I want to express my gratitude to you," Ron said. "Thank me for what?" Yadav squinted at the things in the bag. "Thank you for the favor you are going to do for me," Ron smiled. "So your favor is, Mirzapur, limestone mine. You have to add a little more to your gratitude." He was counting the money. "Okay, I can add another third. How are you going to do it?" Yadav changed the question. "First, agree on the price, then talk about the business. I am going to open a cement factory. There is a shortage of cement everywhere in Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Chadha promised to help me build a branch factory, but the project was stopped at the beginning because of the lack of cement." "Chadha? Do you have business dealings?" "Of course, I will continue to do business in the future, and my cement will continue to supply him." "When can it be built?" "I don't want it to take too long, within 2 years, I promise, but this may require you to do a little more." "You say, I need financial support from the Uttar Pradesh State Bank. What is the budget for this project?" Yadav squinted. 100 million rupees, annual production of 100,000 tons. "What about the loan?" 70 million, with a 10% budget error, Ron hinted. "The so-called budget error is kickbacks." Yadav calculated quickly, and his head was filled with rupees in an instant. This is a large sum of money, which can be ranked in the top 3 of the amount of bribes he received. "The Sir family is in the east, right?" he asked. "Yes," Ron nodded. "Can you handle the crazy east?" "Of course, the Sir family is capable." This time it was Aditya who answered. "Crazy east, this is what outsiders call the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. As we all know, the crime rate in Uttar Pradesh ranks first in the country, and the crime rate in the eastern region ranks first in Uttar Pradesh. When Bollywood shoots movies about robbers and mafia, it uses that place as the background of the story. Gotham, this is the black sign of Ron's hometown. You can't play there without some brushes, and Rutan doesn't buy arms just for fun. I don't want to hear too many murders." Yadav looked at the two. "No problem, it will never be reported in the newspaper. Aditya is familiar with this kind of thing." Yadav pressed the electronic bell on the desk, and soon an assistant came in. 1 million young people flock to the market in Uttar Pradesh every year, but there are very few jobs. The construction of the Sir cement plant can create thousands of jobs in the state. If a reporter asks later, you should answer this way: "Yes, sir." The assistant wrote it down word for word. "I will say hello to the people below, and you can get the license in about 2 weeks. Thank you for your generous help." Ron and Aditya left the office. It was the first time they had contact with a chief minister, and they did not have a deep chat. But there will be a second time after the first time, and there will be a long time to come. Standing outside the corridor of power in Uttar Pradesh, Ron took a deep breath. Second uncle, I will definitely send you to the state assembly in the next election. Aditya was stunned, and then his breathing quickened. Ron, that will cost a lot of money. I have never thought about that day. Money is not a problem. After you are elected as a state assemblyman, we can get more money back. I hate Yadav, but I will join the Socialist Party. Ron laughed. This is a qualified politician. Doing business in India is inseparable from dealing with politics, and even the boundaries between politics and business are blurred. If Aditya and Debbie had not known each other, and Debbie was a state legislator, it might have been difficult for them to be introduced to the chief minister. But once the connection was established, the transaction became simple. It was nothing more than money, and Indian politicians only wanted money, which made Ron very satisfied. Yadav's appetite was not big at the moment, and he won the mining rights of the Mirzapur limestone mine with 2 million rupees in cash. Of course, the 7 million in bank kickbacks also counted, but that was the money for building a cement plant. The budget of 100 million rupees was not something Ron said casually. He only built a small cement plant, and without considering the cost of minerals and land, the money was basically spent on equipment. Rotary kilns and mills are the core configuration of cement plants, and they are super large equipment. Fortunately, the technology of this kind of basic industrial equipment in India is relatively mature, and the price is not outrageous. But tens of millions of rupees are indispensable, plus mining equipment, 100 million rupees as a base. This is the largest investment Ron has made so far. Ron, 100 million rupees. Even if the bank can solve most of the funds, what about the remaining 30 million? Can your own factory come up with this money? The remaining 30 million is not from me, Ron replied with a smile. Aditya was a little confused. I will find a way to get a loan from another bank. It's okay for a small business, but how can you use your own money for a project with an investment of hundreds of millions? Ron will borrow 30 million rupees from the Bombay Bank in the name of Sir Electric, and the reason is the expansion of the factory. The Zuhu factory and the Jindal factory are just starting construction, and the bank will definitely not be suspicious. After getting the 30 million from the Bombay Bank, Ron came back here and showed the account deposit to the Uttar Pradesh Bank. The bank took a look and saw that it was indeed 30 million in cash. Then the project can be loaned, and we will share the risk. It's a very simple routine, and it will definitely work in India. Because the states in India are very independent, regional banks do not communicate with each other. Taking a step back, even in the computer age, it is not surprising that such a thing happened in India. A big business of 100 million rupees, Ron didn't pay a penny himself. Does he have no money? Of course not, his little treasury has other uses, and it is really his own money. Ron plans to visit the limestone mines in Mirzapur soon, but before that, there is another thing to do. The movie Salute to Durga Puja is about to be released. Chapter 179 Return of Investment. Indian films have 5 different distribution areas according to geographical location. If you want to release the film smoothly and maximize the benefits, you have to negotiate with distributors in different regions one by one. The audience of Him Durga Puja was clear before filming: Central India and North India. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Uttarakhand, Haryana. These are all populous states in India. As long as the film is popular here, even if it cannot be released in South India, it will not affect the film's profitability. In order to find a suitable distributor for the film, director Shiv personally went to Uttar Pradesh. According to the normal operating mode of Bollywood, he should be in Mumbai, and then the distributor should come to him. Mumbai is the entertainment center of the whole of India, and all kinds of distributors run between the director's house in Bandra and Juhu every day. But who made Him Durga Puja a religious film? The whole crew is waiting for the box office share in North India and then settle their wages. Shiv is the soul of the team. He must ensure that the film can be released on a large scale in North Indian theaters. Getting the approval from the Film Censorship Committee only means that you are qualified to release the film. The distributors are the ones who actually operate the film into the theaters. They have the theater channels in the corresponding regions. Not long after Shiv arrived in Lucknow, the capital of Uttar Pradesh, a distributor took the initiative to approach him. Without saying a word, the distributor Balram handed over a blank check. "Sir, you can name your price. I will never forget your film Shameless. The story in it is so tragic. Such a thing should not have happened. It is a masterpiece. I will never forget it." Shameless is Shiv's last film. It tells the story of the adult industry, where men are willing to buy and women are sold. There are many restricted scenes. But he was hesitant to talk about it and stopped at the right time. I don't know if it is tragic or not, but this does not affect Balram's flattery. In the Indian film industry, talking about business is bound to be emotional, and shameless flattery is a necessity. Shiv glanced at Ron next to him helplessly, as if to say, "Look, Bollywood is full of greedy people." "I'm sorry, Balram. We're not selling the one-time distribution rights for Sarah Durga. We're going to go through the cinemas, theaters." Balram screamed, "Sir, please listen to me. The situation in Uttar Pradesh is very complicated. Many theaters are hidden in villages, and you can't count how many people have bought tickets. Some villains will even default on their debts. The reason I want to distribute this movie is not for money or for faith, but out of respect for you." Balram spoke sincerely, and he tried to please Shiv in every way. He emphasized in his words that even if he knew that the movie would not be a hit, if it was directed by Shiv, he would take it even if he lost money. Balram, Ron was almost amused by this distributor. "Uttar Pradesh is not that dangerous, I can guarantee it, sir." "You are." His shrewd eyes flickered. "I'm from Uttar Pradesh. You know Varanasi, right?" "Oh. Crazy East, yes, that's right. My family has a machine gun team, 30 people, each with an AK. If you're worried about the villains defaulting on their debts, I can have them follow you to collect the debts." "How about that, sir? You're really joking." Balram kept wiping his sweat. "Have you seen the sample of Sarah Durga?" "Right," Ron asked. "Of course, Director Shiv's work is beyond doubt. We follow the rules, 10% distribution fee. In addition, what I just said still counts. If you have any problems in Uttar Pradesh, go directly to the Sir family. For Bollywood movies, distributors generally take 10% of the total revenue of the theaters. In his own base camp, there is no reason for Ron not to take a share. Even in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, these populous states, he is prepared to follow this model. Other places are out of reach, but it's not impossible to sell the distribution rights. Some scenes in the film are very explicit. I'm worried about censorship. But it doesn't matter. I know an official," Balram persuaded. "This is the license from the Uttar Pradesh Film Censorship Board." Ron shook the stamp page at him. Balram was discouraged. He had no bargaining chips in his hand. "Listen, man, this is not a simple mythological film. It combines various elements such as love, action, and religion. This is a blockbuster. The audience will feel that it is worth the money." Believe me, this time it was Ron's turn to persuade. The script of Sarah Durga was actually great. It has all the characteristics of a low-budget film. It has horror, erotic and tantric elements, 3 in 1. You know better than us the lethality of religious films in Uttar Pradesh. There are nearly 100 million Hindus here. Balram was tickled. Of course, he knew the audience in Uttar Pradesh. Especially men, they will definitely go crazy for some of the scenes in it. It's no problem to go through the cinema chain. Not only Uttar Pradesh, but also Bihar and Jharkhand are all in my distribution area. I know the owners of every cinema in North India, but you have to agree to one condition of mine, he said. What condition? Ron and Shiv asked at the same time. Sell the distribution rights of several northeastern states to me in a package, Balram said in a very arrogant tone. His channels are all over North India, and he knows which regions and which films are popular. The Northeast has not been given much attention in Bollywood because of its limited land and population size. But the more such places are, the more fat meat distributors are eyeing. Producers don't want to waste energy on going through the cinema chain, but they can. As long as they pay a small package fee and buy the distribution rights, they will dominate the film market in these regions in the future. Ron agreed to Balram's request. They really didn't have the energy or channels to pay attention to the cinema chain share in those places. After the final bargaining, the distribution rights of several northeastern states were bought out by Balram for 800,000 rupees. When can the film copy be delivered? Balram was already a little impatient. 1 week. We have also prepared some promotional methods, which may require your cooperation, Shiv replied. No problem, I have a good relationship with many newspapers. This is Balram's responsibility as a distributor. After finalizing the details of the cooperation, both parties immediately started to get busy. Balram was responsible for contacting theaters and newspapers for promotion, while Ron and others had to ensure that the copies were delivered in time. The cost of making a 35mm film copy is about 20,000 rupees. There are thousands of theaters and tens of thousands of screens in India. Of course, it is impossible to get one for each theater, as the production cost would be terribly high. The usual practice is to share several copies in a certain area. Only luxury theaters in big cities such as Mumbai and New Delhi will have independent copies distributed. Praise to Durga Puja is a low-cost film and is not expected to be released on a large scale in South India, so all the copies are shared by several theaters. According to the market size of North India, more than 30 copies are enough. The release of Indian movies is not launched on a certain day. Instead, each state is different, and a film can often be shown in the subcontinent for 2 or 3 years. First it was Uttar Pradesh, then Bihar, and then in turn, dozens of copies could meet the screening needs. In order to make these copies, the entire crew still owed their salaries, including the director, the male and female protagonists. This is not Ron being stingy, but the way it is in Bollywood. If the movie sells well, everyone is happy. If the movie loses money, then forget about the salary. In the end, Ron has been getting something for free in the past few months. But Shiv was not panicked at all. He had heard good news before he came. We have already made back the cost of the movie. What do you mean? Ron has been in Uttar Pradesh recently and is not clear about what is happening in Mumbai. Tips Records has bought the copyright of the movie music cassette for 2 million rupees. Wow, Mary and the others are very resourceful. The two ladies are really powerful, and that Torni is a tough guy. Few people can get the upper hand from him. Now I believe that this movie will make a profit. This is a pleasant surprise, but it is also one of the characteristics of Bollywood. The earliest financier of an Indian movie is actually the record company that buys the music copyright. Indians love singing and dancing, and of course they also love music. Bollywood music can be heard everywhere from speakers in the streets and alleys. Even children in the slums can skillfully sing the theme songs soon after the movie is released. Usually, as long as the recorded songs are not too bad, record companies will be interested in the music cassettes of Bollywood movies. There are 5 songs in Sura Durga Puja, and the singers are also well known. Ron had listened to it once before, and he had to say that Asan is really good at music. Those songs are really nice, with catchy melodies and enough memorable points. The only flaw is that there are too few songs. Ideally, the record company hopes that a movie can have 8 songs, so that both sides of the music cassette can be recorded. Mary originally planned to record one side of the music cassette and simply use background music instead of the other side. But when she returned to Bollywood for post-production, she decided to add a few songs temporarily. So Lanka and Urmila were drafted again, 1 song each, plus a chorus. Thus, by the time the filming was finished, both sides of the cassette were fully recorded. This was another creative invention forced by the insufficient budget. The male and female protagonists did not need to be paid extra for singing, as it was all included in the film remuneration, which was much more economical than hiring singers. Now the little trick of saving money worked, and 2 million rupees was easily obtained. Ron called Mary, and she said that she would bring a copy to Uttar Pradesh in 2 days. As a producer for the first time, she would naturally attend the screening in person. However, Lanka and Urmila did not need to come, as there was no such thing as a road show in India. With Samurai's character, if he saw a female star, especially in rural areas, who knows what would happen. So the publicity depended on newspapers and 3-wheeled vehicles going to the countryside, shouting and selling. Ron had already booked a seat at the best cinema in Varanasi. The first movie, of course, had to be ceremonial. Chapter 180, The Garden is Full of Beasts. Kanha is a small village below Mirzapur. The land here is fertile and it can be called a land of fish and rice. There are green rice fields, golden wheat waves and clear ponds everywhere. The pond is full of lotus roots and water lilies. Buffaloes step on the muddy edge of the pond and chew lotus leaves. There is a small river outside the village, which is a tributary of the Ganges. Every week, boats go down the river, bringing various daily necessities from the outside world. There is also a small street in the village, which is divided into 2 halves by a black drainage ditch. A small market is built in the silt on both sides of the drainage ditch. There are 2 or 3 small shops in it, and the storefronts look similar. The things sold are also the same: old rice, cooking oil, kerosene, cigarettes, and palm sugar that are inferior in quality. There is also a conical tower at the end of the market, and the outer wall is painted with lime water. The village lacks everything except lime. Even the stone slabs around the tower are painted with lime, and a little higher are painted with entangled black snakes. This is the temple in the village, where a saffron-colored half-man, half-monkey creature, the monkey god Hanuman, is enshrined. He is Rama's most loyal servant and the supreme god believed by everyone in the village. The monkey god Hanuman sets an example for the villagers to serve their master with absolute loyalty, love and dedication. That's right, the people in this village are born servants, and they have been carrying the low caste that is as low as the dust for generations. The green wheat fields belong to the landlords, and the golden wheat waves have nothing to do with them. Even taking a bath in the clear pond is not allowed. Muna. You little bastard are being lazy again, the tea shop owner hit the boy's head with a big spoon. Muna shuddered, he withdrew his dazed gaze from the pond, and then ran around the table while begging for mercy. He had to run, because wherever the spoon went, the hot syrup on it would leave many marks on his body. Many small white spots had been burned on his ears and arms. People who didn't know would think he had vitiligo or some other skin disease. Sir, look, there's a new movie. Muna was quick-witted and pointed to the bicycle that was swaying outside. There was a cardboard tied to the back seat of the bicycle, on which was a brand new poster of the pornographic movie De Fuku. Oh, there's something new. The tea shop owner came to the door, and the rickshaw drivers curled up on the back seats of the rickshaws around him also widened their eyes. The man on the bicycle rang the bell vigorously and circled the tea shop 3 times. The tea shop is the activity center of this village. The bus from the town would stop in front of the tea shop at noon every day. When the police came to the village to cause trouble, they would also park their jeeps here. Every village in Uttar Pradesh has a similar tea shop. In the north, the poor drink tea and the rich drink coffee. In the south, the poor drink coffee and the rich drink tea. Of course, pornographic movies are also indispensable in the northern rural areas. If a village does not have a theater that shows pornographic movies, what kind of traditional Indian village is it? There is a small cinema across the river that shows such movies every night. They were all 2.5 hour long, flashy feature films. He was a real man. Who moved her diary, or what uncle did? The names were especially memorable. The villagers were illiterate, and they couldn't remember complicated names. Take the poster on the bicycle. Hey, Durga. Everyone, from the tea shop owner to the rickshaw driver to the young boy Muna, had this word pop into their heads. It wasn't that they knew the words, nor that Durga had appeared and silently recited her title in their hearts. It was that the woman on the poster looked very similar to the Durga in the temple. Muna recognized her at a glance. There was a Durga temple in the town, and his mother had taken him there when he was a child. But this Durga was very special. Her sari was soaked. Mullah heard heavy breathing and turned his head. The tea shop owner stared at the poster, as if he had stolen syrup from a spoon and was extremely thirsty. The rickshaw drivers outside were not much better, scratching their ears and crotches. Narda, someone almost moaned. Boom. Everyone's heart seemed to be set on fire, and their faces were all red. They pulled a cyclist and asked when the movie would be shown and how much a ticket would cost. The ticket price for such a new movie was usually more expensive than those old movies that had been shown countless times. Sure enough, the cyclist made a gesture, which immediately attracted a lot of condemnation. 8 rupees. I don't make that much today, too expensive. The ticket I bought last night was only 5 rupees. Muna also sighed. The price made him stay away. His daily salary was only 6 rupees, and he gave it all to his grandmother. He didn't have a penny of pocket money. While the tea shop owner was asking about the movie, Muna also stared at the poster. He couldn't afford the ticket, so he could only look at the graceful figure and reveal his hidden. The curves under the wet sari made everyone, including the tea drinkers, stare at it. Ding ding, a car drove over. The drivers who were gathered in front of the bicycle posters dispersed and then automatically lined up under the awning. It was an ambassador car, and the body was covered with dust. The glass of the rearview mirror had disappeared, and the front bumper kept making tapping sounds. The noise made the drivers uneasy and worried. Sitting in the car was Honey Badger, who was short and fat, calm and had a pistol on his waist. Honey Badger was one of the landlords in Kana village. He was greedy and cunning by nature. He exploited all rickshaw drivers and controlled the road. As long as you live on the road, you have to pay him a share of the money. These drivers in the tea shop pulled rickshaws for the passengers getting on and off the bus, and all the income had to be divided into 1/3 of him. Also sitting in the car was Honey Badger's brother, Crow. His territory was a small hill nearby, which was full of gravel and could not be cultivated. But the grass on the slope was very popular with sheep. Shepherds who grazed there also had to pay him a toll. If someone doesn't pay, the crow will knock a hole in his back with a pointed stick, which is the origin of his nickname. The two beasts live in a high-walled compound outside the village of Kana. They have their own estate. Except for collecting money, they basically don't come out. The rickshaw drivers line up to pay, no one complains, no one is dissatisfied, and everyone has a flattering smile on their face. The honey badger is not polite. And those who have a meager income and pay a meager share will be scolded by him. Muna turned back to the tea shop, picked up a large piece of coal in the corner, and smashed it hard with a brick, again and again, until the coal broke into pieces. His father used to be a rickshaw driver, but later he couldn't stand the exploitation of the honey badgers and left the village. Many men in the village also left. There was no other way. If the landlords didn't leave, they had to leave. The two beasts would squeeze every drop of oil and water in the village until it was completely drained. The desperate villagers had to go to other places to make a living. Every year they would gather outside the tea shop to wait for the bus. As soon as the train arrived, they rushed in, squeezed into the carriage, stood by holding the handrails tightly, climbed onto the roof, and drove all the way to Varanasi. There, they swarmed into the train station, squeezed onto the train, climbed onto the roof, and went to Lucknow and New Delhi to find a job to make a living. A month before the rainy season, they returned from New Delhi and Lucknow. They became thinner and darker, and their bulging stomachs were full of anger again, but they had more money in their pockets. The women were waiting for them at home. They hid behind the door and jumped out and screamed when the men walked into the house. Like wild cats seeing a large piece of meat, the women excitedly beat the men, howled and screamed loudly. That was also the happiest time for Muna. He would run to his father, climb on his back, and caress his body from forehead to neck. Gradually, Muna's father was tired and bent over, and he couldn't always find work outside. He could only continue to pedal to Lucknow, pedal to New Delhi. He was skinny, leaning forward from the seat, pedaling desperately. At this time, the back seat of the car might be carrying a middle-class meat mountain and his meat mountain wife, as well as a pile of shopping bags. His father was like a mule with two legs, a mule as thin as a reed stick. Then one day the mule vomited blood and had no money to treat the disease. Muna went to ask the two beasts for help, but it was useless. The beasts would not do business at a loss. They knew that the mule would die, and the high-interest loans they lent out could not be recovered at all. The mule could only continue to vomit blood, vomiting mouthful after mouthful, and did not stop until it died. Muna hated the beasts, but he knew how to hide himself, and would prick up his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. What do they say in Lucknow? It was the voice of the honey badger. Those bastards sold us a whole mountain, and the mine. The crow's voice sounded ashamed and angry. Send more money, those guys are getting greedier and greedier, it's no use. The Varanasi people want to build a cement factory here, and they got kickbacks from the bank. How much? The honey badger asked. A lot, more than us. Muna didn't hear clearly because the crow lowered his voice. Anyway, I won't give up my territory, it's my property. The crow was very angry, but Muna was secretly happy in his heart. Several small hills nearby are the crow's territory, some are used for grazing, and some are used for mining. The lime water on the village temple is from there. When the villagers build houses, they also like to apply a layer of white lime on the earth walls, which looks like brick walls in the city from a distance. But the crow doesn't allow it. As long as he finds that someone's wall is smeared with lime water, he will collect a share of money, even if the lime is not dug from his territory. Muna rarely sees the crow being defeated, which makes him more powerful when knocking coal. Muna, let's go to the movies tonight. Raja came to the tea shop. Where did you get the tickets? Muna stood up in surprise. My grandmother believed in Durga the most. I told her that I was going to pray to Durga to bless Lena to marry a good family. She gave me money and told me not to forget to do the puja. Raja is Muna's brother and has reached the age of marriage. But before that, his cousin Lena must get married first. According to traditional Indian family rules, Raja's income must be handed over before marriage. But today is an exception. The movie about Durga is a very sacred thing for rural people. Raja successfully cheated the money for 2 movie tickets from his grandmother. As soon as he finished his work in the field, he couldn't wait to find Muna. Let's go, it's getting dark, we have to grab a good seat, Raja called his brother. The tea shop closed early today, and the boss also likes to watch this kind of movie. Chapter 181 released. The small theater in Kano village is not big, with only about 20 seats. The windows are so small that even children can't climb in. The theater owner would rather suffer himself than give anyone a chance to evade tickets. At this time, the 20 seats were already packed, and there were more people outside trying to get in. The handrails, backrests, aisles, corners. There were people everywhere, leaving you no time to raise your hands to scratch. How many people are you going to let in? That miser Anis. Muna turned his head with difficulty. It was a sea of black heads, at least hundreds of them. Anis was the theater owner. He checked tickets, sold tickets, and sold betel nuts at the door, and he had multiple duties. Don't talk, the movie is about to start. Raja held his breath. There were many people in the room. Some were telling dirty jokes, some were chewing betel nuts, and some were breathing heavily with their mouths open. The smell of sweat, betel nuts, and bad breath mixed together, making the theater smell like a pit toilet on the river beach. Suddenly the screen lit up, and everyone subconsciously fell silent. A rising sun appeared in the screen, and the subtitles below read Sun Entertainment Production Company. However, the villagers were illiterate and just watched for fun. Low-cost movies have a fast pace and no lengthy foreshadowing. The first person to appear on the screen was the male protagonist Lunka, who looked unkempt, wearing a denim shirt, jeans, and an American cavalry cap. As soon as he appeared on the screen, he encountered a few hooligans who bullied the girl. Then, naturally, as in countless movies, the male protagonist began to play the hero to save the girl. Lanka's halo as the protagonist can make everything impossible possible. Singing and dancing, twisting his waist and hips, and defeating 3 armed gangsters with his bare hands. His fists are so powerful that they violate the basic principles of physics and make a muffled bang-bang sound before they touch the other person's body. When he breaks up, he must drink whiskey and do business to make a lot of money. The story is not new, but everyone's attention is attracted. Who hasn't imagined that he is the male protagonist in the picture? When the actress who played Lanka's vain sister appeared on stage, the theater finally stirred. My God! The skirt was so short that it seemed that it would float up in the wind, revealing the fascinating buttocks underneath. You know what? Some impatient people ran to the screen and blew air. In addition to making everyone laugh, they also attracted all kinds of obscene abuse. The plot of Praise to Durga Puja is as unpredictable as Durga Puja's mind. The movie uses a jump cut method to describe the major turning points experienced by the protagonist, such as getting married, being kicked out of the house, and the marriage hitting the rocks, but the details, motives and purposes are not explained to the audience. The protagonist who was immersed in love in the last second was heartbroken in the next second, and the plot in between needed the audience to imagine it on their own. Therefore, every time the protagonist achieved a small victory, it was a surprise for the audience. You never know what will happen next. This is different from watching mainstream Indian movies. Everyone's attention is captured as never before. As a religious movie, of course, the theme of the film, Durga Puja, is indispensable. When the plaster statue of Durga, which was more than 10 meters high, appeared, the atmosphere in the theater suddenly changed. Devout Hindus stood up and then put their hands together to pray. Some people threw coins at the big screen, which was what Raja did. He prayed that he could save enough dowry for Leena as soon as possible so that he could also marry a wife. The most devout believers even brought lamps for fire sacrifices. When the 2 bhajans that served as the movie's interludes sounded, they held the lamps and waved them along the screen. The scene was very spectacular, and it was completely different from the whistling sound when the miniskirt appeared just now. Sure enough, when the scene that teenagers loved to see appeared again, the theater was in chaos again. This time there were not only miniskirts, but also almost transparent shirts, kissing scenes and suggestive vulgar dialogues. One of the 9 incarnations of Durga appeared from the water just like the one on the poster. Muna heard someone moaning in a suppressed manner beside him, and even Raja's breathing became rapid. Oh, how could the third brother bear this? What kind of religious movie? It's clearly a mythological erotic comedy. A similar scene also took place in a luxurious cinema in Varanasi, but of course there were no obscene whistles like in Kanna village. People living in the city are more or less self-conscious about their status. At most, they stare at the screen intently and then swallow their saliva quietly. Indian audiences have never seen a big scene. Mary was very disdainful of the performance of the men in the cinema. You know, this is India, even kissing scenes are not allowed to exceed 5 seconds, Ron watched with great interest. During the first screening of Salute to Durga Puja, he also took Mary and Leena and sneaked into the cinema and sat in the last row. These shots are ordinary in the West, but they are restricted in India. I really don't understand the standards of the Film Censorship Committee, Lena also complained quietly on the side. Indian men eat too much curry and are easily impulsive, just like their nerves are paralyzed by drinking. What can Ron say? The Film Censorship Committee knows Indian men better than he does in this regard. Fortunately, he has seen many works of Neon Teacher in his previous life and is basically immune to the current shots. Shiv managed to squeeze the entire movie into 2.5 hours, and 5 song and dance segments contributed greatly. The movie also played a trick on religious correctness at the end. The heroine, as the bride, did not think about the bridal chamber, but blew the conch shell instead, and sang a bhajan dedicated to Durga as the groom gradually fell asleep. Do you think our movie will be popular? Mary asked quietly. Of course, look at what is in front of you. In addition to male audiences, there are also many female audiences, and they all come for Durga. There are restricted scenes in the movie, but the focus of the promotion is still religious films, and there are many women in the theater. I just don't know how Hail to Durga performs in the countryside. That Balram has always said that the rural market in India is very broad, that's what he said, but you'd better not have any expectations for it. Why? Mary asked curiously. Because the movie tickets in the countryside are completely different from the movie tickets in the city. There are many cinemas in India, and an average of about 20 million viewers go to watch movies every day. It's just that according to different regions, the cinemas are divided into 3 categories, A, B, and C. A represents the city, and the movie ticket price is usually around 60 rupees. The cinema is well equipped with air conditioning and toilets. For example, the ticket price of a luxury cinema in Mumbai or New Delhi may be close to 80 rupees. B represents towns, where the conditions of cinemas vary and the ticket price fluctuates between 20 and 40 rupees. C refers to rural areas, where there is no air conditioning or even toilets. Of course, the ticket price of rural theaters is also the cheapest, basically not exceeding 15 rupees. Most of the population in North India lives in rural areas, which are feudal and conservative, and are very suitable for films like Him to Durga Puja. It's just that because of the low ticket price, on average every 5 tickets can only be equivalent to 1 ticket sold in urban cinemas. Calculated in this way, it is really hard to say who contributed more to the box office in the end. The movie ended, the audience began to leave, and Ron and his friends walked in a sparse manner at the end. Do you trust that Balram? Mary asked. Of course not. That guy is always thinking about how to extort money from me. How do we calculate the box office? I'm not worried about the city. As for the countryside, we are not familiar with it. Don't worry, Ron smiled mysteriously. We have people among those projectionists. The film copies sent to the countryside are sent in groups of 3. One is responsible for projection, and the other 2 are responsible for accounting and supervision. One of the 2 supervisors is Ron's man. He supervises both the theater owner and his colleagues around him. Every time a movie is shown, the trio immediately counts the box office, and they and the theater owner split the money 60% and 40%. All accounts are settled immediately, and the trio who take the money and leave will also take the copies and go to the next village. Movies in rural areas of India are released and divided in this way. Often 3 people can travel to most of the villages in a week. The Sir family is not short of manpower, and there are hundreds of people in the village. With them, Ron doesn't worry about Balram tampering with the box office. It's just that the scope is limited to Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan and Bihar, and there is not much they can do. Balram would certainly falsify the box office, but as long as it was not too excessive, Ron would turn a blind eye. There was no way. The whole of India was a makeshift team, and it was impossible to be perfect. The 3 people who left the cinema had not walked far when they saw several men surrounding a woman and touching her. From their obscene words, it was not difficult to hear that it was some vulgar dialogue in praise to the goddess of the underworld. Ron was a little distressed. Asa was indeed controlling the big head with a small head. There were no explicit scenes in the movie, but these people automatically made up unspeakable plots in their minds, and even planned to practice them themselves. Mary and Lena did not give them a chance. The 2 girls were so fierce that they beat the gangsters to death in a few moves. The girl who was rescued was very angry. She thanked her and went to the police station angrily to report the case. Ron and the other 2 looked at each other. They suddenly felt that the people in the Film Censorship Committee were not just looking for trouble. Durga Puja quickly became a whirlwind in Uttar Pradesh, where religious stories have always been popular. With Ron's support, it was hard for the movie not to be popular. However, in addition to the popular photos of major theaters, there was also an incredible news in the newspapers along with the movie. A woman was raped because of the movie Surya Durga Puja. When Mary handed the newspaper to Ron, his first reaction was the girl he rescued last night. "Did we rescue her?" he asked. "Yes, but we couldn't save her a second time." "What do you mean?" "She went to the police, but was taken to the room by the police on duty. She couldn't escape. There were 4 policemen and 3 suspects there." "Oh my God." Ron covered his face. "The prisoner did it too. Do you still have any hope for your compatriots?" Mary despised him. Ron spread his hands. "Blame me? Forget it. He didn't have time to take care of the movie today. He had to go to Mirzapur." Chapter 182, full of martial virtue. Mirzapur is a small city in the southeast of Uttar Pradesh, with a population of only about 1/5 of Varanasi. In the propaganda of the Socialist Party, there is sufficient electricity, running water and telephone. The children in the village are well nourished, eating meat, eggs, vegetables, lentils, etc. After taking out the tape measure and scale to check, they are growing well, and their height and weight can meet the minimum international standards. This is Mirzapur in the mouth of the Socialist Party, or the whole Uttar Pradesh is carved according to this mold. The real situation is that the electric poles are not powered. The faucets do not produce water. The children are all thin for their age, and their heads look particularly large. Those innocent eyes flicker, as if torturing the conscience of the Indian government. Ron sat in the car and looked all the way. There were backward villages everywhere, very primitive. The so-called electric poles are actually wooden stakes, and there are no wires on them. However, there are many propaganda slogans posted by the Socialist Party, which promise to provide electricity after the election. The slogan has turned yellowish-white, having been there for at least 5 or 6 years. But the pole is still empty, lonely, and looks like it will fall down at any time. It's all a face-saving project. No Indian official would be stupid enough to fulfill his promise, especially in Uttar Pradesh. Ron didn't go to the city of Mirzapur. He didn't know what the situation was like there, and he didn't plan to go there. Today's itinerary is to a small village called Kanna, near which the largest limestone mine in Mirzapur is located. The car drove south along a tributary of the Ganges, and there was a road leading directly to the village. Groups of pigs were rooting for food in the black drainage ditch. The pigs' backs were dry, with long bristles tangled together, and the pigs' bodies soaked in muddy water were shiny black. Several roosters with bright red combs and golden feathers flew up and down on the roofs. There was a cow in front of every household, and women were cutting grass to feed the cows. Their hopes were all pinned on the fat on the cows. If the milk production is sufficient, women can sell some of it, hoping to get a little more money. The buffalo is huge, with shiny hair, the iron ring on the nose is as thick as a child's arm, and there is always pearl-like foam at the corners of its mouth. It is the most important member of the whole family, and even the pile of horrible cow dung under its body is a fortune. There is a limestone mine in this broken place. Rutten fiddled with his pistol boredly in his seat. The reserves are said to be hundreds of millions of tons, which is nothing for the whole of India, but there is one thing that is very important. What? Rutten asked. Most of Mirzapur is plains, except for the few small hills nearby, which means that the difficulty of mining is greatly reduced. Transportation is one of the hardcore supporting facilities for mining. Even if it is processed into cement on the spot, it must be transported out in the end. Ron had checked the information here before buying the mine. It is a plain area, which is wonderful. By the way, we are just here to take a look. Why did you bring so many people? Ron was sitting in a car, and there was a van behind them, with more than 20 people stuffed in it. They all have guns. From Glock pistols to AKs. Ron, this is Uttar Pradesh. Don't take going out as a leisurely trip. Rutten smiled and pulled the bolt a few times. Is it that serious? Mirzapur is not Varanasi, and we are all from the east. Oh, crazy east. Ron sighed. His hometown is full of martial virtues. What can he do? Even Ron himself was stuffed with a Beretta 92 series pistol by Rutten, brand new. This thing costs more than $800, and it was obtained from an officer in Uttar Pradesh. Only he and Rutten are equipped. Look at this color and this feel. It's more fascinating than a woman's skin. Rutten raised the pistol and aimed left and right. Put it away. There is a tea shop in front. Let's go and ask for some information. Ron pointed to the pergola at the intersection. Tea shops are everywhere in the rural areas of Uttar Pradesh. They are not only the activity center of the villagers, but also the distribution center of information. The sound of the horn startled the rickshaw drivers around the tea shop. They thought the honey badger was here to collect the membership fee again. When they saw that it was a car they had never seen before, they were eager to come forward. The unfamiliar face represented a potential customer. Muna also noticed the car outside. It was not a bus, nor was it a honey badger ambassador. This was rare. There were few outsiders visiting Kano village all year round, let alone driving a car. The door was opened and a young man got out of the car. The tea shop owner, the rickshaw driver, and Muna all held their breath. There are actually people in the world who look so good. Muna didn't go to school for many years, so he didn't know how to describe it. In short, the young man's body was like a high-end cotton pillow, white, soft, and without any scars. Their bodies were completely different. For example, Muna's father's spine seemed to be a hemp rope, the kind used by the women in the village to draw water from the well. His collarbone protruded high outside, just like a collar worn by a dog. This young man must be a legendary high caste. Almost everyone immediately concluded that the two beasts from Kano village looked like country bumpkins in front of him. Although the honey badger and the crow were landlords, they were not high castes, not even Kshatriyas. Vaishyas could also become landlords, but they earned it through bribes and guns in their hands. This is a Brahmin. The rickshaw drivers stopped and dared not move forward. They were Shudras and had no right to talk to the Brahmin master. After Ron got off the car, Rutan also got off with a pistol. His appearance made the people in the tea shop become dumb and dared not breathe. What can these low castes know? They may not even have their own names, Rutan muttered. Brahmin master, you are right. Muna, who was standing at the door, agreed secretly. Muna means child in Hindi, which is not a name at all. His parents have always called him that, and never thought of giving him a name, or didn't know how to give him a name. Muna remembered the scene of his first day at school. The teacher asked them to line up and register their names at the desk one by one. When he told the teacher his name, he looked up and stared at him in amazement. Muna? That's not a name, but this is all I have, he said. Did your mother give you a name? She was very sick, sir. She was bedridden and always vomiting blood. She didn't have time to give me a name. What about your father? He was a rickshaw driver, sir. He didn't have time to give me a name either. Do you have a grandmother? Do your uncles and aunts have it? They don't have time either. The teacher turned his head and spit out a mouthful of betel nut juice, and the bright red juice sprayed on the floor of the classroom. He licked his lips. Well, I'll have to give you a name, right? He stroked his hair. Just call yourself Balran. You should know whose name that is. I don't know, sir. He's the faithful companion of Krishna, the cow-herding god. Do you know what my name is? I don't know, sir. He laughed. My name is Krishna. Balram was too long a name, and Muna dropped out of school early, so he ended up being the kid Muna. Oh, that Brahmin master is coming. Look at his shoes, aren't they the legendary camel tan boots? I really want to get down and kiss his feet. Muna was stunned, his eyes seemed to have lost focus. Who's in charge of this area? Ron threw a few coins over. What? Muna stared at the coins in his elbow and stammered. It was a large 2-rupee coin, a full 5. It would allow him to watch Sura Durga again. Sir, I know. The tea shop owner jumped out and reached for the coins in Muna's arms. They are two beasts. Muna bent over and arched his back, protecting the money tightly, and shouted. Huh? There was laughter all around, and Ron was also a little stunned. Two beasts? Is there anyone called this name? It's the honey badger and the crow, sir. Muna hurriedly hid the money and answered quickly. Are these two guys in gangs? Rutan asked. People with such nicknames are not good people at first glance. They are the landlords of Kano village. The surrounding lands and the hills are all theirs. Muna's chest was pounding. He was very arrogant now. This is a Brahmin master. Ron and Rutan looked at each other. Yes, they are right. How many people are there in the honey badger and the crow? Rutan asked directly and maliciously. I don't know, sir. There are more than a dozen servants in their family, and there are some workers on the hill. Workers, Ron keenly grasped the key point. Those workers help him to wash lime, and then sell it to the city people to build houses. Well, the lime business has been established. Ron, it seems that those two guys will not give in obediently. Rutan is a smart man. He knows that once the businessmen taste the sweetness of profit, they will never give up. Let's meet with them first and talk about it. We can't just kill them directly. By the way, Where's their home? Ron asked again. Close to the town, go southeast, 1 or 2 kilometers. Muno knew everything, and he wanted to tell Ron and the others where the children of the two beasts went to school. For so many years, no one has ever troubled them. Such opportunities are rare. Don't waste so much words. Rutten waved his hand nonchalantly. Just tell them to get out. That's our mine. Doing business in Uttar Pradesh is completely different from Mumbai. Ron shrugged. They didn't have to come to the door, and 2 more cars drove over in the distance. Beep, the leading one is the Honey Badger's ambassador car. The rickshaw drivers all scattered, and the tea drinkers under the awnings also quietly slipped away. Only the tea shop owner and Munich could not leave. One of them had all his belongings here, and the other wanted to watch the fun. The short and fat Honey Badger got off the car aggressively, and his brother Crow also looked gloomy. Both of them had pistols on their waists. In the other car behind them, more than a dozen thugs also got off, some holding knives, some holding sticks. All of them looked ferocious. Ron smiled, and Rutten whistled softly. The people in their van had not gotten off yet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 The Promised Land. After a whistle, the door of the van was opened. Then 1, 2, 3. More than 20 people rushed out. The weapons in their hands were also varied, but they were not guns. The aggressive Honey Badger and Crow stopped abruptly. Even the servants following them were weak in their legs. Being pointed at by the black muzzle of the gun, no matter how sharp the knife in the hand was, it would be useless. Who are you? Crow forced himself to calm down. We, Rutten chuckled. Oh, yes, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. He fiddled with the pistol for a few times and raised his eyelids. So, from Varanasi, this is Mirzapur. You have crossed the border, the Honey Badger hissed. No, Rutten shook the pistol. From today, there, and there, all belong to us. He used the pistol to point at several hills outside the village, with a casual expression, as if he was ordering food. That is the territory of the Casa family, and it has been theirs for generations. The Honey Badger was so angry that he wanted to draw his gun. Click, click, the dense sound of bolts made his hand freeze in midair. Be careful of accidental discharge, Rutten reminded him with a smile. Are you going to go to war with Mirzapur? Crow's face darkened. Go to war? Rutten's face became strange, and then he couldn't stop laughing. You bang. 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 3 gunshots were heard, and the scene was silent. Rutten put down his arm and looked at Crow with contempt. What qualifications do you have to represent Mirzapur? Bang. The knife in the hand of a servant opposite fell to the ground. The Honey Badger's fat face kept shaking, and Crow seemed to be strangled. Ron patted Rutten on the shoulder and took 2 steps forward. I'm sure you've received the expropriation documents from Lucknow. There will be a cement factory here in the future, which is related to the strategic development plan of the minister. No, we can't do that. The government didn't give us a paise of compensation. That's the Casa family's land, Honey Badger protested stubbornly. That has nothing to do with us, Ron shrugged, but since we just met, I can pay 200,000 rupees as compensation, and all the things and workers in the mining site will stay. You're going too far. Crow was shaking with anger. Okay, just ignore what I said just now. Ron took a step back. Rutten stepped forward and patted Crow's thin face with his pistol. Listen, in a week. Either you leave or I send you away. He waved his hand and took the people into the car. Then he ignored the angry eyes of Honey Badger and Crow and drove away with the humming engine. What are you going to do? Honey Badger asked Crow. Although both of them were named Casa, they were not brothers. Those hills were Crow's territory. We need to get more guns. We can't let the Varanasi people run wild here, Crow said with hatred. He thought that the reason why he suffered a loss today was because of insufficient firepower. There were also about 20 people, but only 2 pistols. He and Honey Badger were usually domineering in the village, and they didn't need pistols at all. Who knew that there would be such a big battle today? If they had a gun just now, the Varanasi people would never dare to humiliate him like this. Go to Kalimbe? Only he can get arms, Honey Badger asked. That's also a vicious wolf from Mirzapur, Crow hesitated. Or I can contact a few policemen, but the price is too expensive. Kalimbe's stuff is cheap, 1,500 rupees apiece, buy. I'll go and talk to you in person, Crow gritted his teeth. The two beasts left with their people, cursing, and the tea shop returned to peace again. Kano village will not be peaceful. The tea shop owner walked out cautiously and looked around. Are they going to fight? Muna also stuck his head out. Bang! The tea shop owner slapped him on the back of the head. It's a gunfight. Someone's going to die? Muna grimaced and shrank his head. He looked terrified, but in fact he was very happy. Fight. Let's fight. It would be best if the Brahmin master wins, because he gave me reward. Those two beasts, everyone wants them dead. Those two landlords don't seem to be willing to give up. In the car, Ron fiddled with the Beretta pistol curiously. If they are smart, they should pack up and get out now. Rutten is not a pushover. If Ron hadn't been here today, a gunfight might have started long ago. When we do business, we can't just keep shouting and killing. We caused a murder the first time we arrived in Mirzapur, so the people here will definitely not welcome us. You have to do this in the East, just like when I do hemp business. Stop, stop, stop. We are building a cement factory. We don't need to fight with people every day. Ron, you just don't do your job. I promised Yadav that no one can die and no newspapers can be published. So many people die every day in Uttar Pradesh. Have you seen the newspapers? But we won't be caught, so we should keep a low profile before our cement factory is built. Alice, it seems that the Sir family also needs to speed up the expansion of their power. Whether it is the gun, the money in hand, or the influence, they must be strengthened in an all-round way. The cement factory is the first step. It brings not only wealth, but also the improvement of soft power in terms of connections and reputation. Don't worry, I won't do anything before I find out their background. Rutten stared at the tributaries of the gangs outside the window boredly. What do you mean? Ron was stunned. I left a few people in Mirzapur. Rutten shook his neck, to make sure there is no difficult relationship between the two guys. So you deliberately said a week later, no, I just have to accompany a girl to celebrate her birthday these few days, so I don't have time. Okay, Ron shouldn't have expected anything from his brain. By the way, I haven't seen your movie yet. I plan to take Dimpy with me. Dimpy? Your girlfriend, soon. Tell me quickly, is this movie suitable for couples to watch? Well, it's very suitable. It's best to choose a cinema with a hotel nearby. Wow. It's so popular. No wonder Uttar Pradesh is full of reports about this movie now. Praise to Durga Puja has a very good momentum in Uttar Pradesh. There is no difficulty from the film censorship board, and all cinemas are open to show it. The only bad thing is that the news of the girl being raped has caused some controversy. However, not only did this not make the movie unpopular, but more people flocked to the cinema. It must be a very exciting scene to make the police unable to hold back and attack the girl who called the police. Well, things are so bizarre. The rumor spread, and it became that the police watched the movie, and then they couldn't help but attack the girl. What's even more bizarre is the closing announcement of the Varanasi police station. The suspect has been arrested. That's right, the other suspects in the room took the blame. No, they didn't take the blame. After all, they really did it. Do you dare to say you didn't do it? The evidence is irrefutable. The police got the first taste of the soup, and the suspects got the last. In the end, the DNA extracted from the girl's body was the most from them. Outrageous. The Uttar Pradesh police handled the case half-truthfully. In the end, the state police even awarded those policemen medals to reward them for subduing the suspect on the spot. What can Ron say? Uttar Pradesh is a place of outstanding people and beautiful places. He has been numb, and he is more concerned about how much profit Surya Durga Puja can bring to him. It's a big profit, with more than 16 million rupees in the first week. Hey, I said it a long time ago, Leena and I are good at it. Mary even drank red wine. Yes, we are the queens of Bollywood. Leena cheered and raised her glass. They were very happy and excited. For this movie, the two of them almost spent all their money. Now it is clear that the movie will make a lot of money. The excitement of becoming rich makes people want to scream loudly. Ron did not join the two drunkards' revelry. He was still looking at the theater report in his hand. Once the movie is released, the return is actually very fast because the audience pays in cash. The people sent by Ron and Balam to the countryside also take away the box office share after each show. On the contrary, the share of theaters in several large cities in the north is still being settled and is expected to arrive in a few days. But it doesn't matter. This does not affect Ron's calculation of his own profits. As a producer of 16 million box office, He takes 60%, which is 9.6 million rupees. After deducting Bilam's 10% profit as the distributor, there is still 8.64 million left. This money does not need to be taxed in Uttar Pradesh, it is a net profit. Oh, no, according to the investment ratio, Mary and Lena will take 1/3. The two of them knew Ron very well, but they had to be careful about what they had to give. Ron was never stingy with the money he was supposed to give. More than 5.7 million rupees went into his pocket easily. This was only the first week, and Uttar Pradesh would contribute a lot to the box office later. Then came Bihar and Rajasthan. Distributors from other regions would also come after hearing the news. Even if they couldn't go with a profit-sharing model, they could still sell the distribution rights for a good price. Ron had little experience, but he called Shiv, who predicted that the box office of Salam Durga Puja might exceed 50 million rupees. For Indian films, the first week is crucial, and these 7 days determine the box office trend of the film. If the response is not good, other states that have not yet released the film will be affected. Obviously, Salam Durga Puja has made a good start. Uttar Pradesh is indeed Ron's promised land. If the box office is really 5,000, deducting the entertainment tax from other states, he might be able to make 20 to 30 million rupees this time. How much profit has Sir Electric Appliances made so far after shipping so many products in the past 6 months? Less than 40 million. A low-budget Bollywood movie, shot in less than 2 months, made nearly 30 million in profit. The entertainment industry is indeed lucrative. You can turn a bicycle into a BMW, but of course, you may lose everything. This is a dangerous game, and you can't guarantee that you will win every time. Ron has tasted the sweetness, and he will definitely not give up Bollywood. Consumer electronics, entertainment, mining, and service industries, he wants them all. Okay, girls, it's 9 o'clock in the evening. You have to catch a flight tomorrow morning, and we can probably play Diego for an hour. Ron put down the report and greeted. 1 hour is not enough, I order you to hold on for 2 hours, Lena rushed over. Hey, be careful, Ron caught her. Mary and Lena will go back to Mumbai tomorrow to deal with Bollywood matters, but Ron can't leave for the time being. He still needs to keep an eye on Uttar Pradesh until the cement factory matter is settled. Speaking of which, the rainy season is over, and there are a lot of things waiting for him in Mumbai. If it weren't for the mining business, which is related to Ron's foundation, he would have returned to Mumbai long ago. I just don't know if those two beasts are willing to give in. Tomorrow is the deadline, and he wants the initial planning of the mine no matter what. P.S. I have been updating for a month, and I can't keep up. I will slow down for now. Before the release, I promised to update until the end of March, and now I have exceeded the task. The next plot is going to be intense, so I have to write it well. Thank you for your support, guys. Chapter 184, Thunder and Storm. I say, why is it so exaggerated? We are doing preliminary exploration, not fighting. Ron, you don't understand. In Uttar Pradesh, you have to rely on the weapons in your hands to speak, otherwise those people will not respect you. Click. Rutten pulled the bolt, and after hearing the crisp sound of the spring mechanism, he threw the submachine gun in his hand to his men beside him with satisfaction. The private armed forces of the Sir family have completed a thorough replacement. The previous homemade revolvers, Nepalese knives, and hunting rifles have all been replaced with modern standard weapons. From the famous AK to the small and flexible submachine guns, to the Glock pistols that are standard for Indian police officers, they are all high-end products. There are a total of dozens of people in the team, and now everyone has a weapon in their hands. Of course, in order to purchase this batch of arms, money is indispensable, almost 8 million rupees. The Sir family can't come up with so much cash, so Ron made up most of the expenses himself. He never skimps on security. The family's armed forces are his backing. Uttar Pradesh is a land of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Ron was not so naive as to bring the business model of Mumbai here. Adapting to local conditions and following the local customs is the right way to open up. However, seeing a truck full of armed men, Ron couldn't hold back. Yes, this time we went to Mirzapur in a van. No, vans were also included, but they were no longer the main force. Rutten got 2 large trucks from somewhere, and dozens of people were stuffed in the back of each truck. With this scene, those who didn't know would think that some anti-government armed forces were preparing to launch a riot. It's too hardcore. Just wait and see, Ron, those 2 guys will be scared to death, Rutten waved his hand, and the rumbling truck started, and the animals behind shouted excitedly. These family members didn't know how to be afraid, or they had already gotten used to it. Living in Uttar Pradesh is like living on the edge of a knife. Gangs are rampant here, and murder cases are the highest in India. Killing and being killed are very sparse and common. The twisted and morbid living environment makes the lower class people crazy about violence. For them, it is not enough to vent their inner excitement if they don't fight after upgrading their shotguns. Ron rubbed his forehead and got into the car helplessly. He didn't go with Rutten, but followed in the sedan at the back. In the front row were Anil and another personal bodyguard, and in the back row sat the exploration expert invited from Lucknow. In Rutten's words, he was more professional than Ron in fighting. Well, I hope those two beasts know better. The mighty convoy drove south, and the sky of Mirzapur was covered with dark clouds. Boom! The crow was startled by the sudden thunder, but soon sat up straight. Kalim Bey, I need this batch of goods urgently, you must help me, he prayed with his hands folded. You are not asking for a small amount. With so many guns, who are you going to fight against? The figure on the main seat said in a low voice. Karan Tripathi, the underground king of Mirzapur, is called Karan Bey. The entire city's grey business is under his jurisdiction, including arms, hemp, loan sharks, and assassins. As long as his name is mentioned, everyone is terrified and dares not disobey. Legend has it that anyone who comes to Mirzapur to do business must first pay a visit here. Without his permission, no one is allowed to shoot without authorization. Crow is just a small country landlord. In front of the well-known Kalim Bey, he is very humble. Kalim Bey, the people of Varanasi are coming to take away my land. It has been the home of the Kasa family for generations. I can only fight back. Varanasi? What are they doing here? I don't know either. They have guns and are coming aggressively. Crow didn't tell the truth. He was afraid that the limestone mine would attract Kalim Bey's covetousness. For so many years, Crow has been doing this business privately and making a fortune quietly. In addition, according to the rules of the underworld, as long as he doesn't ask for help, Kalim Bey will not find a reason to intervene in his business. The underground world has its own order. Kalim Bey, who sits on the throne, even has to personally maintain this order. The factory doesn't have much inventory. If you want to pick up the goods now, you have to pay extra. Kalim Bey picked up the teacup and took a sip. If I want it now, the prices, Crow said cautiously. 300,000 rupees, I'll have someone take you to the warehouse. Okay, Crow gritted his teeth and agreed. This is almost half of his family's assets. As a small landlord in the countryside, there is not much surplus food. Kalim Bey tilted his head and signaled the big man beside him to take Crow to get the goods. In order to cover up his arms business, Kalim Bey specially opened a small copper factory. Copper making is fake, but making arms is real. Yes, Kalim Bey's arms are not imported from other places, but are all made by hand. The added value of the bullets is not high, and most of them are cheap goods from the army. When Crow followed the tall man to the warehouse, the workers outside were clanging and knocking on a red gun barrel. There are no lathes, no die casting machines, only hammers, and they are made entirely by hand. Are these guns okay? He asked. A few thousand rupees for a gun, what do you expect to buy? AK, the tall man's words made Crow silent. Of course, you get what you pay for in the arms business. If you want to buy a beautiful imported gun, fine, keep adding money. AK, a star in the arms industry, will not be less than 80,000 rupees. Of course, Crow is not so extravagant. He wants a large quantity and also needs to add consumables such as bullets, revolvers, double-barreled shotguns, long-barreled rifles. 300,000 rupees is already very difficult, so he can only choose cheap local products. But after seeing the rough barrel, Crow still had a toothache. I don't know if this thing is reliable, but the muzzle is scary. Waving his hand to let the people below move the goods, Crow paid happily. He is greedy by nature, but he is not stupid. It is most important to keep what you have, and money and other things can be earned later. Outside, the honey badger was waiting for him in a truck. They were also full of people. After getting the guns, they could immediately arm themselves. Boom, another muffled thunder. Muna looked at the sky curiously. The rainy season had just passed, why was it going to rain again? You little bastard are being lazy again, the tea shop owner chased after him with a big spoon. I'm not. It's going to rain. I came out to move the stove in, lie. The rainy season is over. You are just like your father. You have never changed your bad habits. You think about escaping the village every day. In the end, you are dead." Muna ran, and the angry roar of the tea shop owner came to his ears. There were many people in the small square in front of the tea shop, including rickshaw drivers and idle teenagers. They all laughed and laughed at Muna's jokes. Muna was once one of that group of teenagers. They waited here for only one thing, to leave. Whenever they saw a truck passing through the square, the teenagers would run towards it, holding out their hands and shouting, "Take me! Take me!" After a while of pushing and shoving, 6 or 7 people would squeeze into the truck, and the rest would wait for another truck. The few guys who made it were construction workers or excavators. They were all lucky guys who could escape from this primitive village. After waiting for 2 hours, another truck would come, and then there would be another scramble and shove. Muna was also very lucky to squeeze to the front. The driver was a Sikh at the time, wearing a blue turban on his head. He held a wooden stick in his hand and waved it to direct the crowd to retreat. "Listen up," he yelled, "take off your shirts. If you want to find a job, I have to see if you are physically qualified first." The driver checked Muna's chest, slapped his butt, stared into his eyes, and then hit his thigh with a stick. "Too thin. Fuck you, get out, give me a chance, sir. I may be thin, but I am strong. I can dig soil, I can move cement, I can do it," Muna begged. The driver swung the stick and hit Muna's left ear. He squatted down holding his ear, and the people behind him immediately rushed over to grab his seat. Muna sat on the ground, rubbing his ears, watching the truck speeding away with a large cloud of dust. He cried loudly. He wanted to leave here, even if he was covered in wounds like his father. Yes, Muna still remembers his father's body. He was covered with scars, from the chest down to the waist, then to the hips and arms. Everywhere he touched was a wound and scar of varying sizes, like the marks carved on his body by the whip of time. Reality wrote a history of the lives of the poor on his father's body, with a sharp pen like a knife, penetrating deep into the flesh. Muna was not afraid of becoming a man like his father, as long as he left here. He knew that with those two beasts around, the people in the village would never have a chance to make a breakthrough. The honey badger and the crow did not treat them as human beings, but as servants and slaves, taking whatever they wanted. When the fisherman could not pay the share of money, they got the fisherman's daughter pregnant. Muna's cousin could not save enough for the dowry, so she wanted to borrow money from loan sharks, but was forced to stay by the crows and then got pregnant. Although the child was aborted, it was difficult for his cousin to find a good family again. A bachelor whose wife had died was willing to let go, but the premise was to prepare a large dowry. Difficult. Sooner or later, the days in Kano village would drive Muna crazy. He hated the two beasts, and all the suffering was created by them. Beep, beep, there was a horn. Is it a bus from the town? In fact, Muna did not have to leave the village, as long as he lived like a human being. What does it mean to live like a human being? For Muna, it might be like Vicha, the bus conductor. The bus would stop at the door of the tea shop for half an hour. After the passengers got off, Vicha would get off the bus to have a cup of tea. He was the object of admiration of all the people working in the tea shop here. He wore a khaki uniform issued by the company, and a silver whistle was tied to his pocket with a red rope. He was very arrogant. Everything about him told people that he had made a name for himself. Vicha's home was also in the village, like a pigsty, and was truly at the bottom of the society. But he was successful now. Somehow, he had a relationship with an official. It was said that he exchanged his body, and then everything went smoothly. Being a conductor was a good job. He held a beautiful silver whistle in his hand, and he would blow the whistle when the car started. At this time, the children in the village would run after the car like crazy, patting the body of the car while running, shouting for him to take them away too. Muna longed to be like Vicha, wearing a uniform, with a fixed salary, and a shiny whistle around his neck that whistled loudly when blown. Then everyone would look at him as if to say, "Look, what an important person he is." This was Muna's dream, to live like a human being. Toot. More horns. Huh? It wasn't the town bus, there were several buses. Muna turned his head and slowly opened his mouth. The tea shop owner, tired from running, held his knees and laughed at him, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 185, Firefight. It's a truck. 2. The teenagers in the small square cheered and squeezed forward desperately, trying to grab a good position. The driver took away 6 or 7 people at most at a time, sometimes 2 or 3, because the quota was scarce. Take me. Take me." The teenagers jumped and jumped. The truck came, and the truck bed was not carrying lime or sand, but people. There were densely packed people, and everyone had a gun in their hands. The teenagers put down their arms, stared at the truck blankly, and then slowly stepped back. The startled rickshaw driver had turned the car around, ignoring the shouts of the tea drinkers, and pedaled hard to escape. "There's going to be a war," a teenager shouted. "Where are they going?" someone asked stupidly. "Of course they are going to settle accounts with the two beasts. They are going to be in big trouble." Muna clapped his hands excitedly. "You are the one who is going to be unlucky, Muna," a teenager laughed. "I don't know them." Muna was puzzled and a little guilty. "You took money from others that day and told the landlord about everything, and you said they were beasts, right?" Someone started to make a noise. "Nonsense. I didn't," Muna panicked. "It's you. It's you. Someone is complaining to the landlord." The teenagers were fearless and did not flee the square like the cowardly drivers. Who? Who is complaining? "I'm going to smash his head," Muna shouted. As someone who grew up in Kana village, he knew too well how the two beasts would deal with him. Honey Badger once had a son who was kidnapped by anti-government armed forces when he was out for fun and was brutally tortured to death. The servant who was supposed to protect his son escaped and said he had nothing to do with the kidnapping. Honey Badger didn't believe it, so he hired 4 gunmen to torture him all the time, and finally they shot him in the head. Do you think this is over? No, it's just the beginning. The servant lived in Kana village. Muna was of the same caste as him, and Muna had met him several times before. The Honey Badger brought people to his house, and they hung up the servant's grandmother and beat her to death. The servant's father and brother were tied up and thrown into a haystack, and then set on fire. The wailing of the two could be heard by the whole village of Kana. The women in the servant's family were even more miserable. They were first raped by more than 20 men, and then sold to a buyer with special fetishes. It is said that they were tortured to death within a few days. When they died, they were naked and the blood below could not be stopped. The servant's house was finally burned down by a fire, and there are still dark ruins there to this day. With such an example, who would dare to let such a cruel thing happen to themselves? What other inhumane guy has the heart to push his grandmother, brothers and sisters, aunts, nephews and nieces to a dead end? Muna's family has more than a dozen people, including his grandmother, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, and little nephews and nieces. What would you think if he heard the news of being accused of a black lawsuit? Muna's calves were shaking and his eyes were black. "Look, that's Crow's car," a teenager pointed and shouted. Muna looked up and saw the truck coming from the north and the truck coming back from the south collided. The teenagers pointed and talked, all of them were very excited. Those young men standing on the trucks with guns in their hands were their idols. They wanted to be one of them. This was a big shot, so impressive. Muna gritted his teeth and sneaked away while the tea shop owner was watching the fun. He bent down and groped along the river. He was familiar with every plant and tree here and knew how to hide himself. He didn't know why he had to go, but there was a voice in his heart telling him, "I have to go and see, this is the only chance." Rutten didn't expect it to be so coincidental that the two sides actually collided again, and they all looked like they were mobilized. He gestured, and the people on the trucks quickly got off the trucks and deployed their troops. Although Crow and Honey Badger were a bit slower, they also made similar movements. "You two, it seems I have to take you away," Rutten said leisurely with a smile on his face. "The family's assets cannot be handed over, no matter who comes." Crow did not give in. "This is the order of the minister. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to be a government rebellious faction? Bah. Don't waste your time talking to these bastards, they are just robbing." The Honey Badger, holding a double-barreled shotgun, now has a lot of confidence. This thing looks much more powerful than the previous small pistol. He can't wait to strike first. This time they are fully prepared. Everyone has a gun, and they are not much worse than the other side. As long as the leader is killed, the rest of the Varanasi people will definitely scatter. Kana is their territory, and this group of outsiders will not get any benefits. So the Honey Badger just finished speaking and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! The thunder of the double-barreled shotgun startled everyone. "Ah!" a scream came. Rutten blinked, then looked down at himself. He was fine. The one who fell was the Honey Badger. His hands were bloody and only 2 of his 10 fingers were left. The others were either missing or only white bone fragments were exposed. The double-barreled shotgun had broken into 2 black pieces, and the exploded barrel was like a morning glory, with its mouth wide open. Damn it, this bastard has no martial ethics. Shoot, Rutten pulled the bolt, picked up the submachine gun and fired ta-ta-ta. Then the gunshots became more frequent, AK, submachine gun, pistols, crackling non-stop. Crow's side was thrown to the ground, and screams spread far away. Some people wanted to fight back. They raised their revolvers to aim and pulled the trigger. Boom. Boom. A flash of light. Ah, the shooter fell again. Crow was so angry that he cursed the people of Varanasi, Colin Bay, and the honey badger. Robbers. Profiteers. What a bad teammate. He had never expected that things would turn out like this. Everything happened so fast. Fortunately, he was careful and did not use the cheap stuff he had just bought. He still used his original small pistol. But the situation was not good. The honey badger lay motionless on the ground, and there were several blood holes on his body. Other men were injured or dead, and the rest hid behind the car. They did not dare to shoot, for fear of losing their fingers. They waved the heavy revolvers in their hands in vain and shouted. Crow knew that the situation was not good. He ordered his men to hold on, but he was ready to sneak away. There is a green mountain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. He had to ask for help, to find Colin Bay. He would rather give those limestone mines to Colin Bay than let the Varanasi people let them. Rutten kept staring at the opposite side. They were all equipped with automatic weapons. As long as he pulled the trigger, the pouring chain of fire would suppress the other side from raising their heads. The crow wanted to run, but Rutten raised his hand and shot, and the opponent's shoulder burst into blood. He didn't stop and continued to run. Rutten fired another shot, this time hitting the thigh. Crow fell down the riverbank. Rutten looked around and saw no one. Bang! Bang! Sparks burst out on the hood in front of Rutten. Wow! There really is someone who is not afraid of death. Shoot! Don't leave any bullets, Rutten was furious. There was a burst of gunfire for a while, and soon there was no more gunfire from the opposite side. The magazine was emptied, some were busy changing bullets, and some were cautiously approaching. Crow and Honey Badger only drove a truck, and there were not many places to hide during the exchange of fire. The thugs of the Sir family went around to the back, and there were many figures lying on the ground. Some were groaning, and some were silent. The only one who survived, holding his head, his body trembled like a sieve. His trouser legs were soaked with urine, and he kept shouting words for mercy. After getting confirmation from his men, Rutten walked over with confidence. He kicked the dead honey badger, which still had a trace of fear on its face. Paw! Rutten kicked his fat face again. It was this guy who dared to attack him. Where's the crow? Rutten asked his men. I didn't see it. It fell into the river. It drowned. Everyone was talking and guessing. Rutten waved his hand to shut them up, and then stepped on the captive's face with a big foot. Tell me. Where is the bird thief, master? Let me go. I didn't do anything. It was the crow. I just saw his back on the river bank. Rutten frowned. Ran away? He was about to send someone to chase him, and Ron hurried over from behind. Brother Rutten, are you okay? The guns of those guys can't hurt me. Rutten laughed. Damn, are all the landlords in Uttar Pradesh desperate criminals? Ron was once again refreshed by the tough folk customs of his hometown. I've said it before, don't be polite to these guys, otherwise they won't respect us. Both beasts are dead, Ron asked. One died, and the other one probably escaped, but he's injured. Chase, Ron said harshly. Huh? Rutten looked at him strangely. Aren't you afraid that Yadav will cause you trouble? Don't joke, it's already been done. We have to root it out, okay? Brother, this is the kind of people from our Sir family. You take the people, leave this to me. Several of the Sir family's thugs were also injured, but fortunately they didn't die. The crows were so scared by the exploding guns that they didn't even dare to fight back. Ron would bandage the injured himself, and he brought a full set of first aid supplies when he came. With Ron looking after him, Rutten was relieved to lead his men to chase along the river. Crow had run away, and when he saw that the other side was all equipped with fully automatic weapons, he knew he couldn't win today. He originally planned to pretend to talk a few words to stabilize the other side first, and then ask Colin Bay to intervene afterwards. Who knew that the reckless honey badger would open fire first? This idiot deserves to die. Crow limped along the stream. He didn't dare to go back to the manor, nor could he go to the town. The road was too long and he was injured. So he could only find the nearest place to hide. Kano village was very close. That was his territory and the villagers were his slaves. As long as he got there, things would be easy. He had to hide for a few days to avoid the limelight before going to the town of Merkapur. The wounds on his shoulders and thighs made him extremely painful. After finally making it to an abandoned hut, he could no longer stand and sat down on the charred corner. Damn it, those Varanasi people are a bunch of beasts. Just wait, I'll find help and I'll kill them back. Don't even think about it. Crow was stunned. There stood a young man in front of him who looked familiar. Chapter 186 Master. Boy, are you from Kano village? The crow frowned, but still asked patiently. Yes, sir, you have drunk the tea I brewed. Muna smiled, a flattering and respectful smile. Oh, I remember, you are a clerk in the tea shop at the entrance of the village, sir. You have a good memory, Muna flattered habitually, while looking around. It was this house, the servant who was tortured to death. His house was burned down to only a few mud walls. The villagers were unwilling to come here, and they were not even allowed to pass by the door. Boy, don't drink tea today. Go find a bullock cart, I'm going to Mirzapur town. The crow waved his hand, just like he usually sent away servants. Sir, you are injured. I will help you to hide in my house, and then find a bullock cart. Did you hear the gunshot just now? The crow glanced at him. I heard it, it was like fireworks. Everyone in the tea shop ran away, including the owner. I was timid so I ran back to the village, Muna was very honest. Did you see the group of people? Crow asked. I didn't dare to look back, but I saw someone holding a gun and looking for something by the river from a distance. Damn Varanasi people. Crow tightened the gun in his hand. He was shot on the right shoulder and could only hold the gun with his left hand, which was very awkward. His left leg was also hit. He just managed to hold on here, but now he can't stand up again. Boy, if you can take me to town, your family's land rent can be exempted by 20% this year. Master, you are really our kind father. If you are not here, who will protect us in the future? Muna fell to the ground and hugged Crow's feet. The dirty big feet, with long nails, almost poked Muna's face. Get up, boy, Crow finally smiled. The 2 gunshot wounds on his body hurt so much that he didn't have time to treat them, and now he's still bleeding. While Muna was climbing up, he took the opportunity to glance at the gun in Crow's hand. It was held very tightly. My legs are not convenient, you help me, okay, master? Muna stood up and walked over. He saw Crow's scalp. There was a clear white line in the middle of his sparse hair. It went all the way to a point in the middle of the top of the head, which is where the hair spreads out. When Muna was a child, he often lay on his father's back and touched his body. He was very familiar with this point. Don't dawdle, kid, Crow urged him. I'm coming, master. Muna squatted down, used one hand to support Crow, and used the other hand to support the ground, and then touched a stone. It was a burnt stone, very black. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to notice it. He grabbed the stone and stood up, and the white line appeared in front of him again. Boy, bang! Muna aimed at the white spot and smashed it hard. Crow's body shook and leaned softly against the corner of the wall. His mouth hissed, like tea gushing out of a kettle spout. Muna walked over and lifted the rock. Bang! The gun went off. Muna shook and continued to hammer down. Bang! 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 Over and over again. The crow's beak continued to hiss, and he supported himself on his hands and knees, slowly crawling in a circle on the ground, as if looking for someone who was supposed to protect him. Muna took a breath, moved over, stepped on his back, and knelt down. He was looking for the right height, and he turned the beast's body around so that it was facing him. Muna pressed his knees against its chest, unbuttoned its collar, and touched the collarbone with his hands to find the spot. He often touched his father's body, and his favorite place to touch was the junction of the neck and chest, where all the tendons and veins bulged out. As long as Muna touched this concave spot on his father's neck, he controlled his father. He could make his father breathe with just one finger. Muna panted and lifted the stone, pointing the pointed end downward. The skin on the landlord's neck was soft, much cleaner than his father's scarred body. Puff! The stone was as sharp as a knife, penetrating the flesh. The crow suddenly opened his eyes, and his blood sprayed all over Muna's face. Muna couldn't see anything for a moment, and he fell to the ground, laughing. He was a free man, and so were his family. There were footsteps at the door, and Muna turned his head with difficulty. It was those Varanasi people. Who's injured? Ron, who was bandaging the wounds of his men? was surprised to see Rutten carrying a figure back. "Can you see if you can save him?" Rutten shrugged. "Is this the tea shop clerk?" Ron still had some impression of Muna. "When we found the crow, its head had already exploded." He was very brave. Rutten tilted his head to the ground. Ron lifted Muna's shirt. He was shot in the side of his waist, and blood kept oozing out. Without any hesitation, Ron picked up the tweezers and scalpel and started to deal with the scene. It was too late to go to the hospital. It was too far. Half an hour later, Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead and put down the medical equipment in his hand. "How is it?" Rutten asked. "He is very lucky. It is a penetrating wound. There is no problem with his internal organs. As for whether he can survive, it depends on his luck in the future. Those who know about India's sanitary conditions know, and the weather is hot. Muna's real gate of hell is to see whether he will be infected in the future." "What are you going to do with these people?" Ron looked at the rows of corpses on the ground. "Uttar Pradesh is so big, there are many places that can digest corpses." "Digest, brother, you won't want to hear it." Rutten winked at him, and then called on his men to clean up the battlefield. "Weapons, shells and so on, all taken away. They don't have to worry about the bloodstains on the ground. Nature will deal with everything." Strangely enough, the sky, which was just overcast, is now clear. The dazzling sun makes people unable to open their eyes. Muna moved his eyelids and woke up. "Sir, do you believe in the sun god?" Ron, who was squatting on the side to pack up the utensils, looked up and was a little surprised. "Of course, my last name is Sir, so you are the sun, and it was the sun that saved me." Ron smiled. "Don't be too happy too soon. Let's talk about it after you can survive 7 days. "If I can survive, sir." Muna mustered up his courage. "Can I be your servant?" Anil, who was standing guard on the side, heard this and pulled the bolt with a click. Muna's eyes were afraid. He didn't know why the big man suddenly became fierce. Ron laughed and then shook his head. "I have a servant, sir. My home is in Kana village. Go inside. The family with a big buffalo at the door is it?" Muna talked a lot and told all the members of his family. If a low caste tells a high caste where his home is, it means that he has offered his loyalty. He can't run away. His family is all there. The servant who was tortured to death by the honey badger is a lesson for us. Muna was injured and he had difficulty speaking. "Sir, if you don't want me as a servant, you can hire me." "Hire? Yes, I can do a lot of work. I can break coal, boil sugar water, make tea, herd cattle, and I am familiar with every river and every mountain here." "Have you been to those mountains?" Ron pointed to the small hills in the distance. "Yes, I have been there, and I have caught golden-winged birds there." "Let's talk about it after you recover from your injuries." Ron smiled and continued to pack his first aid kit. "Sir, are you looking for the home of those two beasts?" "I know where it is." Muna was eager to show off. "I have sent someone there, kid." Rutten came over. "Pray that you can survive first." "What do you mean? Go to the mine now?" Ron asked. "Of course, since we are here, I will leave a few people to guard it." "Okay, these wounded people will stay, and we will go and take a look." Ron stood up. "This is our territory from now on. Look over there." Rutten pointed to the distance, where there was a vague outline of a manor. "I have sent someone to inform them to move out within 3 days. The children of Honey Badger and Crow are not here. They were sent to Lucknow to study long ago. Now all those left are the unimportant old, weak, women and children. Rutten is not so perverted as to attack these people. This is not in line with the rules of the underworld. Anyone who gets involved will die and his family will not be harmed. Of course, if their children don't know what's good for them, that's another matter." Leaving behind a car, Ron and Rutten led the others and killed several small hills in a mighty manner. When they arrived at the drying yard at the foot of the mountain, it was peaceful. The gunshots from a few kilometers away seemed to have not come at all. The hill is not high, but it covers a large area, like an inverted round-brimmed straw hat. A large open space was opened up at the foot of the mountain, covered with fine limestone powder. A man was leading a donkey out of a man-like place. The donkey was wearing a bright red saddle and had a metal trough on one side, which was filled with limestone fragments. Behind the donkey were 2 smaller donkeys of the same color, with 2 metal troughs on their backs, which were also filled with gravel. The 2 smaller donkeys were moving a little slower, and the leading donkey often stopped and looked back at them until the man cracked a loud whip. The gravel in the metal trough would be put into a pit like a millstone and crushed, and then the usable part would be manually screened out. Then it would be ground, put into a pit for baking, dried, and mixed. The entire operation site did not have a single machine, and everything was done manually. There were many sheds here, and those sheds were close to each other, like the alleys of a slum. Ron could even see women with children, crowded in the sheds preparing food. Workers, workshops, sheds, and families all gathered at the foot of this small mountain. They ate, slept, and worked here. Seeing Ron and his friends coming, a dark-skinned leader came over cautiously and asked them if they were buying cement. Ron and Rutten looked at each other, not knowing what to say. It was obvious that the people here were of the same caste, and a lower caste than Muna. They may have never left here, from birth to death, living only to help their master process more cement. Finally, Rutten waved his hand and asked the people below to gather all the workers in the workshop together. He only announced one thing, that this place would belong to the Sir family, their new masters. The leading man was stunned for a moment, then he knelt down obediently and stretched his hands to the feet of Ron and his friends. One by one, everyone knelt down without any sound. Forget it, let our people go and take a look at the mine, Ron said indifferently. Chapter 187 Plea. It's no wonder that the prospectors we invited found some good stuff. Mr. So, look, there's not only limestone here, but also gypsum. Gypsum, Ron pinched the white powdery stone curiously. It's a coexisting ore, which is very good for your cement business. Why? Ron became interested. Gypsum can slow down the setting when added, which is very needed on the construction site, and it's also a building material itself. That sounds good. Are there any other discoveries? I've also seen several other mines. In addition to limestone, there's also dolomite. This is also a building material, and can also be used to assist in the production of steel and glass. Is it worth mining? This is what Ron is concerned about. Dolomite is not the point, Mr. Soul. This kind of ore is usually associated with metal mines. Huh? Ron turned his head. You mean, if I'm not mistaken, there may be iron ore here, but I don't know how much reserves there are. The prospector shook his head. Iron ore. Ron lost interest instantly. Let's focus on cement first. India has no shortage of steel companies, most of which are state-owned. Those who can enter this field privately are usually the big fish who have obtained the monopoly of resources. Ron has no idea about steel for the time being. It takes too much investment and the dividend period has passed. How is it? Ron, Rutten walked around outside and came over. He has no interest in mines or anything like that. Hempgrass is the way out for Uttar Pradesh. Limestone reserves are abundant and of high quality, and other scraps are also okay. Do you want Uncle Aditya to bring people to build a factory? He has built a dam and is very experienced. Forget it, I won't bother Uncle Aditya. I have made an appointment with an industry expert, who will be responsible for all the designs from the factory to the process. What a joke. He has seen the trick of turning 1 into 4, and Inspire company has suffered a loss once, so how could he step on the thunder again? Professional work like cement plants should be handed over to professionals. After the mine is settled, the next step is to order equipment, recruit personnel, and purchase basic building materials. All of these will take time, and a long time. Leaving a few men to patrol here, Ron and his men returned to Varanasi in a mighty manner. Muna also stayed behind. He was injured and wanted to go with them but he was powerless. After much begging, Ron agreed to hire him, provided that he recovered from his injuries. Before leaving, Ron left some medicine for his wounds and asked his family to take good care of him. They really needed a local guide to inform them in time. Muna had already pledged his loyalty and could be trusted. Ron was a little surprised at first, why Muna was so stubborn to be his servant. Rutten sneered and said that Muna had to find a new master for himself. Otherwise, if a low caste killed the landlord, other high castes around him would definitely kill him. His family would also end up in misery, unless Muna completely abandoned his relatives and fled from his hometown. After all, he was a human being, not an animal. It would be different with a new master. Muna was just following orders. Isn't it natural for a servant to obey the orders of his master? Muna was free, but he put a ring around his neck again. Born in rural India and a low caste, he had no choice. No, he had a little choice. For example, between Rutten and Ron, he chose the latter. No matter what a doctor is, he can't be a bad person. Well, the thugs of the Sir family have the most say in this. God bless you. In the previous gunfight, if you die, you die. There is no doctor accompanying, not to mention that the young master treated them personally. Some of them were injured, But there was no need to worry about losing their lives. This was a big victory. When Rutan was galloping in the wilderness, he couldn't help cheering and firing into the air, and a large group of thugs followed suit. Tisk. With this scene, Ram thought he was in the Persian Gulf countries. Mirzapur's move was already in place, and he should go back to Mumbai. When Ram returned to Mumbai, it was already October, the rainy season had just passed, and the autumn was clear and crisp. The open-air tea house in front of the Trident Hotel in Bandra was just right for a few friends to drink tea and chat. What do the people in the film censorship committee say? Ron asked. Not much hope, director Shiv sighed. What a pity for all these publicity stunts. Vikram had several magazines at his side. There was silver screen written by Raj, on which the promotional leaflet of Sura Durga was clearly visible. The actress was wearing 15 centimeters high heels and a miniskirt that showed the outline of her buttocks. The style was extremely explosive. In Raj's own words, this was the shortest miniskirt he had seen in his many years of working in the industry. There was also a magazine Super Movies that was also promoting Sara Durga. Recently, a mythological film that achieved excellent box office in Uttar Pradesh has emerged as a dark horse. Religious themes are always popular and sweep across the market like a tornado from time to time. Unfortunately, this tornado gradually turned into a gentle breeze and drizzle as it moved south, and finally dissipated completely. It was not approved at all, so how could it be released? They won't approve the film because the committee is mainly composed of housewives and men with a lot of free time. Yar, you know, Indian women can't accept this scale, Vikram's sister Anu said. She is the chief reporter of India Today. Her brother Vikram is a writer and her sister Tanuja is a film director. This family is a real world of books. Anyone who can achieve this level must be a Brahmin. If it doesn't work out, we can only give up South India. Ram shrugged. Wow, it seems that the movie is profitable in the north, Vikram joked. Thanks to the screenwriter you recommended, we have enough money to give the crew double the red envelope, Ram laughed. Director Shiv and another producer were also beaming. If the movie is a big hit, they will of course also have bonuses. According to the initial agreement, if the movie is average, then director Shiv's salary will be 300,000 rupees. If it is a big hit, it will be doubled, which means that Shiv can get 600,000 rupees this time. It's already a lot, which is almost comparable to the income of mainstream Bollywood directors. He's from Bihar and is not well received. After this time, Bollywood will definitely look at him with new eyes. Most of the other main creators of the crew are also treated similarly, from the male and female protagonists to the producers and music directors, all their salaries have doubled. Salam Durga Puja earned 24 million rupees in Uttar Pradesh. With the money, the copies must keep up. Now Bihar and Rajasthan have also released a film, but it is difficult to replicate the glory of Uttar Pradesh. Ran's hands can't reach that far, and the distributor Balram will inevitably inflate part of the box office. There is nothing he can do about it, it's an Indian characteristic. After the film made money, Ram fulfilled his original agreement and gave bonuses to the entire crew. Less than 2 million rupees, just a drop in the bucket. Lanka's dream has come true this time, Raj smiled while holding a teacup. By the way, why didn't I see him today? Ram looked around. He's filming a TV series, Mary answered. Huh? Did he get a role? Ram raised his eyebrows. Although Salam Durga Puja cannot be released in Mumbai, Bollywood has always been well informed. Mary smiled a little proudly. Did you help him find the TV series resources? Ram had already guessed something. Of course, Lanka is the leading actor that our agency strongly supports. He got the second male lead in the TV series this time, which is not bad. Mary and her team signed Lanka long before the filming of the movie started. This is a common practice. If the movie fails, there is no loss. If the movie sells well, then there will be a new Bollywood star. Mary struck while the iron was hot and arranged the future work for Lanka early. The pay for filming a TV series is not much higher than that of Praise to Durga Puja. But the real source of income for actors is advertising. The reason why they take low-paying movies is that if there are no movies or TV series, no one will recognize him in the advertisements. The income brought by commercial advertising can easily exceed 10 times the pay of the film. Of course, the agency will take a large sum of money. Ron and Mary not only set up an agency, but also registered Sun Entertainment Production Company. The producer of Praise to Durga Puja this time is Sun Company, which is often called the investor in the entertainment industry. Ron is ready to treat it as a career, And the entertainment industry is also one of his future directions. Otherwise, why would he take time out to organize a Bollywood salon when Sir Electric is so busy? Isn't it to expand his network? By the way, Mr. Sir, Vikram's sister Anu suddenly spoke up. There is actually someone who can make the film censorship board approve Sir Durga? Who? Ron asked subconsciously. Bal Thackeray. Ron was stunned, and the others also lowered their voices. The Shiv Sena boss, a well-known name in Mumbai. Only when he speaks can the people of the film censorship board obey his orders. I heard that you have a good personal relationship with him, Anu hinted. Not bad, but forget it this time, Ron shrugged. Sara Durga is a low-cost movie, a religious movie with a small investment and a relatively fixed audience is not worth Ron's search for the tiger. Away from the rural areas of North India, this movie that reflects the suffering of the countryside actually has no market in the city, and Ron was too lazy to even insert a water air conditioner advertisement. Compared with North India, Mumbai is too developed, and no one died of famine. What this city needs is not a goddess who insists on being vegetarian, but a goddess who can solve housing problems, smooth traffic, and constrain the government. This is not how Thackeray's favors are used. Ron is not that extravagant. Seeing Anu hesitate to speak, Ron understood. Miss Chandra? Do you need Thackeray's help with something? Do you know Sanjay Dutt? She asked. Oh, the big guy? Ron has heard of this name. Sanjay Dutt usually appears in movies as a villain. Because his size is much larger than that of ordinary people, he is unique among the many male stars in Bollywood. Yes, that's him. Sanjay is in some trouble. So, what happened to him? Ron looked at Mary beside him, who clenched her fists and crossed them. He was arrested and taken away by a police officer named A.J. Lal. I heard that you also know this police officer Lal, Anu asked. Ron blinked. Of course he knew him, but he knew him too well. P.S. Muna's story is far from over. Chapter 188 Eating Watermelon. Why was he arrested? Ron had just returned from Uttar Pradesh and was not very familiar with Bollywood entertainment news. You know, he likes guns and has collected some at home. It just so happened that the bombing happened at that time, Anu tried to explain. But Ron knew that things must not be that simple, otherwise this Bollywood actor would not be arrested so easily. He was born in a film family. His father Sunil Dutt is a national treasure-level film actor and director in India. He is also a member of the Congress Party and a member of the Senate. So many dazzling halos failed to save their own son, which shows that Sanjay Dutt's case is definitely not a misunderstanding. Miss Chandra, did someone ask you to find this place, or, no, it was me? Anu waved his hand quickly. Sanjay has always regarded me as a sister. Our two families have been in contact for a long time. Anu's family is also elite, writers, journalists, directors, and they interact with Sanjay Dutt's family. Ron is not surprised at all. What's more, Anu's husband Vinod Chopra is also a film director. They are all in Bollywood, so it is normal for them to have a relationship. Director Vijay Kaushal said he met you at Thackeray's villa and you had a good chat. Anu continued. Well, Ron had some impression. When he was dealing with Bania's electrical factory, he met Vijay Kaushal, and they even exchanged business cards. Bollywood's connections are too damn complicated. Wherever you go, you have connections. But isn't this exactly what he wants now? Sun Productions is still too weak. A movie Sara Mahal only allowed him to step half a foot into the circle. If he wants to truly integrate into Bollywood, he has to cooperate with big directors. With them taking the lead, Sun Productions will have the opportunity to truly participate in the investment of Bollywood blockbusters. It's impossible to always invest in shit by yourself. If you make money this time, what if you lose money next time? Ron is not familiar with Bollywood movies, and he can't cheat even if he wants to. Anu, tell me the truth, did Sanjay participate in the bombing? No, she shook her head firmly. Ron, I can guarantee this too. Vikram nodded at him. Okay, I roughly know. Ron had to get their assurance that he couldn't get involved in such matters casually. If he showed up and Sanjay was finally convicted of a crime, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Sanjay has a bad temper and smokes marijuana, but he would never kill innocent people, Anu said. I heard that his mother is a herdsman, Ron asked again after getting a hint from Mary. Yes, this is Sanjay's trouble. The police don't trust him, Anu admitted. It's really troublesome, Ron thought thoughtfully. Sanjay Dutt's father is a Punjabi Brahmin, and his mother is a herdsman. This combination is too strange. According to North Indian tradition, these two parties can't be linked together. Bollywood is fundamentally monopolized by Punjabis and Sindhis. It was taken over by refugees during the partition of India and Pakistan. It was a lowly industry that the Bombay dignitaries in the 1940s sneered at. From this perspective, Bollywood is to Punjabis as Hollywood is to squid. There are still a large number of people from Punjab in Bollywood, such as Anu's husband Vinod Chopra, which explains why they are on good terms with the Dutt family. They are from the same hometown, so it is normal for them to be close to each other. Even Ajay's father, Lal, is also a Punjabi and a Bollywood director. Many Punjabis are descendants of Aryans, with tall and handsome men and fair-skinned, beautiful women with long legs. Ron's appearance also belongs to this category. If he changes his style a little, he will be mistaken for a foreigner. Now Sanjay Dutt, who is half Punjabi and half Sindhi, Muslim, blood, is in trouble, and the fellow villagers in Bollywood are trying their best to rescue him. In fact, they can go directly to Ajay Lal. After all, he is also half Punjabi. Well, just kidding. With Ajay's character, he probably won't pay much attention to these people. I can't guarantee it, I can only try. Ron left himself enough room. That's good, Mr. Sir, Anu thanked him gratefully. Ron gained a lot from today's tea salon. He could still help with some connections. He didn't plan to go directly to Thackeray to plead for mercy, that would be inappropriate. At least he had to understand the background details of the matter first. Anu and Vikram alone might hear a biased picture. Considering that Sanjay's father Sunil Dutt was a member of parliament, Ron quietly called Mumbai Mayor Chauhan. Sure enough, a very important piece of information was overlooked. Sunil Dutt was a member of the Congress party, and Bal Thackeray was a leader of the Shiv Sena. The two sides naturally did not get along. Because he could not stand the atrocities of the Shiv Sena, Sunil Dutt resigned from his position as a member of parliament in anger. He married a Sindhi woman and was quite prestigious among the herders. Many herders had made it clear that I will vote for whichever party Sunil Dutt belongs to. What is this? This is a deadly enemy. Chauhan is also a member of the Congress party. He can be humble in front of Thackeray, but it is difficult for Sunil Dutt. He has expressed his dissatisfaction with the Shiv Sena in front of the media more than once, and resigned because of this. Even if he is willing, Thackeray may not cooperate, so the two sides are deadlocked. Chauhan also told Ron that Sanjay's arrest was probably framed by Sarad Kamal. This man is also a member of the Congress party, and he is competing fiercely with Sunil Dutt for the position of party leader. Unfortunately, Sunil Dutt's support rate is extremely high, and the former can only think of some tricks. As soon as Sanjay was arrested, his father's reputation was damaged and his support rate plummeted. Damn, there are too many twists and turns here. Sanjay, his father, Congress party, his father's political enemies, Congress party, Thackeray, Shiv Sena, Bollywood relatives and friends. Everyone has their own motives, and it seems natural from their standpoint. Even Ron wants to gain a wave of goodwill, and then take the opportunity to let Sun Productions take root in Bollywood. It's nothing more than a word profit. Well, Ron is also a layman. He's going to visit Aj Lal. Aj Lal has been promoted again. He is now a deputy inspector and has hundreds of police officers and detectives under his command. Bandra district, Juhu district, parts of South Mumbai, including Ransur Electric, are all within his jurisdiction. The rapid rise like a rocket is of course due to the investigation of the bombing case. Dawood's charges are basically confirmed, and the Indian government has sent a deportation application to Dubai. The former gangster boss of Mumbai may be in a panic now. Sanjay Dutt is also implicated in the bombing case. One of the 186 suspects arrested by Aj himself. He is indeed a selfless policeman. No matter who calls, Aj will not answer. This includes his immediate superiors and other messy officials. Then Ron came. Aj was sitting in his garden drinking tea. When he saw Ron, he immediately nodded his head and motioned him to come over to have tea together. Here is the information about Amal, the man you asked me to investigate for you last time. Aj handed him a document. How is it? That guy is a Brahmin, but he lives in a slum. It's very abnormal, no problem, probably because of his father's involvement. Aj waved his hand. Ron flipped through the information and glanced at it, and it became clear. It turned out that his father had committed a murder in his hometown, and the victim was also a powerful person. Their family was not as powerful as the other party, so they could only hide in Mumbai. Okay, after experiencing the baptism of Uttar Pradesh, Ron no longer cares about such trivial matters. By the way, Did you arrest Sanjay Dutt? Ron asked. Age turned his head, put down the cup, and stared at him. Are you here to plead for mercy too? Someone came to me, Ron shrugged, but not to plead for mercy. I just asked about the situation. That guy is a bad seed, Age concluded. Perhaps according to his moral standards, 13.99 million of the 14 million people in Mumbai are bad seeds. This is a city of sin, and the people in the city are accomplices to each other. AJ checked Sanjay Dutt's information in great detail, from childhood to adulthood. He told Ron that Sanjay was extremely rebellious in his youth. He first smoked marijuana, and later became more serious and switched to white. He made an excuse for himself that his mother and wife died one after another, causing a great trauma in his heart. He not only smoked, but later sold it, and hung out with a group of Sindhis all day long. Fortunately, this guy didn't fall too deep. He took the initiative to ask his father to send him to a drug rehabilitation center in Mississippi, USA, and stayed there for 2 years. After he came out, he was a new person, and with the help of his father Sunil Dutt's relationship, he made a comeback in Bollywood. But this guy is not honest, you know. He has hidden several guitars at home. AJ gestured with his hands, making a gesture of holding a submachine gun. Ron didn't know what to say. He actually had a lot of guitars there. If it was just this, he wouldn't be involved in the bombing case, AJ said. Is there something else? Ron asked curiously. Those guns were sent to Mumbai by express delivery by Sanjay after he called Dawood's brother Anis and his deputy Abdu. They hollowed out a Suzuki car, refilled it with submachine guns and grenades, and drove the car from Babayang to Mumbai. They naturally couldn't unload the goods on the main road, so they thought of using Sanjay's garage. And Sanjay, like countless people in the film and television industry, is full of curiosity and yearning for gangs. Now you know why he was arrested, right? Even if he didn't participate in the bombing, he can't escape the charge of being an accomplice. Hiss. Ron was numb. A melon-eating crowd, always got new melons. None of the intelligence from those people was reliable. They were either missing arms or legs. Did they say that Sanjay was framed by his father's political enemies? Ron asked again. That's not wrong. Kamal, the political enemy, promised Sanjay's father after the incident that he could get him out of prison within 2 weeks as long as Sanjay pleaded guilty. So Dutt believed it and asked his son, who was filming in Mauritius, to come back, saying that he would only need to stay in the police station for 2 hours before going home. But the order I received was to take 200 armed policemen to the airport. When Sanjay came down the escalator, the outcome was doomed. Damn, these politicians are really shady. Will Sanjay be sentenced? He can't escape, at least 18 months. Ron frowned, looking helpless. Well, I won't participate in this matter, nor will I ask for it. But I may bring someone to see Thackeray. You know that tiger? Of course, it's okay, he can come. Age's expression was indifferent. Chapter 189, Driving People Crazy. Sanjay Dutt is imprisoned in Arthur Road Jail, the most notorious criminal prison in Mumbai. Street thugs are not afraid of going to the detention center, but they avoid Arthur Road Jail. You will live a life worse than death there, unless you have a big boss to protect you. Mumbai's gangs also have their own branches in the prison, and they will take care of the newly imprisoned members of their gangs. For example, the Dawood gang, the Gauri gang, the Rajan gang. Their gangs have doctors, lawyers, public relations, investigation teams, logistics for operating safe houses, and personnel to provide complete support for imprisoned gang members. In order to avoid gang conflicts in prisons, the government has specially designated different prisons for different gangs. Over time, these gangs have become more and more involved in their respective prisons. The Dawood gang specially purchased motorcycle tricycles and apartment buildings near the prison, and hired cooks and couriers. The chef will prepare 3 meals in the apartment, and the courier will take an electric 3-wheeler to deliver hot meals to the prisoners. It is a well-planned and efficient food delivery system, which makes the arrested gang members even look forward to the good days of serving time, just because all their needs can be fully met. Even behind bars, there is still a strange competitive mentality among the gangs. For example, during the Ganesha festival, the Gauri gang will send a box of desserts to the prisoners of the Dawood gang in Thane jail. The boss of the Dawood gang in prison took a look and said, "Huh, that's it." Then he gave back to the Gauri gang in the prison a full plate of halwa. Of course, only the middle and high-level gangs can enjoy this kind of treatment. Sanjay Dutt is not a gangster, he is a Bollywood star. On his first night in prison, He was invited to the cell where their leader was by the inmates of the Rajan gang. This leader went to college in London and was originally an engineer. He returned to Mumbai just to reunite with his brother, who is a gangster boss. Anu's husband Vinod Chopra once made a gangster movie based on these two brothers. The head asked Sanjay how he felt about being in jail, and Sanjay said he missed his father very much. So the head righteously found the prison guard, and after some explanation, Sanjay was taken to the duty room as an exception. His father was surprised to receive a call from his son in prison at 11 o'clock in the evening. But Sunil Dutt did not bring good news to Sanjay. He told his son on the phone that he was powerless. Political opponent Kamal did not keep his promise, and Sanjay was not allowed bail because of the bombing case. Hearing this thunderbolt, Sanjay cried for a long time in prison. He smoked cannabis, played with guns, and raced cars. He was a complete jerk, but he was not a gangster after all. He is a Bollywood star, earning a lot of rupees and living a luxurious life that ordinary people can hardly imagine. How can such a rich second generation endure the life behind bars in prison? He never saw the sun in the prison. The cell where he was detained was only 2 meters square. He had to brush his teeth, take a shower, eat, drink, defecate and urinate in this small space. His family brought food to Sanjay, but it was snatched away by others as soon as he entered the prison. He could only survive on the inedible prison food. Worse still, Sanjay Dutt was a big star, which attracted many people's attention. Judge Patel, who initially heard the case, wanted to bring down Sanjay. Sanjay's lawyer asked the presiding judge to recuse himself. Not only was the application rejected, but it also made Judge Patel more resentful. So he was put in solitary confinement. There were no windows, and the silence of the small dark room was enough to drive people crazy. Then Sanjay learned to make friends with nature. Every night, 4 sparrows would fly in from the small exhaust fan. He stretched out his broad palm, and in his palm were some crumbs he had saved. He greedily and carefully stroked the feathers of the birds when they pecked at them. He was too eager to touch the living life. Sanjay also made friends with the ants climbing along the sewage pipe. He could watch the ants motionlessly for hours and would help them when they were in trouble because they could not move food. He had never observed every corner of the cell so carefully. There was no clock here, only his own heartbeat. He roughly guessed the sunrise and sunset based on the pattern of the appearance of these small animals. However, the attraction of insects, birds and rodents to Sanjay was limited, and he was about to go crazy. Sanjay held the iron grill of the cell tightly and pressed his face between the rusty steel bars. He tried to look around, but because of the space, he could only see a corner of the dark corridor. He shouted and cursed loudly, but no one responded. The whole corridor, the whole prison, the whole world, seemed to be the only one with him. Sanjay was tired and his eyes were dead. He knocked his forehead lightly, and the pain on his forehead told him that this world still existed. He knocked again, and the pain became clearer. Bang, 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 the sound became louder and louder, and the steel grill trembled. The sharp friction of the iron door pierced the silence. There was light coming in, dazzling light. Sanjay couldn't see anything for a moment, but he tried his best to open his eyes wide. He didn't dare to close his eyes, for fear that all this was an illusion. Son, Sunil Dutt rushed over. Sanjay was a little dazed. He looked at his father's tearful face and pulled the corners of his mouth. Is it really an illusion? How could an outsider come into the solitary confinement? Until a young man came into Sanjay's sight. He was not a prison guard, nor was he his good friend. He looked familiar. Finally, Sanjay slowly confirmed that this was real. His father was hugging him and crying loudly. Dad, he was so weak that he could hardly shout, and tears in his eyes burst out. Ron stuffed a few rupees into the pocket of the prison guard next to him, and then whispered a few words. The fat prison guard with a fat head and big ears clasped his hands together, bowed flatteringly to thank him, and then walked out in a hurry. I don't know why, the proportion of fat people among Indian police is surprisingly high. Ron could see such fat men almost every time he went to a police station, and often there were more than one. The Dutt father and son had calmed down over there. Old Dutt wiped his eyes and looked sad. Mr. Sir, you must help me. He can't stay here anymore, he will die. Old Dutt put his hands together and his voice was hoarse. Don't worry, I've already said hello, someone will come to deal with it soon, Ram comforted him. There was a shadow swaying at the iron gate, and the fat policeman hurried over with a doctor. Sanjay's forehead was covered in blood, and the old Dutt was frightened the moment he came in. He thought his son was abused, so he asked Ron for help regardless of anything. After the doctor came in, he cleaned Sanjay's wound and sewed more than 10 stitches on his forehead. Tisk, that crooked technique made Ron frown. What a broken technique, it was far worse than his. Doctor sir, the prison medical staff stood up awkwardly, and he seemed to realize that he was showing off his skills in front of an expert. Remember to help him clean the wound and change the dressing on time, pay attention to hygiene, and avoid infection. Yes, the doctor took the tip and left with a nod. The ugly stitches were not because Ron had obsessive-compulsive disorder. But now with his surgical skills, he can really look down on most doctors in India. He had too many opportunities to practice. Not to mention the slums in Mumbai and the Sir Electric Factory, he had treated more than one gunshot wound in Uttar Pradesh. How many doctors can have such rich clinical experience as him? Ron's medical license was not obtained in vain. Silly boy, why are you so hard on yourself? Old Dutt, who understood the whole story, couldn't help but blame him. No one has said a word to me for 7 days. I'm going crazy. Sanjay squatted on the ground and held his head. Mr. Sir, you must take me to see Thackeray. I agree to any conditions. Old Dutt has never been as heartbroken as today. Ron didn't answer him first, but glanced at the 2 prison guards beside him. They left very tactfully, closed the iron door, and only 3 people were left. Anand stood guard at the end of the corridor. Ron took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Sanjay. He took it tremblingly, picked up a cigarette, and greedily put it under his nose and sniffed it deeply. It was just an ordinary cigarette, but Sanjay felt like he had tasted sweet wine. His tense muscles and spirit slowly relaxed. You know his character, he is very strong. Ron looked at Old Dutt. You must admit defeat completely and satisfy his inner pride, otherwise this matter will be difficult to handle. I know, I understand Thackeray, and I am ready. Old Dutt made up his mind. It will cost a lot of money, enough to impress Thackeray. No problem, Old Dutt still agreed. Thackeray is very grateful to his deceased wife, and his villa is full of her photos, Ron reminded. I know what to do. Old Dutt's eyes flashed. You too. Ron looked at Sanjay, who lit a cigarette. Do you know what the first thing to do when you go out? Sanjay's whole HUD was like a rusty machine now. He was stunned for a long time before he realized that Ron was talking to him. What? He asked woodenly. If you are released on bail, the first thing you should do is not go home, but go to Thackeray's villa first. This will ensure that you will not have any trouble. Okay. Sanjay, who was fearless, was now as obedient as a sheep. Mr. Sir, he can't stay here anymore. He must move to another place. Old Dutt was still worried about his son. He felt terrified just standing in such a ghost place as confinement. There was no light, no sound. The gradually eroding loneliness would make you collapse. I'll call AJ later. He will help with this. When Ron mentioned AJ Lal, he couldn't help but sigh. He was one of the few people Ron could call a friend, but he was too stubborn. He was selfless, fearless of power, and straightforward in doing things. He never knew how to be roundabout. With his power, there would be a lot of people lining up to make money. As a result, Old Lal owed 2 million in usury, and he just couldn't take out the extra savings. It was not until he was promoted to the first grade of police inspector recently that his salary was increased to 7,000 rupees. This was not even as much as the bribes his men received in a day. It was simply the most fantastic news in India. Ron cherished AJ as a friend and was a little sorry for him this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Each takes what he needs. After being released from prison, Ron took Old Dutt to Thackeray's villa. He called Thackeray before leaving, and the other party agreed to the meeting. Old Dutt did not leave empty-handed. There was a luggage bag in the trunk of the car. It was not a backpack or a suitcase, but a large canvas bag for long-distance travel. In addition to these, Old Dutt also made a few phone calls. He was determined to satisfy Thackeray's vanity. For his son, he risked his old face. The car drove through the Seaside Avenue, and the huge movie poster in front caught Ron's attention. It was Sanjay's new movie Villain released this year, and the box office has exceeded 200 million rupees. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the highest box office this year. Sanjay plays a killer hired by the gang. The promotional poster of the movie reads, "Perfect interpretation of this killer is not cold." It's ironic that this killer is in jail, and they are on their way to rescue him. The peak moment of his acting career. This guy is too unlucky. Ron has no psychological burden to rescue such a person. All the MPs in Uttar Pradesh are murderers. Compared with them, Sanjay is nothing. The car drove into the gate of Thackeray's villa. After undergoing a security check, Ron took Old Dutt into the living room. Thackeray was waiting there. When he saw the big suitcase in Old Dutt's hand, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Sir, I did something wrong before." Old Dutt bent down, touched the big feet in front of him, and cried. Thackeray was startled by his behavior, and then a feeling of extreme comfort surged from the bottom of his heart, making him almost groan. "You shouldn't sympathize with those herdsmen." Thackeray sat still. "Yes, I was blinded by them before, but now I see clearly." Old Dutt burst into tears. "Sit down." Thackeray touched his shoulder and blessed him. "I saw my wife as soon as I entered the door. It was she who made me understand all this." Old Dutt stood up and saluted in front of the statue of Thackeray's deceased wife in the living room. Just when Thackeray thought that the two were about to get to the point, Old Dutt's next move stunned him. He took the oil lamp from the attendant, lit it, and walked step by step to the portrait. He whimpered, holding the oil lamp and shaking it clockwise in front of the portrait, muttering something. "What are you doing?" It took Thackeray a long time to react. "I am praying for the forgiveness of my wife. It was she who made me wake up in time. I prayed that she would bless my son, who was framed and is now suffering in prison in vain." Old Dutt cried bitterly, with a pious expression as if he was talking to God. Thackeray turned his head, his eyes full of questions. Ron next to him spread his hands, indicating that he wanted to do this himself. "Well," Thackeray felt relieved again. He was about to speak when the servant came to report the two producers were visiting. They were looking for Old Dutt, and a movie was waiting for him to make a decision. Thackeray waved his hand and asked the two producers to wait outside. "Dutt, you can come and sit down." After appreciating Dutt's fire sacrifice, Thackeray finally leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction. "No, sir, I must pay enough respect to my wife," Dutt cried while circling in front of the portrait of Thackeray's wife. There were already 7 or 8 producers waiting for him outside. They were anxious but did not dare to enter the door to disturb him. "Okay, we can talk about your son next." Thackeray felt his sincerity. "It's really a bother for you." Dutt wiped his eyes and handed the oil lamp to his entourage. The guys in the court really made no sense. They wanted to convict people based on a disassembled rifle. It's just nonsense. There are so many herdsmen gangs in Mumbai. Which one doesn't have a gun? Why don't they convict those people? Thackeray and the Mumbai court also don't get along. Judge Patel not only pursued the bombing case, but also the atrocities of the Shiv Sena at the end of December last year. This completely infuriated Thackeray, but the Shiv Sena could not enter the court, which was a different system. "Sir, what you said was that Sanjay was completely framed by Kamal. He had nothing to do with this matter. He was still filming abroad when the explosion happened," Old Dutt hurriedly explained. "I heard about your competition with Kamal. That guy is really unreliable." Thackeray nodded. "He didn't have a good impression of the people of the Congress Party. As for whether to include the person in front of him, it all depends on his sincerity. Only you can save him. The child has never done a bad thing. Normally, he would not dare to step on an ant to death. I will call the police station, and your son will be able to go home tomorrow." Thackeray waved his hand nonchalantly. He is indeed qualified to say this. Only Thackeray in Mumbai can be above the law. "Sir," Old Dutt wanted to cry again. Fortunately, Ron winked at him, saying that it was enough, man. Then Ron played a role in the conversation, and Old Dutt told a lot of secrets in the entertainment industry, which made Thackeray laugh. Thackeray's a typical Mumbai man. Entertainment comes first, politics comes second. If the Indian president comes, he will not go out to greet him. But if Amitabh Bachchan comes here, he will definitely make time and look forward to it. This is why he agreed to help. Old Dutt is a legendary actor and director in India. This important leader in Bollywood bowed down in front of him, and Thackeray was very pleased. The three of them laughed and laughed for a while, and then Ron took Old Dutt away from Thackeray's villa. "Mr. Sir, Sanjay was saved this time, all thanks to you." He thanked him sincerely when he got back to the car. "The one Sanjay should really thank is you as a father." Ron waved his hand and signaled the driver to drive. "He should have learned a lesson this time." Old Dutt sighed. He only has this one son and another daughter. But the inheritance of the Dutt family must be completed by men after all, and old Dutt had to run around for him. I don't plan to make movies anymore. Here are a few projects with great potential. I've heard of your Sun Entertainment Company. If you're interested, you can invest in them. Old Dutt handed Ron a document, which contained the movie scripts he had carefully selected. With his many years of experience in the industry, it's not difficult to make a profit. Mr. Dutt, are you going to? I will focus on public affairs. Bollywood doesn't have the energy to manage it anymore, he has made up his mind. This time, Sanjay's incident sounded a wake-up call for him. If you want to gain power in India, you must participate in politics. So what if you have money? He has made movies for so many years. And his family's wealth has long been enough for several generations to live comfortably. In the end, he still had to bow down and touch the feet of his former enemy. This was his greatest shame, and only politics could wash it all away. The movie project that Old Dutt gave to Ron was his thank you gift. Although he was going to retire from the entertainment industry, his identity and connections were there. With just one sentence, Ron could become the investor of these movies. Very good, everyone got what they needed, and left a legacy. Ron got the information, glanced at it briefly, and then put it away with satisfaction. All the directors and stars are big names, so the possibility of such a film becoming a big hit is very high. It is easy to make a steady profit with a low-cost film, but most of the time the money earned is small, and not every time you can be as lucky as praise to Durga Puja. If you want to truly become a mainstream force in Bollywood, participating in these big productions is an indispensable step. Sun Entertainment is moving fast enough. It has not even been established for a year. Being an investor in Bollywood is a completely different experience from Hollywood, on the other side of the ocean. From the beginning to now, the Indian government has actually never looked down on the film industry. It classifies entertainment as a second-class industry, and its priority is even lower than that of a small factory. Under the strict restrictions of the government, producers cannot get loans from the state bank. Without money, you can't make a movie. Producers have to look for private investors, which is also not an easy task. With the government taking the lead, businessmen outside the industry are also cautious about investing in movies. In the end, it was the gangs who took on the role of producers. The gangs have a lot of black money in their hands. They don't pay taxes and can't deposit it in banks. Investing in movies is a very attractive business. If the movie sells well, you can not only make a fortune, but also launder the money. Killing two birds with one stone. So starting from the 1980s, the gangs began to enter Bollywood on a large scale. With this hot money, Bollywood has developed very rapidly in recent years. Movies with box office revenues of over 100 million have been released one after another, which has led to more people pouring into the entertainment industry. Now those well-known directors have no shortage of funds for their movies, and many people are lining up to give money. Ron was able to get Dutt's personal promise, which was of course equivalent to taking a shortcut. However, after all, Bollywood has been influenced by the gangs for too long, and it has never been able to get rid of their shadow. These people are happy to take the money, but there is also a terrifying game rule: you can only make money but not lose money. If you take the money from the gangs and several movies fail in a row, it is common to lose your life. Over time, Bollywood producers are very respectful to the investors, fearing that they will offend people they shouldn't offend. You never know who you are talking to, because no one will mark who they are on their forehead, said an experienced producer. In this atmosphere, it is not surprising that the investors in Bollywood can interfere with the filming of movies. In short, they have great say. Is there such a good thing in Hollywood? It is possible that the investors will be cheated. Ron got what he wanted, and his trip was not in vain. The Tiger personally said that Sanjay Dutt's case may not be likely to be resentenced, but bail should be no problem. For rich people, what is the difference between bail and being released from prison? Do you expect the Indian judicial system to hold Sanjay accountable again? Don't be silly. There are a lot of cases piled up in the Mumbai court for more than 20 years. Many parties involved have died, and the files of these cases are still gathering dust. However, what Ron didn't know was that Thackeray did speak personally, but this time it failed. Ajlal, the reckless man, refused the Tiger's release order. He was the only person in Mumbai who dared to ignore Thackeray's order. Thackeray was furious. Chapter 191, Exile. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Ron looked helpless. You should have known me earlier, Age packed his things expressionlessly. But you can't say it so directly, it's just asking for trouble, Ron. This is my creed since the first day I joined the police force. Thackeray's call went directly to the Mumbai police station. No one dared to disobey his orders. Less than half an hour after Ron and Old Dutt left his villa, Age received a call from his superior officer. The officer told him that as long as he was slightly biased when submitting Sanjay Dutt's interrogation report, he could easily get 50 lakhs. He said, "Don't touch this man. He has a strong backer. Mr. Thackeray has personally inquired about it, and someone is willing to bail him out for 50 lakhs. I am not asking you to do anything illegal, but I ask you to be careful with your wording when writing the report." AJ's answer was in line with his style. He said, "Sir, I was trained under you. If you were not my superior today, I would have touched you." He refused to release the man and refused to tamper with the interrogation materials. At the same time, he offended two big men. One was his superior, and the other was Bal Thackeray. The result was predictable. AJ was transferred and he was no longer in charge of the bombing case, although the case was about to be concluded. The Indian civil service system protected him. Even Thackeray did not have the power to remove an inspector, but could only transfer him. AJ would return to his original jurisdiction, Bandra, and the office here in South Mumbai would be vacated. "I know you called Thackeray and pleaded for me." "Thanks, brother." AJ put away the personal belongings on his desk one by one. "I can't just watch you being transferred away from Mumbai. Who knows when you'll come back next time?" Ron shrugged. Thackeray's initial order was to transfer AJ away from Mumbai Island and drive him to the countryside of Maharashtra. After Ron learned the news, he could only call Thackeray again to plead for mercy. AJ was his friend. After all, he was also responsible for being bullied this time. Of course, Ron had other considerations. A young inspector like AJ would definitely be an important figure in the Mumbai police force in the future. The investment has just begun, so how could he just watch him being marginalized? To be honest, I've never seen a policeman like you who doesn't take advantage of the situation. Ron leaned against the door and looked at him. The moment you take the money, your next decision will be influenced by it. Have you never thought about thinking about yourself? Even if there are very legitimate reasons. What do you mean? Falsifying invoices? Man, AJ picked up the bill on the table and shook it. "I may be the only Indian government official who pays his own private phone bill, 600 rupees a month. You'll easily lose friends like this," Ron joked. "You got it right." AJ glanced at the office outside. "People in the police force either hate me or are afraid of me. If he didn't take it, how could others take it? Did anyone try to bribe you?" "Many Mumbai gangs were involved in the bombings," Ron asked curiously. "You know, when I was promoted to inspector, for 10 days, people lined up in front of the office with baskets of expensive fruits and candied fruits. These were not money, but fruits and champagne. Others in the police force, including my superiors, accepted all the offers. They were worried that I was too young and would make them look bad, so they advised me earnestly, be realistic." "Did you take it in the end?" Ron asked. AJ smiled and said nothing. He was born in Mumbai, his family was wealthy, and he was a veritable elite. But when he first joined the industry in 1981, AJ was working in a branch office in another city. His salary was 750 rupees, and he lived in a police dormitory. The rooms there were empty, and the family was bare. He likes to eat meat, but he has no money to buy it, so he can only go out hunting with a gun. AJ stayed in that god-forsaken place for 2 years before being transferred back to Mumbai. He managed to survive without using his family's connections. Those newcomers on his team had already returned to big cities like New Delhi, and he was the only one who foolishly went through the internal transfer application process. Do you expect such a person to bow down to a few bottles of expensive champagne? My future jurisdiction is still in Bandra, and I have several men who will also be transferred there. AJ suddenly remembered something. "So," Ron asked, "you know, housing in Mumbai is very tight, huh?" Ron still didn't understand. "I want you to help arrange for them, in your territory." "Wow, you mean?" Ron's eyes widened. "Yes, they have nowhere to live. Maybe there's a place for them in your slums." AJ seemed a little embarrassed. "Of course, no problem at all. I will help them solve the water and electricity problems." Ron agreed immediately. AJ, who is selfless, rarely asked for help. How could Ron refuse? He was just a little curious. AJ's current rank was not low, so could it be that a few people could not be arranged? Ajit told Ron that Mumbai was equipped with about 4 policemen for every 1,000 people. Based on the current population of Mumbai, there are about 60,000 policemen in the entire city. The salary of an ordinary policeman is 2,000 rupees, which is not as high as that of the workers in the Sir Electric factory. They cannot afford to buy a house and can only live in police dormitories. However, the police dormitories in Mumbai can only accommodate 60% of the police force, and the other 40% have to live in slums. Not everyone is even eligible to wait for the government to allocate housing. You need more than 10 years of resume to queue up. The grassroots police officers usually don't get too many benefits. They have to support their families. With a salary of 2,000 rupees, they can only live in slums. And there is a local tyrant in every slum, and most of them are involved in illegal businesses. So the question is, how do the police who uphold justice deal with the local tyrants who are lawless? The police officer, who had no other choice, could only go to the local boss of the slum and say to him, "Others pay you 10,000 rupees for annual rent, and I will pay you 5,000 in installments." Can you expect such a police officer to stand upright against the local boss? It's difficult. AG also has his own capable subordinates, most of whom are as clean as him. Following such a boss, they will not be able to get a place in the police dormitory in 10 years. After thinking about it, AG thought that only Ron could help him. It happened that Sir Electric was in his jurisdiction, and it was very suitable for his men to live there. Ron planned to arrange AG's men in the legal slums, where the environment was much cleaner than the illegal areas. There might be daring people in the slums with tens of thousands of people, and a few policemen could deter them. After coming out of AG's office, Ron went back to Sir Electric without stopping. He has been running around in the past few months, from June to October, and he was busy with other things. It was the rainy season at that time, and the sales of water-cooled air conditioners were sluggish, and the power supply of the factory was also stumbling. He returned to Mumbai and looked at the financial reports of the past few months, which could only be described as so-so. In July, August and September, both production capacity and sales were affected, and the shipment volume was only about 60% of the pre-rainy season. The profit of the 3 months added up to about 30 million rupees, and the sales volume of electric fans basically maintained the previous sales volume, 20,000 to 30,000 units per month. Since its establishment, the total revenue of Sir Electric has been about 80 million rupees, which is the figure after deducting labor and operating costs. To be honest, this achievement is quite remarkable. After converting to US dollars, Ron has become a veritable millionaire. In less than a year, the world has changed dramatically. At the beginning of the year, he was still racking his brains for the business of the travel company, running around for all kinds of strange requests from tourists. Now, the travel business is almost in a state of semi-abandonment, relying entirely on the travel agencies. The bombing in March came with great momentum, and his travel company was unable to recover, but he also seized the opportunity. The east wind of Dr. Sir made the newly started Sir Electric take off directly. In more than half a year, he had saved up 80 million rupees from scratch. Of course, he also spent part of the money. For example, the semi-automatic transformation of the production line. As of the end of October, all the 5 production lines that had been built had completed the major transformation. The daily output of water air conditioners of Sir Electric has increased from more than 2,000 units to nearly 5,000 units, which is a huge improvement. The 2 electric fan production lines in the Kimble plant have also been transformed, and the improvement is also obvious. All these cost money, and Ron spent 20 million rupees inside and out. The new water air conditioner and electric fan production lines are also under construction, with a budget of about 10 million rupees. There are also bribes to various officials, which add up to several million. Ron has about 40 million yuan in real money in his account. He has a great use, and now is not the time to squander. Back in the office, Ron asked Laszlo to find a shish. "Boss, you called me," he nodded and bowed. "How is the thing I asked you to do last time?" Ron closed his eyes and enjoyed Laszlo's massage. "The land in the slum," Ashish responded. "I've measured it, it's a full 200 acres. 1 acre is more than 4,000 square meters, equivalent to more than 6 mu of land in China. 200 acres is more than 1,200 mu of land, which is very large, enough for Ron to build a comprehensive industrial park. I plan to buy all the wasteland in the north." "All?" Ashish took a breath. "All?" Ron nodded. "Hiss." Ashish shuddered. "Boss, this may cost a lot of money, I know, but now is a rare opportunity. The land price in Mumbai is at its lowest point in recent years. Ron thought about it for a long time. From a long-term perspective, this deal is a sure win. Mumbai's population will increase in the future, and the city will become more and more crowded. It is almost certain that land prices will rise. The shadow of the bombing case has not completely dissipated. If it is not taken now, there may be no such opportunity in the future. Boss, what do you need me to do? Ashish quickly got into the role. Mobilize the slums. Ron was very satisfied with his attitude. Ashish had a headache, but he nodded vigorously and agreed. These people finally found a place to live, and it would be very difficult to ask them to move away now. But since he was half the boss of the slum, he had to take the lead in this matter. Ron wanted to explain a few more things, but a phone call came in. Ron, do you remember that I asked you for help? It was Hila's voice. Chapter 192 Help. The rainy season is over, and Hila is back from her vacation in Goa. There are fewer foreign tourists in Mumbai, but the foreigners who came here to do business last year will still come this year. This is Hila's passport business. There is always no shortage of adventurous tourists from all over the world coming to Mumbai. So you still want me to help you arrange the bleaching route this time? Ron put his arm around her wheat-colored shoulders and stroked them carefully. Well, Hila's originally fair skin has now been tan brown, darker than Kavya's skin color. No, not bleaching, that's not a problem at all. Hila had a full meal and now she was lazy and didn't want to move. What is that? Ron sniffed her golden hair. Help me save someone, huh? Ron was stunned for a moment. Save someone? There's a girl, my friend, named Ellie. She got into big trouble and was tricked into a call girl's job. She wants to leave, but the boss lady won't let her go, so I have to get her out. Okay, how much does it cost? Ron asked. No, it's not about money. I have money. But the woman who runs that place has fallen in love with Ellie, and she won't let her go even if we pay her. Wait, the place you're talking about is not the palace, is it? Ron suddenly realized. See, you've already guessed it, Hila shrugged. I said how could your friend end up in that place? Didn't you tell her how dangerous the palace is for girls? Ron frowned. It was an accident, Hila sighed. She explained that Ellie originally came to Mumbai from Switzerland to relax. She was very unhappy with her family in her country. Not long after arriving in India, her passport was lost. Ellie, who was thinking about freedom, didn't care too much until her savings were stretched to the limit and she started to worry about the return trip. She went to the embassy, and the other party told her that it would take at least several months to reissue the procedures. Ellie couldn't wait, so by chance she found Hila at the Leopold bar. The two got along very well, talked happily, and became friends. Hila was going to go for vacation at that time, and she promised Ellie that she would help her with the passport problem when she returned. Without a fake passport, Hila said she could get through the Indian government and quickly connect with the Swiss embassy. Yes, Hila wanted Ron for help at the time, as he already had a lot of connections in Mumbai. She also invited Ellie to go on vacation with her, but the latter decided to stay in Mumbai because she was worried about missing the news from the embassy. In the end, somehow, perhaps because she ran out of money or was deceived, Ellie went to the palace. It's my fault, Hila blamed herself. I shouldn't have left her in Mumbai, so the problem now is that Lady Elizabeth won't let her go, Ron asked. I know what that woman is thinking. Money is just an excuse. What she really wants is to destroy Ellie, bit by bit, until there is nothing left. She hates her because Ellie is beautiful, exciting, and courageous. What do you mean? Ron was almost confused. Ellie comes from Switzerland, from a family with a title. She is rebellious but proud, and will not succumb to the demands of the palace. You know, that damn place requires girls to cooperate 100%, otherwise they will offend the bigwigs who patronize it. The palace is different from other red light districts in Mumbai. It provides guests with unparalleled service and enjoyment. If Ellie resists, it will mess up a lot of things. The bigwigs who patronize the palace, sometimes even Lady Elizabeth, will be afraid. So Ellie is trapped there now and can't get out, but Lady Elizabeth doesn't dare to force it. That's probably it. I don't understand. Ron frowned. Why does Lady Elizabeth have to have that girl? Women's jealousy? Ron, it's enough to destroy a person's sanity. Lady Elizabeth has a very high status in the upper class of Mumbai, but this can't make up for her inner trauma. She probably suffered a lot when she was young, and the things she experienced were inhumane. The more so, the easier it is to distort her character. When she meets a girl like Ellie who grew up in an aristocratic family, she is extremely eager to destroy the other party with her own hands. You want me to rescue her? Not really. I mean, I do have some men. Ron brought more than a dozen thugs from Uttar Pradesh, and he also had a few guitars. No, that's too risky. The villains in the palace are good at playing tricks on people, such as throwing sulfuric acid on her face. More than one girl has been ruined because of losing the favor of Lady Elizabeth. We can't take this risk. In short, she must be willing to spare Ellie and not change her mind at the last minute. I don't know that Lady Elizabeth, but I heard that she is very dangerous. That's right, so I asked you for help. Ron, you have a plan, I mean how to rescue the girl. It still depends on you, Ron. Hila looked at him. Me. Ron grabbed Yukiko's hand and paused. You are already a big shot in Mumbai, enough for Lady Elizabeth to pay attention to. I think I'm still a little short. Ron's current wealth is not at all comparable to that of the giants. No, it's enough. I heard that Thackeray will give you some face. Well, that's because of the coincidence in the bombing, but you can already speak, right? Lady Elizabeth doesn't dare to confront Thackeray. Well, even if it's as you said, it still won't work. You may not know that I had a little friction with Lady Elizabeth. Of course I know, but this is the opportunity. Lady Elizabeth will let Ellie go for your sake. What do you mean? Ron's eyes widened slightly. She has to compensate you and apologize for her recklessness. Hila raised her lips. Oh. Because I have become a big shot, enough to be on an equal footing with her, Ron suddenly realized. Yes, that's it. Ron is no longer the little minions who can be manipulated at will. He has money and fame, and his strength is rapidly expanding. No one can easily touch him, and even Hartman is becoming more polite to him. Ron only needs to manage well for a few more years. It's hard to say who should be careful between him and Lady Elizabeth. Are you sure this plan is feasible? I think it's okay. I can't think of a better way. Although I've been to the palace once, I've never dealt with Lady Elizabeth. I mean, if I mess up, will the girl have any accidents? Or, Ellie is my friend. The idea came from me, and I take the responsibility. Okay, Elizabeth's favor. I can't think of any place where it will be useful in the future. Ron shrugged. He didn't have any business dealings with that lady, and he didn't usually have to go to the palace to entertain government officials. He was too lazy to deal with this person. If he could help Hila, it would be okay to meet her. If this favor really existed, why not use it now? What are you waiting for? Thank you, Ron. Hila stood up and took the initiative. Alice, Ron, the Sea King, is not just doing it for free. You see, the grass around him has more or less benefited from his favor. Well, except for Urmila, she is too easy to deceive. Ron and Hila agreed to meet Lady Elizabeth in 2 days, during which time she would arrange a way out for Ellie. After eating seafood, Ron began to miss the millet porridge like Urmila. It's pure and nice. Since the release of Sura Durga, Urmila has reversed her decline in Bollywood. Since entering the industry in 1991, she has made several films, most of which have been disasters at the box office, and only one has achieved profitability. Even child stars can't stand it, and the little girl almost cried. Fortunately, Ron appeared in time to save her reputation that was about to collapse. Sura Durga is a low-cost movie, but the box office is real. News came from Rajasthan and Bihar that the first week box office in these two places combined has exceeded 10 million rupees. Including Uttar Pradesh, the total box office of Sura Durga has exceeded 30 million, and the profit is 10 times the investment cost. It has become a masterpiece in Urmila's acting career, although it is a low-cost movie. Recently, I always receive some strange scripts, she complained. Isn't it your favorite role? Ron asked. Not at all. Just listen to the names and you will know. Hungry Soul and Burning Body, Ron laughed. The names sounded very frivolous. It's all your fault. Urmila was about to cry. If she was approached by such movies in the future, it would be terrible. Don't worry, I have called director Dutt. Ron comforted her. Hot Urmila suddenly laughed out loud. I have received calls from director Shiromani and director Ali. That's right, but you dare to tease me. Ron began to punish her severely. After getting in touch with Old Dutt last time, Ron mentioned Urmila and Manisha. Old Dutt knew what he meant. This kind of thing was not worth mentioning to him. Isn't it right to make connections for your woman? Ready-made connections, don't waste them. Urmila has taken on 2 movies for next year, and Manisha has even started filming. Speaking of which, I haven't had time to go to her recently. Well, I will go after Hila's matter is over. Among the women, Ron liked to come to Urmila's place the most. No other reason, she was obedient and tight. Urmila's skin was very white, not the white like Mary and the others, her white was delicate and warm. It was very in line with the aesthetics of Oriental people, and Ron couldn't let it go. I have a movie coming out next month, can you come to the premiere? She asked. Movie? Didn't you just finish filming Durga? It was filmed at the beginning of the year, and the investment was over 17 million rupees. Urmila was very proud, this was her third movie this year. Okay, I'll make time to come out. Dinglingling, the phone interrupted Ron. Urmila motioned him to be silent, this was her apartment. She picked up the phone and said a few words, then turned her head with a strange look. Ms. Mary wants to see you. Ron answered the phone with a calm look and full of confidence. Ron, I heard you were going to the palace. Yes, how did you know? We have to meet. Mary's tone was firm. Chapter 193 Dangerous Person. Mary and Lena live in the little Portugal area of Bandra, which has the most colorful and European-style old houses in Mumbai. Many old houses are still inhabited by descendants of the Catholics who first migrated here. It is very close to Bollywood and is a Catholic gathering area, which is very suitable for foreigners like Mary to live in. The apartment is very warm, with pleasant palm trees, beaches and sea outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The interior decoration is very sophisticated, but not Bollywood-style gaudy. There are no gold-plated mirrors hanging everywhere, and no giant crystal chandeliers. From furniture to curtains, everything is mainly light-colored, which seems out of place in the colorful India. Are you too sensitive about the palace? Ron sat on the balcony with his legs crossed. You don't know her at all. Mary smiled with a contemptuous smile. She held a fruit knife in her hand, and her flexible fingers moved slightly, and the silver blade immediately flew up and down. In the blink of an eye, the peeled mango was placed in front of Ron, so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. Who? That Lady Elizabeth. He took a bite. The mango was very sweet. All the rumors about her are true, and even more dangerous than that. She first went to Delhi in the 1960s, and at that time, Delhi was as wild and unrestrained as most capitals in the West, so she really has a KGB background and is spying on those big shots. Ron raised his eyebrows. I can tell you for sure that Lady Elizabeth was stunningly beautiful when she was young, and many important members of the Congress Party were fascinated by her. Wow. No wonder so many people want to go to the palace. They must have heard the rumors about Delhi. She was not very peaceful when she was in Delhi. From scandals, suicides to political murders. Mary said that just 2 years ago, there was a murder trial in Delhi, and Lady Elizabeth was the protagonist of the case. 2 well-known men died in her New Delhi palace. Both were killed by singing. One of them was a local councillor and the other was more sensitive. Later, a witness who was unfavorable to her disappeared, and another witness was found hanged at the door of his house, and the case could not be handled. Although Lady Elizabeth escaped unscathed from the incident, she had to leave New Delhi and come to Mumbai. As a result, just a few months after the opening of the Mumbai palace, another murder occurred, and the crime scene was on the street behind the palace. Everyone knows that the case is related to her, but she has a lot of leverage over many people, including the top brass, and they dare not touch her. She can do whatever she wants because she knows nothing will happen. Mary looked at him with her eyes. It's dangerous? Ron nodded. But why do you know so clearly? Because we are observing her every move. Lena suddenly spoke. Girls, my intuition tells me that you have targeted this dangerous person. Ron spread his hands. Mary smiled and said nothing, and the fruit knife in her hand turned faster. Lena sat crookedly on the balcony, one foot shaking and kicking. Listen, I don't want you to get into trouble. You know she is dangerous, but some things must be done, such as revenge. Mary turned her palm and put away the fruit knife. That's right, we tracked her from Brazil to Mumbai just to put an end to it. Lena crossed her arms and raised her head proudly. Ron was amused by her appearance. She had a baby face, but whenever she pretended to be serious, she was always funny. You should not worry about us, but yourself. She is more cunning than smart, but not stupid, Mary reminded him. Hila asked me for help. If it's just a meeting, there shouldn't be any danger. Don't forget how she got hold of those big shots. Lena looked at him secretly. You mean the girls there? No, I'm not interested. I like you more. Lena's mouth curled up to smile, but she quickly pursed her lips. I'm not talking about those idiots, but Hila. That bitch has had intentions for you for a long time. I can see it. Well, I promise not to do that with her in the palace, Ron vowed. Madam Elizabeth relies on winning over big shots who go to the palace to maintain her position. She will definitely find a way to hook you so that you can become the nutrients for her power. Be careful. Mary was very calm. Her trick won't work on me. You know, the ones I know are all Bollywood actresses. Can the foreign girls in the palace compare to Bollywood actresses? Any Indian knows the answer. Ron's threshold has been raised, and ordinary things are not in his eyes. Mary wanted to say something, but Ron had already changed the topic to the newly established Sun Entertainment Company. Have you read Sunil's information? Do you have any good suggestions? We are studying it. There are two that look good. Both are big investments. How much? Ron was a little interested. 50 million rupees. Well, it's nearly 17 times that of praise to the goddess of the underworld, which is indeed a big investment. How much money do we have left in our account? He asked. The box office potential in North India has almost been exhausted, with a total box office of 44 million rupees. After deducting entertainment taxes and state taxes in other states, we can get 19 million rupees. What about the distribution rights outside North India? Less than 3 million rupees, 22 million, that's our profit. Ron nodded. The real box office in North India must be more than this. Balam will definitely do something. Taking Uttar Pradesh as a reference, the box office data he reported is about a few million less. Most of this money was embezzled by him. Unfortunately, all transactions were completed in cash, and Ron and his friends could not verify the exact ticket sales of all theaters in those areas. Without computers and channels, the business depends entirely on each other's conscience and friendship. It would be a miracle if we could accurately recover every share. After deducting the bonuses for the crew and the publicity and distribution costs, the final amount received was less than 20 million rupees. This money belongs to Ron, Mary and the other three, and it is still in Sun Entertainment Company. We will see what projects to invest in a few days. We have to be careful. Our Bollywood capital is here. Lena and I will find out clearly about all the gossip behind these projects. We will never make mistakes. They did keep an eye on every move of the palace, but this did not affect their desire to make a career in Bollywood. Are you sure you want to dress like this? Ron shook his head awkwardly. What's wrong with this outfit? Hila asked, a naughty look flashing in her eyes. It's itchy and uncomfortable. Ron took off his boots and changed into formal leather shoes, conservatively cut black trousers, an angular shirt and a tie. Bear with it, it will be fine after a while, and it fits me well. I've never worn it like this. The weather in Mumbai doesn't allow it, even though it's winter in November. Don't forget that you are a big shot. This is the only way to look stylish. Hila looked at him with satisfaction. Oh, he's even more stylish than a model. If she didn't have something to do later, Hila would have wanted to pull him into the room right now. I hope there won't be any surprises. I asked everyone, and no one has ever met Lady Elizabeth. Don't think too much. Maybe she wants to meet you. Nonsense. There are many big shots in Mumbai. Remember what I just said. You have to be neither too warm nor too cold. In short, I understand. You have to play hard to get. Yes, she has a strange self-esteem. She must get the business card of every big shot who patronizes the palace. Using this, we can easily rescue Ellie. As she spoke, Hila took out a business card made of textured pearl white linen paper, with beautiful black italic embossed fonts. What is this? Ron asked. It's a business card prepared for you, tailor-made, it said. Ron Soul, the founder of Soul Group. Oh, when did I set up the group company? Right now, dear. We should set off. This was Ron's second visit to the palace. Coincidentally, he always went with Hila. His outfit was also specially customized after Hila personally measured the size. Coming down from her apartment, Ron made a gesture, and the Ford car on the roadside started immediately. Anil personally led his men to sit in the front seat, and the back seat was left for Ron and Hila. There were two yellow and black taxis following behind them. Just kidding, Ron would not be stupid enough to break into the palace alone. He had plenty of bodyguards. My God, is this too exaggerated? Hila was shocked by the huge team. Isn't it the big shot you mentioned? Ron asked curiously. Well, this is indeed very impressive. But the palace is not so easy to enter. The rules set by Lady Elizabeth are strictly followed by big shots. Let's talk about it when we get there. Ron didn't care. Regardless of whether he can get in or not, it's always a good idea to bring more people. By the way, Those bigwigs haven't seen Lady Elizabeth either, very rarely. Most of them have seen her photos. Huh? She asked someone to take a photo of her, one every month, and then sent it to her favorite clients. How rare, Ron muttered. Does she have any strange habits? No one knows. Some say she had a car accident and was severely disfigured, so she doesn't let people see her face. Some say she is sick, and some say there is no such person. It's a conspiracy to cover up the person who really runs the palace. Ron wanted to laugh a little. The rumors were indeed outrageous. Well, from Mary and the others, it can be confirmed that Lady Elizabeth does exist. What do you think is the reason why she refuses to see people and hides behind the scenes? I have talked to her through the screen. I think she is too conceited about her appearance, a morbid conceit, so she hates getting old. She must not be able to tolerate the slightest imperfection in herself. In those photos, she is always under 30 years old, with no wrinkles on her face, no dark circles under her eyes, and every hair is bright and smooth. I think she is narcissistic and can't help herself. Even if she lives to be 90 years old. Those photos taken every month will still show her as 30 years old. Yes, this kind of person is really like a pervert, especially when facing a woman who is more beautiful than her. As they talked, the palace was already in sight. Chapter 194 Cunning Mind. The palace seemed to be more refined than the first time I saw it, and the stone carvings on the wall were proof of that. Now, not only the facade, but even the alley on the right, had traces of carving. The stonemasons used their skills on the cornerstones to the fullest, and from the eaves to the second cornerstone at the bottom of the wall, they were all carved like gems. The glass upstairs spanned the entire facade, which was larger and more imposing than before. It was obvious that the palace was profitable, and every detail had been carefully polished. It was still the same gray-black door, and Hila took Ron in. She had already made arrangements. I'm sorry, sir, servants can't go in. The guard at the door stopped Anil and the others. I won't leave my master. Anil grabbed the guard's collar, ready to throw him into the street. Mr. Sir, the Abu came over. Madam doesn't like outsiders to disturb you. Your safety is threatened in the palace. He is my family. Ron pointed at Anil. Come with me today to learn more. Abu frowned. He knew that Ron was deliberately making excuses for the servant, but thinking of his wife's instructions, he gave in. He can go in, but he can only stay in the lobby on the first floor. Thank you. Ron nodded, and then winked at Anil. This was already a huge concession. The big guys didn't have such treatment on weekdays. In the palace, everyone came to enjoy themselves, and they would never let the servants have the opportunity to spy on their secrets. Indian servants would never step into such a place with their masters. They have this consciousness. Lady Elizabeth may have intended to show her kindness, so she made an exception for Ron. Abu turned around and took Ron and Heli upstairs. Anil stayed in the lobby corridor, where he could get a glimpse of what was going on upstairs. Abu was still so gloomy, speaking in a shrill voice with disdain. The lady is in the room. She will see you right away. I'll go prepare some tea. Abu took them to the third floor and turned away. The corridor was silent. Has the soundproofing here been changed? The effect is better than before. Ron looked around. It was his first time on the third floor. It's nap time now, from 2 to 5 every afternoon. It's not so quiet at other times because she knows you're coming. Hila took Ron to the door of a room. It was also quiet here, without any sound. Are you ready? She asked. I think so. Then let's go. She knocked on the door twice, turned the doorknob, and the two of them went in. In the small square room, there was only a carpet, a drawn silk curtain, and 2 large flat cushions. There was nothing else. Hila grabbed Ron's arm and led him to the cushions. The gray sunlight of the evening shone through the beige curtains. The walls were empty and painted yellow-brown. There was a metal fence about 1 square meter in size embedded in one wall. There was another wainscot below. Ron and Hila sat on cushions facing the fence, as if they were confessing in a church. Hila, I know the purpose of coming here. You have stretched your hand too far this time. The voice came from behind the metal fence. Ron frowned and looked behind. It was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. That Lady Elizabeth was sitting in the dark space, as if invisible. Ellie is our friend. I think it was a misunderstanding. Hila's voice was cold. Lady Elizabeth laughed, a giggle from the trachea, which made people frown and lose interest. Hila, you haven't come to see me for a long time. I often miss you. Now you have ignored me for so long, But you come and want to take away what I love most. Ellie is not only my friend, but also Mr. Soul's friend. She can't stay here, really, Lady Elizabeth said in an inexplicable tone. I know why you don't come here often. You have someone you like, right? When she said the word like, she seemed to be gritting her teeth and trying her best to endure something. Her voice was so hoarse that it made people feel uncomfortable, just like a curse full of malice and resentment after smoking a lot of cigarettes. Mr. Soul, Miss Hila, your tea, Abu said. His sudden appearance scared Ron. This guy came quietly, without any footsteps. He bent down and put the plate between Ron and Hila. Ron glanced at him, and Abu's expression was always cold, and he didn't even move his eyes. Oh, yes, it's Mr. Soul. You fell in love, right? I didn't come here to discuss love today. Ron frowned. Ellie, I want to take her away. Well, it's neither salty nor bland, playing hard to get. He remembered Hila's previous instructions. Is she very important to you? Lady Elizabeth's voice was a little colder. Of course, more important than Hila. Both are important. She started laughing again, a gloating laugh. Look, Hila, this is your love. You care too much? Hila replied indifferently. She owes me a lot of money, that girl. No one can leave the palace easily. How much does she owe? Ron asked. Give your business card to Abu, Mr. Sir. Ron glanced at Hila, and she nodded slightly. The special business card was handed to Abu, and he stepped back from the room with the business card in his hand and closed the door. Mr. Sir, I heard about you. It's amazing. Just like this business card, it's dazzling. We had a little misunderstanding. To express my apology, you can take Ellie away. Ron and Hila looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Just now they were on edge, and suddenly they became gentle and mellow. It was so strange. Thank you very much. I'll take Ellie's place. You have a good relationship. You know her very well, right? Of course, Ron said shamelessly. Then you must like her and are willing to come to the palace for her. You can say that. Ron continued to make up stories, and at the same time he complained in his heart, how could this Lady Elizabeth be so gossipy? Then go see her. Abu will take you there. Ron stood up, and Hila followed him. Hila, stay here. We still have to talk. That was an order, with an unquestionable tone. Damn, Ron knew it wasn't that simple. Hila was dragged there, and he could only follow the dead eunuch out of the room. Abu looked at him with disgust, the disgust of a master being deceived and a servant looking at the culprit in shame and anger. This time it was Ron's turn to be expressionless. I'm a big shot, a Brahmin. Why would I care about a dead eunuch like you? Abu pushed open a room and pointed inside, saying, you know the girl, then prove it to the lady. This is a gift from her, you should thank her. He stood at the door with an expression of watching a good show on his face, with no intention of leaving. Ron was a little suspicious, but he still walked into the room. The door was open, and the room was decorated with large movie posters, some from Bollywood and some from Hollywood. On a big bed, two very young and beautiful women were lying. They both had long, thick, golden hair with curled ends. They were also very beautiful, with pink and white skin, flawless, and lipstick on their lips. The two wore very little clothing, and Ron could see all their secrets at a glance. The most puzzling thing was that they closed their eyes, as if they were asleep. What the hell? Ron approached suspiciously and shook one of them, but there was no response. He couldn't tell who was Ellie. Hila didn't tell him. In fact, it was useless to tell. The two looked almost the same from the way they dressed. Ron returned to the door, and Abu was still standing there. There were a few more people in black clothes around him, staring coldly at the room. Mr. Soul, you only have one chance. Madam said you like her, you have enough time to do anything, and you can take her away after it's over. What do you mean? Ron frowned. Miss Hila will know everything here, but you have to do it. Damn. This Lady Elizabeth is really a twisted pervert. She thinks Hila likes Ron, and now she wants Ron to have sex with another girl in front of her. This girl is her friend, Ellie. Lady Elizabeth wanted to destroy Hila's love, and destroy it in front of her. She might have seen that Ron was temporarily pulled in by Hila to help, so she set another test. If Ron took another girl away after the incident, she couldn't blame her for not giving him face. Killing two birds with one stone, with a vicious mind. Damn, Ron glanced into the corridor. It was a corner and quiet. He estimated that Anna wouldn't be able to hear anything if he shouted now. One was on the third floor and the other was on the first floor. It was too far away. And it was too late. This dead eunuch had already planned it. Bang! Ron slammed the door shut. Mary was right. This evil lady was indeed cunning and difficult to deal with. She might have seen through Hila's plan from the beginning, but she didn't completely break up with him because of Ron. But she was also very angry. She was not a small minion who could be manipulated by others. She was one of the big figures in Mumbai and had the handles of many powerful people. No one dared to treat her like this. Ron wasted her initiative to show goodwill, so he had to give him a warning. In the room, Ron also had a headache. What should he do? He really didn't know who Ellie was. Back to the bed, he carefully turned over the eyelids of the two girls. They were sleeping very soundly, as if they had been given some kind of drugs. He sniffed carefully around the two girls, but didn't smell the familiar smell of anesthetics. Then he lay on their chests and listened, and he had a rough idea in his mind. Well, it was sleep, not coma. It was difficult to wake up a coma, and it would take a big move, but there were people watching outside. If it was sleep, it would be much easier. Ron looked around the room. On the desk were the girls' makeup, half-drunk wine, and small plastic bottles. Hey, Ron walked over and picked up the white plastic bottle to carefully confirm that it was some kind of antidepressant. After looking at the formula, his eyes lit up. Then without saying a word, he poured out a few pills, put them in the wine glass, and stirred them vigorously. While stirring, he also rubbed the wall of the cup with his hands to warm it artificially. About 2 minutes later, a pungent smell wafted out of the cup. Ugh! Ron almost vomited because of this strange smell. Time was urgent, so he immediately held the cup to one of the girls' mouths. Other girl frowned in pain, as if she was enduring great torture. Ellie. Ellie, Ron called softly in her ear. Who? The girl's eyelids moved and she opened her eyes with difficulty. Those were a pair of sky blue eyes, surprisingly beautiful. Are you Ellie? Ron stared at her closely. Do you know me? The girl lay there holding her forehead, her head was dizzy, and she didn't even have the strength to sit up. What good luck. Ron was overjoyed, and he won the second choice. I'm Ron. Why is your mouth so stinky? Ellie turned her head away in disgust. Ron couldn't hold it anymore. He put the cup back on the table, and then directly turned Ellie's shoulders. Listen, the situation is urgent now. You have to cooperate with me. Abu really didn't move outside the door. 5 minutes had passed, and he didn't hear the movement he wanted. There was a scream, very intense. Huh? Abu was stunned. The sound continued, and it became longer and longer, with a sense of pleasure. The men at the door looked at each other, then turned their heads and pretended not to hear. They didn't dare to act rashly in front of Abu. This eunuch hated that kind of thing. Looking at his increasingly gloomy face, you can tell that he must be holding back anger, jealousy, or something else. The shouting lasted for half an hour, and finally his voice was hoarse. After a while of silence, Ron came out with Ellie, whose face was flushed. Can I go now? He had a smile in his eyes. Please, Mr. Soul, Abu gritted his teeth and said. Thank the lady for me. I remember her hospitality today, and she always will. Ron helped Ellie away. Chapter 195 Leaving the Nest. When Ron took Ellie to the stairs, Hila was already waiting there. She seemed to have received the news first. How is it? Ellie, she came to help him. I feel dizzy, Ellie spoke incoherently, with a strange blush on her face, and her whole body leaned softly on Ron. You guys, Hila hesitated to speak, with a complicated expression. Let's go out first, Ron winked at her. Abu was watching them closely not far away, but did not say anything to stop them. There was a mirror in the corridor behind him. Ron's intuition told him that most places in this palace had special passages. Lady Elizabeth could observe the guests' every move through there at any time. Maybe there was one in the room where Ellie just stayed, but she was holding Hila at that time, so she should not have the opportunity to watch Ron's performance. Ron and Hila supported Ellie and went downstairs quickly. Abu, who was watching them, disappeared without knowing when. Anil, who was waiting on the first floor, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the three people. He had been listening carefully. As long as Ron called out, he would lead his men to rush forward regardless of everything. The few people did not stay here, and walked quickly to the street gate, where a car was waiting for them. But someone stopped them at the door. It was Abu. He was white and beardless, staring straight at Ron, with disgust, resentment, and a coldness in his eyes. This was also a psychologically twisted pervert. Like Lady Elizabeth, Ron made a judgment in an instant. He didn't know where the hatred of this eunuch came from. It might be the same trick of the master humiliating the minister to death. Who cares? Ron responded with a contemptuous look. Other big shots were afraid of Lady Elizabeth, but he was not afraid. He had no handle in the palace. Just now, this dead eunuch upstairs tricked him. After leaving the gate of the palace, it was not certain who had the final say outside. Abu said nothing. He handed Ron a sealed large envelope and then stepped aside. Lady Elizabeth kept her promise this time and did not embarrass them. The few of them had no time to care about anything else. Ron was relieved only after sending Ellie into the car. Turning around, he saw that the gate of the palace had been closed. "Ellie, how are you? Did the people there do anything to you?" Hila kept calling. She blamed herself a little. Ellie was a good girl. She was worried that the palace would use those torture methods. "No, I've only been here for 2 days. Fortunately, you came in time." Ellie's head was still a little dizzy. "It's just that my throat is uncomfortable. That guy kept asking me to scream and couldn't stop. By the way, who is this bastard? I suspect he peed in my glass." Ron, who was sitting next to him, was angry and amused. "This girl is indeed rebellious and has a big nerve. You have to thank me for this pee, otherwise you would still be trapped in the palace and can't get out." "What? You bastard are so disgusting. You drank whiskey mixed with urine, and then kissed me secretly, right?" "Ugh fuck." Ellie began to retch. "Hey," Hila patted Ron and looked at him reproachfully. Ron laughed out loud. This silly girl really believed it. "I'd rather you fuck me than kiss me with your mouth," Ellie screamed in despair. "He was teasing you. How could he do that?" Hila explained helplessly. "By the way, what you just meant was that you didn't." "No," Ellie shouted immediately. "We were acting. I fell asleep at that time, and he woke me up." Suddenly she stopped and stared at Ron with her beautiful sky blue eyes. "Dude, you are not a eunuch like that weirdo, are you?" Ron was stunned. "What the hell?" Hila laughed, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. She had never been so happy today. "I suddenly regret it. I should have known I shouldn't have woken you up. You know, I can do a lot of things." Ellie wrinkled her small nose, and seemed to realize that she had said something stupid. "This guy is actually quite nice." Well, she suddenly didn't hate him so much. "By the way," Ellie said, "she fell asleep. How did you recognize her?" "You don't know how nervous I was when Lady Elizabeth asked me to stay. I was almost going crazy." Hila could only force herself to calm down. She knelt on the cushion and kept pressing her thighs with both hands, as if to comfort herself. She didn't expect Lady Elizabeth to do this, and she didn't have time to describe Ellie's appearance to Ron. She thought that after a simple negotiation, they could take Ellie away. Today's things almost went wrong. "Have you forgotten my other identity?" Ron was slightly proud. "They call me Doctor, sir." "Oh," Hila's beautiful eyes lit up. "Doctor," Ellie frowned. From eunuch to doctor, this cognitive span is a bit big for her. When alcohol and monoamine oxidase inhibitors, that is, antidepressants, are mixed, they will be accompanied by an abnormal smell. That very strange smell is enough to stimulate you to wake up from your sweet dream. "So you didn't pee in the wine glass?" Ellie's eyes lit up. "Hey, do you have any misunderstanding about me?" Ron looked at her fiercely. That's good. I won't bother you about kissing me secretly." She smiled happily. "You are amazing." Hila hugged his arm, with a smile from the heart on her face, and that smile was full of pride. "Hila, is this guy your boyfriend?" Ellie asked suddenly. "Why do you say that? You have to be careful of him. This guy doesn't look like a good person." "I'm still here." Ron glanced at her dissatisfiedly. "I even saved you just now." "Who told you to be a fake gentleman?" Ellie muttered, and soon announced loudly, "I want to stay in Mumbai. I like this city." "No. You have to leave tomorrow. I have bought a plane ticket for you," Hila objected. "My embassy passport will be ready soon, and my family will definitely arrange it. They dare not do anything to me." Ellie didn't care. "Let me make it clear first, if you fall into the palace again, I will not save you again," Ron reminded. "Why? It's so stupid. It's useless to save her no matter how many times. And I offended that Lady Elizabeth today. Her servant hates me to death. I don't care. I want to stay." "Hila, I like you." The two women next to him were arguing. Ron simply flipped through the envelope in his hand, the one that Abu gave him. Ron checked the front and back. The envelope was made of handmade paper, pink, and slightly larger than the palm. It was blank, with no words written on it. Ron tore off a corner, opened the envelope, and found a black and white photo inside. It was an indoor photo. The room was dimly lit and filled with many expensive decorations from different eras and cultures. Among the items that could be placed messily, there was a woman sitting on a chair similar to a throne. She was wearing an evening dress that reached the ground and covered her feet. One hand was on the armchair, and the other hand made a king's waving gesture or an elegant gesture of dismissing subordinates. She had golden hair and her hairstyle was carefully groomed. The long curls that fell down set off her round and somewhat plump face. Anand eyes stared directly at the camera, with a look of surprise and indignation, making people feel a little neurotic. The cherry mouth pouted firmly, pulling up her weak chin. Is this Mrs. Elizabeth? A beautiful woman? Ron didn't think so. The staring face looked more like arrogance, resentment, fear, indulgence and narcissism to him. There was also a line of big red words printed at the bottom of the photo. Mrs. Elizabeth is very happy now. Did you receive her photo? Hila saw what Ron was holding. I feel like she is someone who lives in the last world. I hate this photo. Ellie frowned. The person in the photo made her feel uncomfortable. How many people in Mumbai would love to have her photo? Those who can receive her photo are all big shots here. I don't want to be her big shot. Ron shrugged and handed the photo to Hila. Talking to her does make people feel uncomfortable. She accepted the photo. Where are we going next? Ellie asked excitedly. I'm going back to Sir Electric. There are still many things to deal with there. What? Ellie stared at him curiously with her sky blue eyes. Just drop us off downstairs at the apartment building. Ellie will stay at my place tonight. What about this guy? Ellie asked. Where will you sleep if I go? Ron rolled his eyes in annoyance. Actually, there's a place, Hila suddenly said. My apartment has more than one room. Hey, Ron blinked. He knew what Hila was thinking. It was already evening when they went to the palace, and it was even later now. Forget it, there are not many things to deal with if we go back to Sir Electric now. So Ron made a gesture, and the Ford car drove straight to the Colaba district. As soon as they arrived at the apartment, Hila pulled Ron into the room. Don't take it off, just this dress. I like it, Hila shouted. She loved Ron's outfit so much that she couldn't wait a moment. Ellie, who was eavesdropping at the door, pouted her lips. What she said was not nice at all, not as good as her performance in the palace just now. Damn, that bastard actually woke him up. If only he wasn't a doctor, he would have no choice at that time. After making Hila scream all night, Ron came and left the apartment early the next morning. When he left, Ellie had dark circles under her eyes and was very dissatisfied with him. Ron pretended not to see it. This girl might just be in a bad mood because she couldn't stay in Mumbai. Wouldn't it be better to go back to your Switzerland and be a rich girl? She actually came to Mumbai to relax. What a brain. Ron still had something important to do. He wanted to buy land, the large piece of wasteland north of Sir Electric. Mumbai is not as crowded as it will be in the future. The population is less than 15 million, not 26 million later. There are still large tracts of wasteland in the central area north of South Mumbai and the suburbs in the north. Even after the millennium, the famous top new districts such as Bandra and Juhu district did not have many people at this time. If he didn't take action at this time, he would be sorry for his savings of tens of millions of rupees. At the end of 1993, India's economy had just been liberalized for 2 years. And many grassroots businessmen had not yet made a fortune. Ron is already one step ahead. As long as he takes over that piece of land, he can almost have a seat at the table. P.S. Don't talk about updates anymore TT, the author is already working very hard. There will be 1 to 2 weeks of updates every month, and it really can't be more than that. I am accumulating manuscripts now, and I will update later. Chapter 196 Conspiracy. Harris, how much money do we have in our account? Several banks have about 80 million in total, but we have to leave enough for 2 months of operating costs. Harris, who was in charge of finance, pressed a calculator and made a clattering sound. 2 minutes later, he looked up and said, 60 million. If it's more, Sir Electric's capital chain will be at risk. 60 million rupees, this is the profit of Sir Electric for more than half a year, and there is no tax to pay. This is thanks to the import substitution policy formulated by Hello, which encourages domestic Indian companies to fill the gaps in foreign technology. Ron's Sir Electric belongs to the first echelon industry designated by the government, and it can enjoy certain preferential treatment in terms of taxation and loans. Now in New Delhi, the Congress party is still the only one in power, and this incentive policy is still valid. Prepare this money, it will be used soon, Ron ordered him. Boss Harris hesitated to speak. Just say it, have you encountered any trouble? He asked cautiously. Why do you think so? Ron asked curiously. Mumbai has been in chaos recently, as you know. Those gangs are targeting rich people, and they extort and do all kinds of evil, so you are worried that I will be extorted, Ron said with a smile. The news is reporting that those gangs have become more and more daring recently. I heard that it was all Dowd who was behind it. Dowd? Hasn't he been wanted by the Indian government? Ron heard about it from AG. He fled to the north. Harris was mysterious. Are you talking about Baba Yang? Ron was a little surprised. Yes, the Indian government forced Dubai to hand over people. He didn't dare to stay there anymore, so he had to flee to the north. It seems that Baba Yang is really behind the Mumbai bombings. The news also said so. In short, Dowd is now fearless. It is said outside that he intends to retaliate against the Mumbai government. This guy is a lunatic. Why should his men listen to him? Their boss is no different from a traitor, boss. The people in Dowd's gang are all herdsmen. Do you expect herdsmen to be patriotic? Harris was not surprised at all. In his eyes, or in the eyes of most Hindus, herders cannot be patriotic. No matter where they are, herders are first and foremost herders, and the country and nation are secondary to them. They attach too much importance to their religious beliefs, which leads to a blurred concept of country and nation. Ron doesn't know if this is prejudice, but most people around him think so. Don't worry, there is no gangster in Mumbai who is blind enough to come to me for trouble. Ron waved his hand indifferently. He has a close relationship with Hard Khan and can speak in front of Thackeray. Both the black and white worlds have to give him some face. Extortion will never come to him no matter what. Those gangsters are not fools. Harris slapped his head. He almost forgot his boss's great reputation in Mumbai. Boss, you are a good person, and the gangsters will not embarrass you. Okay, go and call Ashish over. Ron waved his hand. After a while, Ashish came into the office happily. What do the workers in the slum say? Ron asked. They couldn't ask for more, Ashish assured, patting his chest. How many people dare not even dream of building a community for employees of the Sir Electric factory? That's good. This way we have a better chance. More than 200 acres of land is enough for Ron to build a Sir Electric park. In addition to factories, office buildings, and R&D centers, this park will also have supporting facilities such as employee dormitories. Workers can move to employee dormitories by paying a certain rent every month, and the money will be deducted directly from their wages. Compared with the current wooden houses, brick buildings are of course more attractive. They will no longer worry about intermittent water and electricity, nor do they have to worry about illegal slums being suddenly banned one day. The only drawback is that the rent is a bit higher, but it's all worth it. People in the slums are too eager to have a fixed residence, a residence-like home. For them, living in a building is equivalent to achieving a class leap. From the bottom to the middle class, that is the dream of generations. The problem is the illegal slums, Ashish said in a troubled tone. They don't want to leave, even if the legal slums move away. Ron frowned. Without the workers' consumption, how can they survive? That's better than being homeless. They will never become sidewalk dwellers again. What about the municipal council? Ron thought of Kellner, the demolition king. They can't demolish slums of 20,000 or 30,000 people at once. They don't have that many people, Ashish reminded gently. There are too many people. If they act tough, demonstrations and protests are the mildest result. If they are not careful, riots will be triggered, which neither the municipal council nor Ron want to see. Well, Ron didn't expect that one day he would also have a headache for the slum problem. Maybe he should have driven those people away, but it was difficult to do so. Because the wasteland did not belong to him, he had no agency. This matter can only be solved by the Mumbai government. Let's plan the internal problems first. Ron decided to make it one of the conditions for the subsequent negotiations. It would be difficult for him to move the slums of tens of thousands of people. It would be great if there was a way to have the best of both worlds. He didn't want to stand on the opposite side of the slums. Putting aside this worry, Ron called an official from the Urban Development Department. This kind of large-scale land transactions are no longer something that a municipal company can decide on its own. Sure enough, after asking a few questions, Ron frowned even deeper. The land he wanted was too large. and he needed to coordinate with multiple departments including the municipal company, the urban development department, and the housing and regional development department. Who can command so many public departments at one time? Only the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Damn, Ron is about to get through all the bigwigs in Mumbai. Unfortunately, Chief Minister Sharad Pawar is not in Mumbai at this time. He has recently been stationed in the minister's residence in New Delhi. Ron also inquired about the transaction price of industrial land in Mumbai. Taking the area near Sir Electric as an example, it is about 400,000 rupees per acre. This price is only a little cheaper than when the textile factory was purchased, and it was still affected by the bombing. The land in Mumbai is very valuable, well, much more valuable than that in Uttar Pradesh. If Ron wants to take over the 200 acres of wasteland, he must prepare at least 80 million rupees. Looking at the 60 million in the account, Ron lamented that the money is never enough. Of course he can take out a loan, but the problem is that he has just borrowed 30 million from the National Bank recently. The money is for the cement plant in Uttar Pradesh, and the excuse used is the expansion of Sir Electric. In other words, if he buys the land, the cover of Sir Electric can no longer be used. It's a bit difficult. Maybe he can wait a few more months until Sir Electric has more funds on its books. But that takes time, and he can't just wait after buying the land. He needs another huge sum of money for construction. If he waits like this, it may be 2 years before he can talk about this deal again. Who knows if there will be any changes by then. There are more and more active businessmen in India now, and it will be bad if a competitor emerges. After thinking about it, Ron decided to call the mayor of Mumbai, Chauhan, to ask. There are no decent people doing business in India these days, so of course he has to find some crooked ways. On the phone, Chauhan promised him that he would introduce someone who could talk to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. It doesn't matter if there is not enough money, just deal with the person holding the seal. It would be better not to spend a penny, and Ron still has to save some money to develop the Sir Park. Buying land costs money, and construction also costs money. Chauhan reminded him that if he wants to get what he wants, it is best to come up with a beautiful and convincing development plan. Yes, the pie must be drawn in advance. Ron is going to talk to Rahul from last time. He's a well-known urban planner in Mumbai and has a slight reputation internationally. However, just as he picked up the phone, Luca came. Brother, have you forgotten that you still have a pharmaceutical business? Of course I didn't forget, but didn't you say that there are some problems in Brazil that need to be solved? Since Anand and his friends went to Brazil 2 months ago, they have not yet prepared for the next trip to see. Luca said that his brother encountered competition from peers in Brazil and is now working on solving this problem. Ron had some impression that as early as April at the beginning of the year, Luca mentioned that someone from Brazil went to New Delhi to find a channel for generic drugs. After more than half a year, the competition between the two sides seemed to have entered a white-hot stage. There is definitely no problem with my brother, but we have another business. You mean? Ron seemed to remember something. Merck, their laboratory will be put into use soon, Luca reminded him. Oh, Ron suddenly realized, I almost forgot about it. Look, there is no drug business. We still have a drug business. In Luca's eyes, there is no difference between the two, and they all make dollars. For Ron, it is roughly the same. With his current status, he should not look down on this gray business. But this is US dollars, and with the tourism industry in a slump, this is his only way to earn US dollars. He lacks rupees, and even more US dollars. So they need manpower recently, Ron asked. At least 100 people, so many, Ron was shocked. As far as he knows, clinical new drugs in Europe and the United States are usually batched with 20 to 30 people. If Merck wants to speed up the process, it can only rely on people to pile up data. There's a lot of knowledge involved, 100 people. Ron sighed, are there any requirements? This is the first phase of clinical trials. In their words, it is to evaluate the safety of the drug. So completely healthy people are needed, but considering that it is an oncology drug, the corresponding patients must also be about 10. The development of new drugs has 3 experimental cycles in the clinical stage. The first phase requires the least number of people, and most of them are healthy people. The number of participants in the second phase may be as many as hundreds. This stage is mainly to verify the efficacy, which means that patients need to participate. The third phase is even more, and it is not surprising that there are thousands of people. According to their agreement with Merck, The first and second phases pay the highest per capita fees, ranging from $3,000 to $5,000. There are too many people in the third phase. After several years of development, the safety of the drug has been greatly improved. At this time, the per capita fee may be only a few $100s. Merck puts the two most dangerous phases in India, and this is when Ron and others need to play the role of local leaders. I'll call Anand and we'll go to the slums together in the next 2 days. Okay, when doing business in India, it's best to throw away your conscience. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Torturing Conscience. Merck's laboratory is not newly built. They are next to Badia Hospital and connected to a huge hospital building. The place is ready. Merck obtained the right to use some facilities of Badia Hospital in the name of charitable donation. For Western pharmaceutical companies, the most valuable thing is experimental data, not those seemingly high-tech medical equipment. Luca's cooperation with Merck's laboratory is also carried out through Badia Hospital. You mean we just need to bring people to the hospital? Ron asked. Yes, the doctors here will receive patients, they will register the information, and finally transfer the people to the next door. Cunning Westerners, Ron complained. During the entire drug trial process, Merck completely isolated itself. The people were found by local snakes like Ron, and the medical records were registered in Badia Hospital. You know, men, Westerners like this. They are obviously robbers, but they always like to label themselves as gentlemen, just like call girls always call themselves ladies. Yes, that's it, Luca laughed. They walked up the stairs and entered the spotless marble lobby, where a large fan blew a pleasant cool breeze. Luca spoke to the counter attendant for a few words, then took Ron through the corridor to the more remote inpatient area. After asking a handyman and a nurse, he finally found the person that Merck had asked him to do. It was a short and very thin male doctor sitting at a table piled with messy things. Dr. Hamid, Luca asked. The doctor was writing something and didn't look up. Yes, he answered impatiently. I'm Luca, sent by Merck. Dr. Hamid immediately stopped writing, slowly raised his head and stared at them with a look of secretly worried curiosity. They should have called you to tell you I would come, Luca said softly, with a tone of prompting the other party. Yes, that's right, Hamid smiled and regained his original composure. He stood up and shook hands across the table, and Luca introduced Ron next to him. This is Mr. Sir, of course, Dr. Sir. Hamid shook his hands vigorously, as if he had given up all his emotions. Do you know me? Ron asked curiously. Every doctor in Mumbai knows you. The impatience on Hamid's face had long disappeared, and now only enthusiasm remained. That's easy, we can save those useless nonsense, Luca smiled happily. Look, this kind of business is done by Ron, and it's twice as effective with half the effort. So where is the person? Hamid put away his previous attitude of being too busy to be polite to others. He took the initiative to ask where the patient was, which made people feel very unreal when it came from the mouth of a doctor in an Indian hospital. This place receives thousands of patients every day, and no doctor will ask where the patient is. Hamid's eyes are a dark brown that is almost black, shining brightly behind the shiny gold-framed lenses. Oh, the patient. Ron turned his head. The patient is outside, you have to go with us, Luca replied. Outside? Hamid was a little surprised. Yes, there are too many. Just come, Luca said a few words in Hindi to adapt to the local customs. You look a bit like an Indian, Hamid laughed. Yes, I love India more than Brazil, Luca said shamelessly. Okay, I have to get ready. Hamid took off his glasses and rubbed the dents on his nose made by the glasses. No problem, I think we have enough time. Ron shook his head in an Indian way. Hamid called his assistant, gave him a few instructions, and then took his notebook and went out with Ron and the others. There were always patients gathered outside the hospital gate. Poor patients walked to the hospital with difficulty, and rich patients came to the hospital by taxi or private car. There were also some, lying like rags in the alley not far from the hospital. The clothes were almost the same color as the road, and were similar to the rags used by street vendors in Mumbai. Ron and the others passed by the rags on the ground. There were a pair of eyes there, like a pool of stagnant water, just like the eyes of the people waiting to die in the shelter. The patient is in fourth pass lane, Luca led the way. It's very close to my previous clinic, Hamid replied. Yes, it's not far from us. They walked through two small alleys and stopped in front of an open-air dilapidated house. There was a long line at the door, with men, women, young and old, and all kinds of people. Are these all? Hamid's eyes were shocked, but with a hint of eagerness. Part of it. Luca stepped into the yard. We don't know what kind of people Merck needs, so we need you to identify them. The new drugs developed by Merck are all for internal medicine diseases such as tumors, which are not Ron's expertise. So they need internal medicine doctors like Hamid to diagnose and then preliminarily screen out qualified candidates. There was a table in the yard, piled with various agreements and lists. Anand maintained order in the team, and Merck also sent a representative over. Hamid used this as his desk in the hospital, and those in the line were patients. Although they were all healthy and had nothing to do with the disease. Yes, most of the people needed for the first phase of clinical trials are healthy people. For specific tumor patients, Ron and his team will find them from the shelter, and there are plenty of options. Hamid waved a man forward and examined his body. He asked a few more questions casually, and then an assistant tied a green wristband on the man's wrist. This means that the inspection has passed, just like the qualified label affixed to the goods before leaving the factory. Luca immediately pulled the man aside and slapped an English agreement filled with dense handwriting in front of him. This is the informed consent notice. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it, sir. Will I get 500 rupees after signing? The man asked timidly. Yes, I will get it after signing. Luca carried a bundle of rupees and his fingers swiped across the edge of the banknotes. The man picked up the pen awkwardly, but was in a dilemma. What's wrong? Do you want to regret it? Luca said in a bad tone. No, sir. I can't read. I can't write my own name, the man hurriedly explained. Handprint is fine. Luca popped a box of ink on the table. The man immediately threw down his pen, rubbed his thumb in the ink box, and then pressed hard on the agreement. Here is your money, take it, and line up at the side. Luca stuffed a rupee into his hand. The man took it happily, and then shouted loudly to the back of the team. Soon, several women and children rushed over. They surrounded the man and laughed and shouted, patting his shoulders and back affectionately. An old man kept stroking the man's head, praising him for being sensible and capable. The man gave the money to his family. The women, children and the elderly were very satisfied, and the man was also very satisfied. They didn't look at the agreement on the table the whole time. They couldn't understand it. The paper full of English was almost like a book of heaven to them. They didn't care. There were 8 or 9 people in the family, and they only had 500 rupees in their eyes. Ron frowned and looked worried. This is cannibalism. Who is being eaten, and who is the one who eats people? He glanced at a Merck representative, Dr. Hamid, Luca, and the man's family on the scene, and was speechless. Someone got the money, and the people waiting in line in the yard were excited. They were eager to try, their eyes full of expectation. They were waiting to be eaten, and they were willing to be eaten. He can't speak. Luca's strange cry attracted Ron's attention. But he is very healthy, sir. 2 people stood in front of Hamid's table, and they seemed to be brothers. One had a dull expression and drooled, and mumbled something in his mouth. The other person who was holding him was trying to explain. He is mentally retarded, Luca frowned. But the doctor put a green wristband on him. The person who spoke grabbed his brother's stiff and uncontrollable arm and tried to prove it. Does he know what he is going to do next? No problem, he fully agrees, but Luca was a little embarrassed. He turned to look at the representative of Merck, who had a blank expression on his face. He looked at Dr. Hamid in front of the table again. The doctor was examining the body of the patient and turned a deaf ear to other things. Luca could only look at Ron in the end, hoping that Dr. Sir could give advice. Forget it. Ron couldn't bear to watch it any longer. No problem, the doctor said he's qualified, so let's take him in. Anand suddenly came over. Yes, no problem, my brother is very healthy. The man pressed his brother's arm and pressed his fingerprint on the agreement. Ron frowned and looked at Anand. Ron, just be kind enough to take him in, he explained in a low voice. Wait, kind enough? Yes, look at how the brother has been tortured. He must often not have enough food. Following the direction of Anand's finger, Ron finally saw that something was wrong with the brothers. The elder brother was strong and had smooth skin. The younger brother was as thin as a straw, with scars of different sizes on his arms and face. We take him in now, because he can make money. His brother will definitely not torture him anymore. Maybe he can live a little longer. Ron was silent for a while. Clinical trials are not just about giving an injection, it requires long-term follow-up by medical staff. If they agreed to make this mentally retarded person a medicine man, then his brother would not beat or scold him anymore, nor would he disappear without reason after reaching a certain age. Accept him as a medicine man, or reject this mentally retarded person with no cognitive ability and let him fend for himself? No matter what Ron chooses, it is his conscience that will be tortured. He was silent and did not answer. Anand waved his hand, and the brother happily pulled his brother aside to wait. They would be sent to Merck's laboratory today. What is the scene at the local generic drug manufacturers in India? Ron wondered. The crying of a child interrupted his reverie. What's wrong again? He asked. This woman wants her own child to come. Luca was also What? She failed the examination. Luca pointed at the woman in front of him. She said her child is okay, sir. My daughter is really okay. She is very healthy. The thin woman begged. We haven't eaten for a few days. Without money, we will die. Ron took a deep breath. Give her 100 rupees and let her go. Anand, you watch here. After giving instructions, Ron left the yard without looking back. He couldn't stay in this damn place. Chapter 198 Sir Park. Ron said he would throw away his conscience to do business, but he still failed in the end. He was used to the poverty in the slums and was accustomed to it. But the people who faced the job of losing their lives at any time showed their heartfelt joy, which made him unable to bear it. He didn't dare to stay there for long, because he was afraid that his conscience could not stand the torture. He escaped, and the price was to make $250,000 in tears. 100 drug dealers, each of whom was $5,000, and Merck paid them $500,000. He and Luca each took half, and the cost was 50,000 rupees, which was paid to the drug dealers. How many times the profit was this? Ron was too lazy to calculate. He only knew that even if the drug smuggling business was suspended, it would not affect his continued earnings. The US dollars in Ron's small treasury have exceeded 1 million, and he plans to contact foreign TV manufacturers recently. If possible, new products can be added to the product catalog of Sir Electric. Relying only on water air conditioners and electric fans, the company's risk resistance is too single. Ron is most afraid that a competitor of equal strength will suddenly emerge, which will make Sir Electric very uncomfortable. Televisions are very high-end for Indians, almost the same as air conditioners. However, in terms of necessity between the two, most people will choose televisions. It can bring extremely rich entertainment to the whole family, and its spiritual value is immeasurable. Air conditioners seem to be somewhat dispensable. People on this continent have been accustomed to the heat for thousands of years. If you ask people in the slums whether they would rather have a television or an air conditioner, there will be almost no second choice. For this reason, Ron did not hesitate to choose televisions when deciding the future product direction of Sir Electric. Air conditioners are tools for the rich to improve their quality of life, but televisions can enter thousands of households. The funds are in place, but what Ron needs to solve most is not the production line problem, but the site. Sir Electric's factory area totals more than 100 acres. After setting up 6 production lines, 2 warehouses, and an office building, there is no place for him to toss. The problem is back to the beginning, buying land. In order to draw a big pie that can impress the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ron made a special appointment with designer Rahul Malhotra today. He graduated from Harvard and came from a distinguished family. His father-in-law, Charles Correa, was also an architect and had participated in the urban planning of Mumbai. Ron visited his new office in Tadia, where the decoration had a signature strong modernist style. The photos of his children on the wall added a touch of warmth to the cold office. Rahul's architectural design, which incorporated various technological elements, was particularly well received in the industry. This was also the reason why Ron approached him. From the beginning to the end, Sir Electric was positioned as a technology company. What are you busy with? Ron sat down on the sofa in a familiar manner. This was not the first time they had dealt with each other, so there was no need to be so polite. The planning of Mumbai city, Rahul stood in front of the spread-out map, frowning in thought. This city is long gone, I agree, Rahul sighed. Wow. You're an urban planner, saying that is tantamount to surrender. I tried, but it didn't work. Rahul threw down his pen. Sometimes I wish there would be a tsunami or an earthquake to sweep away Mumbai, so that the city's scarred body can be cured. Is it that exaggerated? Come and see, he called Ron over. On his desk was a city map of Mumbai. Looking down from the air, its terrain looked like a spoon. If you spread your thumb and index finger and make a 30-degree angle, you will see the shape of Mumbai Island. It's too crowded. Mumbai Island was artificially filled. It was not suitable for planning as a metropolitan area in the first place. Rahul bluntly said that 5 real estate developers and Naik, the chief minister of Maharashtra in the 1960s, destroyed the plan of New Mumbai. At that time, the government had foreseen the limitations of Mumbai Island, so it commissioned Rahul's father-in-law and others to rebuild a new Mumbai. Navi Mumbai will be located across the Marine Drive and east of Mumbai Island. It will be the hope for Mumbai's rise, a magical city with the government owning the land rights and carefully planned. It has unlimited expansion potential because it faces the entire Indian mainland. As a result, the chief minister and the developers colluded and moved the office area originally planned to be built in Navi Mumbai to Nariman, the southernmost tip of Mumbai Island. So private companies followed suit, destroying the original residential area plan for Nariman district, which was equivalent to a loud slap in the face of Navi Mumbai. This is a money transaction between politicians and builders, and they completely ignore urban planning. What's the benefit of them doing this? Ron was curious about the planning history of Mumbai for the first time. It's simple. The more supply exceeds demand, the more priceless it is. The 5 developers privately decided to reduce the scope of the plan. In contrast, Nariman land is in short supply, and buildings can sell more. Scarcity makes things valuable. Ron nodded. That's it. The congestion in Mumbai today is completely artificial. Look, this is India. Officials and businessmen collude to directly destroy the future of everyone in the largest city. So have you found a way to save the city? Ron asked. If you want to build the city better, make it more livable, with wider roads, train cars, and residential areas. That will bring another problem, population. Ron understood what Rahul meant. A livable Mumbai will attract more people until it can no longer bear the burden. India is too poor. Compared with Mumbai, other states are like the 19th century. The trains that drive into Victoria Station every day are packed with migrant workers from Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. They pour into Mumbai. If these people knew that the government would build houses for them as soon as they got off the train, they would come more fiercely, and everything would be in vain. This is a desperate place. One Mumbai city cannot accommodate the whole of India. Rahul loves this country. He is a Kshatriya caste and has a prominent family. Graduated from a world-renowned university, he can stay and settle abroad. But he came back and spent a lot of energy on the work of Mumbai Urban Planning Agency, and this part of the work was free. Forget it, let's take a look at Jasur Park. Rahul spread out another drawing. A few months ago, Ron invited him to visit Sir Electric. At that time, Ron had just returned from Uttar Pradesh. Sir Electric was in a good situation, and he couldn't wait to imagine the future. Office building, R&D center, factory area. He told Rahul all his demands. Now after 3 or 4 months of field investigation and surveying, the design of Sir Park has taken shape. Except that the land is far south of Mumbai, it is actually in a good location. There are no obstructing buildings around it, and there is a large piece of wasteland for you to play with. Rahul loved the feeling of painting on a blank piece of paper, and he wished that the whole Mumbai was a wasteland. The office building and R&D center are placed in the south, where there is no obstruction and no need to worry about lighting. The factory is placed in the northeast, surrounded by 2 roads for easy transportation. The employee community is placed in the west, and I have equipped it with entertainment areas, sports areas, dining areas, and leisure areas. Rahul pointed at the drawings and talked endlessly. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with his design. The Sir Park in the drawings is magnificent. The office building and R&D center are always modern and technological, which is Rahul's specialty. The factory is neat and tidy, with enough distance between each other, and there is even a fucking lawn. Yes, lawns are not only in the factory, but also in the employee community. There is even a small pond in the middle of that large green area. Ron was stunned. Should this thing appear in India? What level? The National Assembly building in New Delhi is like this, right? I have a question. What? Rahul looked up. Why is the employee community placed in the west? The west is close to the sea and more open. The sunset there is beautiful and the breeze is gentle. Ron nodded. It was true. In Mumbai, People learn to look west from childhood, because only when they look there, their vision is unobstructed. If Mumbai people go to the balcony and look around, their eyes will soon automatically look west. The west is the direction of the sea, a place with infinite possibilities. Put the office building and R&D center in the west, the employee residential area in the north, and remove the lawn, pond, entertainment area, and leisure area. What? This time it was Rahul's turn to be dumbfounded. The park is only 200 acres. Soul Electric is a company, not a real estate developer, Ram shrugged. But a good living environment can inspire employees' enthusiasm for work, right, Rahul? Mumbai is not Boston. People here are so poor that they don't even have a place to sleep. They don't need lawns. It's completely useless. Instead of considering greening, entertainment, and leisure, it is better to build more residential buildings, which can solve the housing problems of hundreds or thousands of employees. I should have thought of it earlier. My previous ideas were too hasty. Mumbai is so crowded, Rahul sighed. Keep this design too. It will be very useful to me. Ron's eyes lit up. Take it if you like it. I need to reconsider the volume of the park. Rahul thought Ron was right. The first problem facing Mumbai was housing. It was the fundamental problem. He originally wanted to turn the Sir Park into an ideal modern high-end industrial park. He hoped that the Sir Park would become a landmark building there, and everyone would be able to see and recognize it. It was like a business card, eye-catching. However, the reality of Mumbai crushed such an idea. It was too avant-garde. Speaking of housing, do you know how to solve the slum problem? Ron asked casually. Slums? Yes, there is a slum on the vacant land north of Sir Electric Appliances, with about 20,000 to 30,000 people. You want to move them away without causing fierce resistance? Yes, this problem is quite a headache. There are ways. Rahul thought of the Mumbai city map again. Huh? Ron looked up suddenly. He just asked casually, could there be a way to have the best of both worlds with slums? Chapter 199 Upgrading the Slums. Rahul, what's your idea? Ron became interested. Move those people to the slums. What? Ron was confused. I mean find a new slum to accommodate them. Well, man, that won't work, Ron sighed. He thought Rahul had some clever ideas, but it turned out to be the same old trick of robbing Peter to pay Paul. The problem is that if there were spaces in other slums in Mumbai, there wouldn't be so many sidewalk residents in the city. How many people did you say there were on that piece of land? Be more specific, Rahul continued to think. 30,000, not more than that, Ram shrugged. Let's see if it's enough. Rahul spread out the city planning map again. Wait, are you serious? Where are there any extra slums in Mumbai? Ram also leaned back on the desk. I'm not talking about slums built on wasteland. Rahul's finger scratched something on the map. A friend of mine told me that most of the slums in Mumbai are built along with construction sites. Is there a second type? Of course, there are two types of slums. One is created out of nothing on wasteland, and the other is already existing. Found it? Rahul tapped his finger on the map. It was northeast of the Sir Park, just across a road, and the terrain was regular. But according to the signs on the planning map, it seemed to be marked with a certain office building. That place, Ron frowned, it seems to be someone, I know, a few old office buildings. Rahul smiled. So where is the kind of slum you are talking about? The existing slum, it is. Rahul tapped the map. You mean? Ron's eyes were somewhat enlightened. Yes, the dilapidated houses in Mumbai are the second type of slums. This is also thanks to India's weird rental law. As long as the tenant pays the rent, the landlord has no right to evict him, and the lease will be automatically renewed after the expiration of the lease. The rent remains unchanged during the residence period, and it remains at the standard of the 1950s. Even the rental house can be inherited by future generations. It encourages tenants to occupy the landlord's house without them having to pay any price for it. For those honest tenants, the landlord may ask gang members to intimidate them and they will probably move out obediently. But what if they are not so easy to deal with? For example, tenants with backgrounds, or small companies in office buildings. They are familiar with the rental law and can sue the landlord, and they will definitely win. Therefore, landlords who have to keep the house to make things more troublesome and sell the house to suffer have no choice but to post warnings of dangerous buildings and refuse to repair the house. Over time, the housing stock in Mumbai will not increase, and the quality of houses will hardly improve fundamentally. Or to be more precise, the quality of houses is getting worse and worse. There are 20,000 buildings in Mumbai that are identified as dangerous buildings and need to be repaired with funds from government agencies, but the actual number of repairs is less than 1,000 per year. The number of houses that need to be eliminated in the entire city of Mumbai every year is 45,000, and the number of new houses built each year cannot even meet half of the demand. These 45,000 eliminated houses will be classified as slums. In the words of the Planning Bureau, the public's demand for houses can be met in the informal market. Rahul pointed at the area on the map. So these office buildings belong to the second type of slums, old houses that have been in disrepair for a long time, Ram thought thoughtfully. Yes, there are dozens or hundreds of small companies stuffed in there. They only need to pay a negligible rent every month to enjoy the right to use the office building forever. Why do you know so much? I am not only an architect, but also an urban planner. Rahul shook his neck proudly. Ron now roughly understood what he meant. Those office buildings can accommodate 30,000 residents. People in slums are not so particular. It is normal for more than a dozen people to squeeze into one room. The rooms in the office building can be divided into thousands of single rooms with a little renovation. They are all slums, but the conditions are also different. One is a building with water and electricity, and the other is a hut that can be blown down by a gust of wind, and it has to face forced demolition by the municipal committee at any time. Okay, if there is such a place, the people in the Sir slum will definitely move there. What is the condition of these office buildings? Are they all dangerous buildings? Ron circled them on the map. It is definitely old. According to regulations, they must be repaired before people can live in them, but you know the situation in India, the whole country is a makeshift team, and even the drinking water does not meet the standards. How good can you expect the house you live in to be? I need to go and see it in person. Ron made a decision in his mind. It may be better to leave them to those who need them. Rahul shrugged. Instead of letting a group of deadbeats occupy there, it is better to find a home for the people in the slums. The problem now is how to get those buildings. Ron has no idea for the time being. Of course, those buildings will not be given to the people in the slums for free. At the very least, rent, water, electricity, etc. will still be collected. The community management is all arranged by our own people. If it is well managed, there may be a large number of believers. Leaving Rahul's studio, Ron immediately took people to the northeast of Sir Electric. This area belongs to the border of the city skyline. It has residential areas, markets, various small workshops, and office buildings that look like they are in good shape. But it is far inferior to the high-rise buildings in South Mumbai, and supporting facilities such as shopping malls and high-end apartments are rarely seen. The office buildings that Rahul mentioned are indeed not far from Sir Electric. They are separated only by the undeveloped wasteland. The buildings look like products of the 1970s, and many of the exterior walls are mottled. As soon as Ron and his friends got off the car, they ran into a group of men and women holding shovels, hammers, dustpans and brooms, heading towards a wall. What are they doing? He asked curiously. Ashish didn't understand, but Emil was very experienced. Boss, they are repairing the wall. Repairing the wall? Yes, but that wall doesn't look bad. The wall that the men and women were surrounding was not only fine, but also looked in pretty good condition. One of the leaders was holding a mallet, hammering and marking the wall. They are going to tear down the wall there and repair another wall, Amar was very sure. Sure enough, after roughly figuring out the location, the men immediately started digging holes in the marked places. The demolished building materials were transported back to where they came from via bamboo baskets and wooden carts. There was a hole in the corner of the building that needed to be repaired, and this was their job. Ron frowned as he watched. These repair materials looked less durable than the original ones. But there was no way. India did not have a professional civil engineer certification agency, and all the training they received was substandard. The yellow sand mixed in the cement was scoured from the wild, carrying salt, silt and feces, so even the newly built houses looked weathered, as if they had been gnawed by rats and insects. The landlord refused to repair the building, so the residents had to hire people to do it themselves. Whoever's wall was broken had to repair it, and usually no one did. But this time the hole was a bit outrageous. When the rainy season came, water rushed in. It had to be repaired. The hired workers had no materials to repair it, so they had to tear down the existing walls in the area. Repairs were made again and again, and the east wall was torn down to repair the west wall. Well, Rahul said that this was also a slum, and it was really not wrong. The sea in the west was also one of the culprits that destroyed these office buildings. It corroded their outer walls, and moisture climbed into the walls, making the plaster inside damp and soft, and eventually seeping out of the ceiling in liquid form. Ron stood at the entrance of the nearest building, which had an eye-catching sign hanging on it. Warning: this building is dangerous and may collapse at any time. Anyone entering is at their own risk. The owner is not responsible for any loss of life or property caused by this. The owner's special notice. The wooden handrails of the narrow staircase were already rotten, and Ron stepped onto the second floor carefully. Before entering the corridor, all kinds of signs were rushing to the foreheads of the customers. Civil servants cram school, accountant training class, private bank, trading company. The decoration of these offices was surprisingly good, some even had air conditioners, and the indicator lights on the computer mainframes were also flashing. But the public area outside the office was in a dilapidated state. There were several big holes in the corridor where the windows should have been, and there was also a notice on the wall saying, "This building is a dangerous building and may collapse at any time. Due to the rental law, the owner has almost no income from renting out a house, and his only means of protest is not to do any maintenance on his house." They posted warnings everywhere, but they just hoped to scare off the customers of the many tenants upstairs. This building has 10 floors, running east-west, and there are about 20 to 30 offices on each floor. Ron walked around and there were people in every office. Not far away outside, there are 4 similar buildings. You don't need to go to know that the situation there is similar. If we modify the office, how many people do you think this building can accommodate? Ron asked Amor beside him. If we squeeze in 6,000 or 7,000 people will be fine. Will there be any problems? Public toilets? Well, this is indeed a problem. The building was originally designed as an office building, and it is impossible to provide toilets in every office. You can imagine what the public toilets in the building will look like if 6,000 or 7,000 people pour in. Swimming in a sea of feces? The picture is too beautiful. Ron dare not think about it. What do you suggest? Seal all the toilets in the building and build a bigger public toilet in the back. Amor's idea is simple. Since there are not enough, then don't leave any. Save those lazy people who would rather step into the pit of feces than walk 2 more steps downstairs. To treat the Indians in the slums, you have to whip them with a whip. Write it down. Ron waved his hand and prepared to go downstairs. Boss, here is the owner's phone number. Ashish pointed to a notice. No hurry, let's get the land first. Upgrading the slums should be put last. Sir Park is just the first step. He has to take that piece of wasteland now. Well, Ron is going to New Delhi, the capital of this country, the center of power. Chapter 200 Chaos. You're going to New Delhi? Yes, I heard it's the worst city in India. Not that exaggerated, just you, and Anand and the others. No, I'm talking about women. Who else do you want me to take? Ron turned his head in surprise, and Mary and Lena laughed foolishly. They were studying the next movie of Sun Entertainment, and the information that Old Dutt gave them at the beginning had been preliminarily screened. How about we invest in a romance movie this time? Lena was eager to try. I like it, Mary agreed immediately. Romance movie? Ron was a little entangled. He still liked the plots of Sammo Hung in the movie. For example, stopping the truck with his hands, blocking bullets with a manhole cover, and flying 300 meters from the ground. Although it was brainless, the audience enjoyed it. Romance movies are low cost. Look, this director is still an acquaintance of ours. Mary pointed to the name on the list. Who? Ron approached curiously. Vinod Chopra, Anu's husband. It's him. Ron had some impression, but not much. But Chopra is indeed one of us. He is Anu's husband and Vikram's brother-in-law. Ron had just pleaded with Thackeray for Anu and saved her brother. Vikram had written advertisements for Sir Electric, and they were old acquaintances. Find time to invite Anu and the others out for a cup of tea. He immediately made a decision. Great, Lena clapped her hands and cheered. By the way, what's the name of the movie? Love in the Time of War, Mary replied. The name sounds very romantic. What's the budget? About 50 million rupees. Ahem, Ron choked. Is this the low-cost love movie you mentioned? We are not the only investors. Mary looked at him strangely. She and Lena have been in Bollywood longer than Ron and know a lot of inside information. Chopra comes from a film family in Punjab, and his 2 brothers are both senior film practitioners. When he graduated, he made a short film about street children in India, Passing By, which was nominated for the Oscar for Best Documentary Short. The other two art films Chopra shot later were also well received by the industry, but they were not popular. Under financial pressure, he began to switch to commercial films, such as thrillers and crime films. White Dove is the most well-known. The gangsters in Mumbai love this work very much. They say that this is the first time that an Indian director has restored their lives. This film is also considered by the industry as a milestone in the history of Hindi films. It has won numerous awards while being widely praised. With such fame, Chopra has no shortage of funds to make movies. Otherwise, Old Dutt would not have included it in the list. This is a project that only acquaintances can get a share of the cake. Okay, you can do it, but it's best not to spend all the 20 million rupees at once. We have a way. Mary and Lena are full of confidence. After being producers once, they are already well-deserved Bollywood filmmakers. Ron believes that they are at least more professional than himself, a layman. By the way, when will that Sandy Dutt be released? Mary couldn't help gossiping about the latest hot news in Bollywood. It's almost done. We're still going through the process. Ron thought of AJ. He had just been transferred, and the next police inspector would have to take over before he could submit the revised report. There were also some problems at the court. Thackeray's words rarely worked there. Ron expected Sanjay Dutt to stay in jail for a few more months. There were too many people paying attention to the case, and AJ's resistance added fuel to the fire in the news. No matter how much the Mumbai government followed the Shiv Sena's lead, it dared not let it go in broad daylight. Everything would be easy when the heat was over. I heard that the gangs in Mumbai have been restless recently. You should be careful. Ron thought of the rumors he heard from the accountant Harris. We are just nobody. Mary shrugged innocently. You are the big shot. Anyway, don't be careless. And that lady Elizabeth, I feel that woman is not easy to mess with. Did you see her last time? Mary put away her smile. I only heard the sound. There was a barrier in between. I have a photo she sent, but I forgot to bring it. No need. We know what she looks like. Right. Lena nodded. Well, there's also that eunuch. It's creepy. That guy seems to leave the palace often recently. Huh? Ron was a little surprised. Didn't they say he was always by Lady Elizabeth's side? Who knows? He must be planning something bad again. Lena frowned in disgust. Don't bother her recently. We can talk about it later if there is anything, Ron reminded. He has dozens of bodyguards around him, and he is not afraid of the Mumbai gangs at all. As for Mary and Lena, he is worried that they will be too arrogant and get into trouble accidentally. Don't worry, it's not the time yet, Mary agreed softly. Alice, these two girls are not easy to deal with. However, Ron has repeatedly asked them in a roundabout way, but they are unwilling to say more. Ron respects them and simply stops asking. Ron plans to go to New Delhi in December, and before that, he has some things to explain in Mumbai. First of all, it's Seoul Electric. The company is already on the right track. After holding a meeting with the heads of various departments, he can let it go. There's nothing much to say about the travel agency. Nia is capable of handling it. She will stay in Mumbai this time. Vinod, who is in charge of the travel agency, is still in Kuwait, where Ron has just opened a new office. Ron has been to Rahul's studio several times in the past few days, mainly to discuss some design details. By the way, he also inquired about the background of the tenants in the buildings in the northeast corner, as well as the information of the owners. Finally, it's Luca and Anand. This business makes Ron most hesitant. Be sure to explain the contents of the contract to them clearly, and what are the side effects and risks. Ron, they don't understand this. Anand shook his head helplessly. Don't understand? Some of them don't have names and can't speak Hindi, then tell them they might die. That's easy, I told them. Then what? They don't care. They're already going to die. After hearing that they're being paid, hundreds of people came here and asked us to take them in. Merck needs to track the physical condition of drug users regularly, so in addition to giving money, it also distributes some relief food. This is a complete poke at the nest of Mumbai's sidewalk residents. They are homeless and penniless. In this city, they are completely miserable and live one day at a time. An injection, 500 rupees, and food. This is heaven. The small courtyard that Anand and his friends rented has now become a sanctuary. Just like the shelter he took Ron to. Homeless people now fill the alleys around the courtyard. They look forward to the day when they can wear a green wristband on their hands. Ron moved his lips, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Anand, when I make 100 million rupees, I will build a hospital in Mumbai, a very affordable hospital, a hospital for treating the poor. Yes, he smiled happily. Ron Baba, you are a good person. Ron smiled bitterly. Anyway, you are not allowed to take the children, no matter what. At most you can give them some money privately to send them away. Yes, Anand shook his head happily again. Let's go. I'm going to the bank, and I'll take you to Luca's place by the way. Let's go eat first. I found a very delicious restaurant, so delicious that it will make people die of fullness. Okay, Ron laughed. They parked the car on the side of the road and sat at the open-air dining table of the restaurant to enjoy authentic Indian food. The steaming grilled chicken was served in a metal container and then brought to Ron and his friends. The weather at the end of November was beginning to cool. The steaming heat blurred the street scene in front of him. Suddenly Ron saw a figure in the crowd, that Abu. Lady Elizabeth's eunuch. He stared at Ron, his face full of malice and hatred. His expression was ugly. Ron, what's wrong? Anand turned his head strangely. Abu's face disappeared in an instant. Nothing. Ron winked at the person beside him. Anil quietly got up and flashed into the crowd with two people. Are there any rumors on the street recently? Rajesh divorced his wife. Anand was eating skewers happily. Who? Ron was stunned. Rajesh? You forgot, he helped us when we were running a travel company. Memories from more than a year ago emerged in his mind, and Ron remembered the patrolman in Victoria railway station. In less than 2 years, the little man who once needed him to please has really become a little man now. I remember you said that his wife had sex with a liar. Yes, she was unlucky this time. She was caught alive by Rajesh when they were having sex. Anand laughed. Wow, I'm surprised Rajesh didn't send her to jail. No, Ron Baba. Rajesh can be a patrolman thanks to his father-in-law. Ron understood that Rajesh was a nepotist. It is conceivable that if his wife was an ordinary Indian woman, she might be beaten to death. Divorce is already the most aggrieved way for Rajesh to deal with it. He may be laughed at by his colleagues for the rest of his life. At this time, Anil brought people back. He shook his head at Ron, indicating that he didn't find anyone. Ron was more alert. This Abu didn't seem to be an ordinary person. 3 people went to block him, but they didn't catch him. He must be a good person. Anand, don't hang out alone. Mumbai is very chaotic recently. I know, Ron Baba, Mumbai is very chaotic every day. This guy, Ron was too lazy to care about him. He has been in the lower class for many years and knows the rules here. After sending Anand away, Ron secretly had a long talk with Amol. He really wanted to take down those dangerous buildings northeast of Sir Electric. He's going to New Delhi soon, and it is best to take a two-pronged approach to the Sir Park issue. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.